Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Creator Series. For round 4 here of F2, it's got to be looking like a good one. Of course, we are at Monza. But of course, as well, I'm not alone. I'm Josh JGM. And alongside me, I've got the one and only Tom Wilkinson for his first ever cast here at Creator Series. So please give him a lovely, warm welcome. Tom, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for the glowing introduction. I appreciate that. On what is a debut for myself, I'm very excited. The Temple of Speed, brilliant circuit. Hopefully we could have some interesting battles, although the trend recently has seen a lot of DRS trains. So hopefully we don't have that, because last week in Monaco was quite the thriller.
Yeah, it was something else. It was a little different. It was a little cheeky. I'm noticing quite a few of you in chat. I mean, Tom, you've already got people cheering for you, mate. You might as well hop onto the grid at this point and give it a good go. Of course, as well, we did have two different winners last week for the sprint race and feature race. We had Hayden pulling through for the Premier outfit in the sprint race, and then Unstoppable Rob. I mean, realistically, he was unstoppable, wasn't he? Feature race. He's been on absolute tear of form so far, and that goes to show with the standings as well. There's a reason he's leading. Although it might only be by 7 points, he's still leading. And Hayden, he likes to think of this to his road back to F1 for the Creator Series, but he's going to have a very big task if he's going to be able to try and beat Rob today. It's going to be an uphill climb.
Absolutely. Well, he's clearly got the storyline mapped out in his head for the future of returning to the main split. But yeah, those two have really been a class of their own. You know, they're over 30 points clear the rest of the field. I expect them to be towards the front again this afternoon, but you never know what could happen, because Monza can throw up quite a surprise when we get down to business. Yeah,
we was talking about it earlier today, weren't we? Having a little mention about Monza and its kind of place not only in racing in the history, but within sim racing as well. Because I don't feel like we're the only ones here, Tom, who have been affected by a turn 1 Monza incident where someone just forgets what brakes are. Hopefully we won't have any of that today, but there was a little bit of teasing in the little cooldown room in the chat with maybe one or two of the drivers teasing that they're just going to pull alongside and have a little look down into turn 1. But of course we do have, the one-shot qualifying. It's going to be so tough to try and get some sort of position worked out for it. And then we do have the 50% sprint race, the 50% feature race. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to get some interviews going, depending on safety cars, whatever else. So we'll be able to interview the top 3 podium. And then we've got a lovely little highlights package to cover what happened last week as well, during the Monaco F1 part of this Creator Series, before we end up letting the big dogs unleashed around the Temple of Speed. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the F2. I'm looking forward to the F1. I feel like it's going to really bring something else, which, maybe we might not have seen before here, especially with this F2 split that we've started doing this season. It's brilliant. But we do have some news revolving around Matty Ames. He is stepping down as a full-time driver, allowing Zach RC to take his spot at the MP Motorsport outfit. Now, it's unfortunate, isn't it? Matty Ames, personally, I really like his attitude. I like his content. But at the same time, Zach RC as well, you mentioned it as well, he's been having a really good spot of form.
Absolutely, big fan of Matt. It's a shame to see him gone. Hopefully we'll see him again in the future. But yeah, Zach RC is a very worthy replacement. He's sat inside the top 10 of the standings for a reason. He's a very, very capable driver. Hopefully we see more of that this afternoon, because he's shown previously this season he's doing.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Matt, there for the 5 gifted. Because of the Tom vibes. Tom, what can I say? You're bringing the best out of everyone today, my friend. Have a little smile on yourself with that one. But hopefully we're not too far away from being able to chuck it into that one-shot qualifying and sort of getting an understand, of the lay of the land. Because, of course, setups are a huge part, especially dealing with the F2 cars. They're all spec, they're all made the exact same. No ERS, different sort of, tyre range as well. They're not exactly going to be the C1 to the C5. No tyre blankets. All of these little things add up, and if they've not had enough time to practice and sort of figure out what run plan they're going to go with, they could potentially find themselves in a little spot of difficulty now.
100%. There's so many uncertain factors that go into F2. Obviously, that's why it's so popular in real life. It's not the most level of playing field, of course, but we get to see the differences between the abilities of the drivers a lot more. And then one-shot qualifying as well. I know we've had it previously, but I think this could be the most important one-shot qualifier, maybe even more than Monaco, because track limits. We could see a lot of deleted lap times. I'm thinking of Ascari, I'm thinking of Lesmos as well. Lesmo 2 is going to be very difficult to keep it within those track limits. I think hopefully we could have a bit of a mixed up grid, which will aid the action that we should be looking forward to.
I'm really hoping we have a little bit of a mixed up grid. Hopefully we get a little interesting. But do you really want to be on pole at Monza?
No.
Because I don't think so. I think you want to be P2, P4, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Because that way you can kind of gauge the run a little better. Yes, you might have a bit of pressure from behind if they end up getting a good launch, but then you also can take the pressure from behind and just push it forward to the cars in front. It's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be something. And Matt says, I think that's 15 gifted now. I am the CS Sugar Daddy. I can tell you it's 21, so you're even more of a Sugar Daddy than you originally thought, Matt. But yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good. It's looking like it'll be a good fun weekend here. Over the course of Creator Series, I'm personally going to be keeping an eye out for Jess Games. Obviously, Red Bull driver, one of the co-commentators here as well. I kind of want to see what she might be able to cook up, to be honest. I feel like it could be something as well. Lawrence Stroll's got absolutely nothing on you, Matt. Yeah, it is 21. You got 21 gifted, mate. You got 21 gifted. Yeah, I mean, realistically, thank you. And you're one of the reasons why all this is able to go ahead and keep within a level. It's absolutely fantastic. As you round it up there to a beautiful 25. I noticed we've got a Chesnoid Gaming in the chat. Nice round 25 now. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Matt. It really means the world to us here at the Creator Series. And we've currently got all the drivers going out on the practice session, just making sure the wheels are working, making sure the pedals are all set up correctly to the way they like. Now, how is this going to go? I lay of the land, right? We've got the one-shot qualifying. How do you sort of feel like it's all going to be going?
I think, like I said, I think we're going to have a wild grid going on. I think, you know, it's so easy to make mistakes. The curves around the track, especially in those first in the first sector, of course, with the Curva Grande separating them. If you clatter over those sausage curves, your lap's ruined straight away. Be that you're off in the gravel, your lap time's invalidated, or you've lost so much time because of the momentum that's gone. So I think those are going to be the key sections. Obviously, Ascari, maybe the most famous part of the circuit. Just like we were talking about with the potential open lobby standard driving that we hope we don't get, but we've all been scarred by in the past. Ascari's got quite the history of causing some incidents, just like T1 and T2. So yeah, hopefully we see some very interesting stuff. I think the way that the weekend is going to shape up, I think we're going to see drivers. I think we could see certain drivers in every position at one stage. It could be that crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's Monza, isn't it, at the end of the day? There's always ample opportunity for stuff to maybe go wrong, go right. It really depends on how fortunate you're able to get and whether Lady Luck is going to be on your side. Ben is racing today. He'll be racing a little later on in the F1 series. A big thank you as well to Mousemicer saying, evening gents, evening to you too. Hopefully you're doing well. As Hayden's rolling back out of the pit lane. And something I wish we could get on these F2 cars. I know it's just a little thing. It's a little tiny thing. But it's the little driver tags they have on them. If they could change for each driver, depending on the user which is in it, I feel like that would be absolutely huge. So we wouldn't be looking at, you know, Vestes Prema. We'd be looking at, well, Hayden. I've just noticed him straight line turn 1, turn 2. Hopefully that's not something which is going to be coming to fruition in the race, but just a matter of time. And just like it is a matter of time here at the Creator Series as well. If you're not already following the social platforms above us at the minute, we're on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter or X, and TikTok as well, so feel free, hop over there, give us a cheeky follow, and hopefully, you know, you could be seeing maybe one of your comments, maybe one of your clips as well, if you end up like clipping anything interesting, maybe a turn 1 instant, maybe. Not saying there is going to be one, but maybe.
We're not trying to put the mockers on it.
No, absolutely not. We're trying to cast the cursor away. That's why we keep mentioning. But no, if you find anything interesting or you feel like it could be quite funny or a bit of a laugh, feel free to clip it either here on, you know, any of these drivers' streams as well. I mean, we've got so many drivers streaming this as well, don't we? Take a look. Matty D, Patterson, Hayden, Jess, B-Roy, Hoodie Pete, Dale, Adam Sanderson, Badger, Punju. That's just a quick glance at this grid for, you know, all these drivers which are going to be streaming. It's going to be interesting as I see Pratic there with a little Ferrari badge in the Twitch chat. You're going to be spotting the Premier Boys today in Pratic. That's a real question, as we do also have Miss Formula popping in with the hello Carbon 2. Big up the army. Yes, absolutely, Carbon. I miss him in the F1 grid. To be honest with you, I miss the times where he was racing there because he was absolutely lovely whenever I got a chance to talk to him. But I don't know, it kind of feels like this can create, a bit more of an opportunity, especially for some of the smaller creators, which might not necessarily have the platform.
Definitely, it's a brilliant structure that the Creator Series got going. It gives so many people the light that might not be shone to them all the time in the top series. But yeah, Carbon Shadow, I love Carbon Shadow's battles with Dale from a few games ago. Those were some of my favourite moments watching the Creator Series. They were extremely enjoyable.
Absolutely, they were terrific, and I don't feel like it comes to many other ways, but I can tell you they finished a practice session, all the pedals are working, so no one's got an excuse for an uncalibrated brake pedal heading into turn 1. But let's hop it over to the beautiful race view, so you don't have to look at me and Tom anymore, and we can have a little gander at what the pit lane is doing. If it would be so nice to load. There we go, lovely. I do love how the F1 game takes its time a little bit whenever it's getting switched up into a scene.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
It really is. You gotta love it. I mean, what else is there to hate? Yes, I know, Matt. You're gonna have to say goodbye to Tom. We need to. Okay, right. Go on, then, guys. Go on. They need to see you, Tom. They need to see you. Right? Is that gonna work? Is it working? No. Apparently, it doesn't like our cameras, Tom. We've done something wrong. There'll be no side by side, but we are going out here for the formation lap.
I thought we were a grid start there. I thought we were distracted by having to see my face all the time. Thankfully, it's not on the screen anymore. Appreciating all of the support though. I do. Very thankful for the warm welcome. It's very nice to see. But we're going for the formation lap. 2 of the Red Bull livery cars out in front with the Dams and the High Tech. Only Vic starting from pole, and then we've got the big guys at the back of the pack. With that reverse grid, of course.
It's going to be very, very interesting as well. I'm not sure whether you've noticed here, but someone's decided to call it a little bit braver and go out on the soft compound tyres, and of course it's the one and only Dale J.E. He's a larger-than-life figure. He's literally larger than life. He's absolutely huge. He's a giant. And it's a surprise he actually fits in the car, to be honest with you. But soft compound tyres for the race start. He's looking to move himself forward at a rapid rate of knots.
Absolutely. This will be it'll be the telltale sign to see if Dale can really make the most of that off the start. He is quite the character. You've got to love Dale. Some of his reactions and some of his performances in the main F1 series have been classic, up there with some of my top 5 favourite moments of all time, it has to be said. But yeah, it's an interesting strategy. Whether the tyres will degrade very quickly, I'm not sure. He's got to try and make as much progress as possible before the mediums, that advantage from the medium tyres really takes over, and he could get swallowed up towards the end. We've got to keep an eye on that. Yeah,
exactly. Everyone's asking when's Ben back? Ben will be back at 6 for the F1 broadcast. He's decided he doesn't want to do this F2 race. He's not a fan of it. To be quite honest, I feel like he just struggles with these beautiful tyres and the lack of tyre warmers. But it's been said, Nick's going to be on pole for this, right? With a sprint race. What's the strategy? I mean, I can't think about the last time I actually got a pole at Monza, let alone, led a race here. But surely you're going to have to be thinking about covering off that inside almost immediately off the grid.
I'm scarred from being on pole in open lobbies and then getting T-boned into turn 1. It's the scariest place to be. Like you said earlier, you don't want to be on pole position. I think the only chance that Vic's got is just run away, get the best possible start, avoid all the carnage. Sometimes you can just get clattered into, though. You can just get caught up in, and that is not your fault. And especially when it is reverse grid, we could have some more unpredictable drivers towards the front of the pack, which could enhance that potential convergence of drivers, let's say. Let's not call it a massive crash. And it's not a very good start for our front two, though, because they've managed to mess up the parking straight away. Not a good omen.
Yeah, they've slightly overshot it, I believe, there. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, right, we're back. Sorted. But we do have Hayden and Rob, P17, P18. They're going to be looking to try and take the challenge to one another, as we're going to see the drivers Just filling out the rest of this grid here. It'll be a matter of time before we end up getting those lights out. Carbon, P3. That'll be interesting. Can we see the lights? That's the real question. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and only Vic on pole. Going to be pulling away here, keeping revs nice and high with a little bit of wheel spin to get off the line. But how good is Artemis's run? Artemis has ended up bogging down a little bit. That gives Carbon a great opportunity to move himself up into P2, but they're surely not 3 wide going into turn 1. Behave yourself, guys. Brilliant stuff there. All the drivers slowly finding their way through the field. Been brilliant so far, but Hoodie Pete's almost left out to dry in the gravel trap there. But as far as turn 1s go at Monza, that wasn't half bad at all.
That was pretty clean, pretty nice and tidy. Gwatz, I have to say, from 4th, I think it was, getting a brilliant start going up the inside. Couldn't capitalise enough on it, though, but does manage to get up into 2nd. Good little side-by-side action between him and Carbon Shadow, but round goes only Vic, and straight away off the start of the pole, it's made a mess, and we've got a car park behind them going into the second chicane. Cars are off all over the track, clattering over those sausage curbs.
Surely has to be a safety car. There's debris on track as well. But, I mean, Artemis and Jess as well end up getting caught up in that. Dale as well, it's so unfortunate, but I do believe Dale as well might have lost his front wing end plate there. It's an incredible shame, isn't it, at the end of the day? But he's still on those soft compound tyres. He can still continue trying to put a bit of pressure on. But as you mentioned, what Vic needed to do was pull away in the lead. Unfortunately for Vic, that's not being able to come to fruition. But Gwatz and Carbon have made themselves a little 3-second window that only Vic behind, who's feeling the pressure of Patterson, Duncan, and F1 Alex all directly behind as well.
Yeah, and Vic's actually managed to be one of the winners out of that blunder going through the second chicane, staying in 3rd place. One of the big losers as well is Roy, who's lost an end plate, dropping down the pack. We're 3 wide towards the back going through the Parabolica as Roy, I imagine, is going to come into the pits to replace that damage. Lost 7 places down in 14th. And obviously, like you said, Jess Gamer and Artemis, the big losers as well.
He stays out. End plate isn't on the front wing. How is that going to affect the car going through Varianta chicane and the Lesmo? It's only a matter of time until we get to see it. But very aggressive turn there from B-Roy, not leaving any space at all. He's more than happy to continue his own race, as we're seeing Punju slowly fall down through the order as well. Don't believe there's any damage there. I just believe Matty D13 is on an absolute charge in that Red Bull liveried car.
Yeah, someone that's also on a charge, though, is Rob. They're side by side going into that second chicane. Matty D and Rob battling. They've both made up a lot of places. We spoke about the championship leader earlier. Gone up 11 places from 18th on the grid into 7th. He's managed to clear what would be one of his main rivals for the victory in this sprint race. You'd be imagining Matty D13, 2 of the leading contenders, but the ART is up into 7th place.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just going to be a matter of time here. I thought I'm going to be very interested to sort of see how Dale's tyres hold up. We had a couple of people in chat saying towards the last 4 laps of his race, the soft tyres are going to be absolutely screaming in pain and they're going to be so difficult to use. As we notice, a beautiful little battle here happening, heading into the Ascari chicane. A little rub in his racing there between Zach and Adam Sanderson as well, and that opens an opportunity for Hayden to get past both of them on the outside. Is he going to be able to hang it around the outside around Parabolica? That's the question, as we're almost going 3 wide into the Parabolica. He's had to leave a little bit of space on the inside. Adam Sanderson's trying to hold it on the inside, just forcing Hayden out there slightly. But this will give Hayden an absolutely terrific run down this main straight. Obviously, the slipstream of these cars is so much more powerful, isn't it, Tom? As we're going to see Hayden pull out to the outside here and try and outbrake Adam Sanderson to go down into turn 1. The one and only Devon Butler. Is he able to hang on it? He is as well.
No Devon Butler
Absolutely
tactics.
fantastic.
No Devon Butler tactics. Though we've got a spin behind them, though. B-Roy with that front wing damage getting caught up. I think he just tapped the back of Hayden Gullis going through that first chicane, losing a lot of ground. And then we've got this big concertina effect of the 5 cars behind them, all queued up. I think it was 4 wide going into a Parabolic. Could be 5 wide going down the Curva Grande. You can see them all close together. Who's going to come out on top? Surely this is going to end in an accident. It's B-Roy cutting the corner on the inside, picking up a penalty. They managed to all negotiate it really nicely. Zach RC and Perja trying to come through the field as well. Hasn't made up the positions that the likes of Rob and Matty D13 made up. But that is a lovely move around the outside of the first Lesmo. Is it complete? I think Zach RC is still there on the inside, but no. The, what is that? The Campos car, sorry, gets through.
Yeah, Hoodie Pete also having a little slide going through that second Lesmo. He'll be losing out a couple of positions. But look at Dale. He's got an absolutely fantastic run out of that corner. Surely not down the inside at Ascari. Surely not. Beautiful stuff.
It's
and
very nicely done. It's bold. It's brilliant. But he's dropped it
oh dear.
Dale's hard work is very much undone there. Back down into 19th you go, son.
Oh, welcome to the caster curse, Tom. Welcome. It's in full strength here at the Creator Series. There's a reason why we've got a permanent ban on saying some drivers' names. It's because we can't be trusted, and they'll end up falling back through the field. Fortunately, though, Rob, the championship leader, is not one of them. He's going to be looking to try and get a little cheeky move done here. Surely he's not going to go for the 2-in-1. Damn, the inside he is as well, isn't he? He's late on the brakes. Is he going to be able to get that car turned in? Has he got the angle? He absolutely does. He's got the traction as well to make it work. Beautiful move taken in from P6 to P4. And he's able to get the traction down so efficiently in the Alpine liveried car for the ART and be able to slowly just pull away and not have to be under pressure going into the Variante chicane.
Yeah, brilliant stuff through the Rettifilo and leaves that group of cars behind who are still squabbling. Hayden Gullis at the back of that train in 10th place, fighting so hard in this lower reaches of the top 10 as Rob looks to escape. Still got Patterson fairly close behind though, following through the Lesmos. Out in front though, Gwatz is absolutely cruising away, been setting fastest lap after fastest lap, 4 seconds the margin to Carbon Shadow.
Yeah, that's by no small feat a small amount, is it? I mean, 4 seconds in 4 laps to a driver such as Carbon. That's fantastic stuff from Gwatz, but he's going to be looking to continue this pace and just keep himself running as Only Vic falls back a little bit through the field, ends up having a little twitch on the rear into the braking zone, but is able to straighten up the car throughout the Variante Ascari little complex we've got in that middle sector. Now, Vic, it's only a matter of time, isn't it? Slowly just getting unravelled by the rest of the drivers on the grids. As I believe,
we've got a bit of contact behind there. I think that is that Adam Sanderson, Devon Butler. I think it was getting caught up there as the Trident pulls into the pit. So it must have been. Not sure who he made contact with there. It might have been. Was it Duncan potentially in the Road and Carlin car? Although we've got Zach RC going slowly down the straight, so it might have been Zach. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I do believe it. It certainly looked like a Red Bull livery car, but I don't believe it was Only Vic. I don't think it was. But very. I mean, we knew it was just going to be action-packed. We knew we would have some crazy moves going in and out. And, I mean, Rob and Hayden are 2 prime examples of this as well, battling out for every sort of opportunity they can get to score some extra points here in a sprint race. Starting so far back as well. It's very impressive stuff. But Rob, so far...
B-Roy's off further back, by the way, just coming out of that Della Roggia chicane, was getting really stuck in with, I think it was Only Vic, who continues to lose places. But B-Roy with that front wing damage, it wasn't dampening his spirits, but he's got to do a lot of work again, because he was up in 9th at one stage there.
Exactly, and it's just these small little, mistakes they creep in when they end up racing so hard with one another. But they all end up losing out just a little bit of time. You're going to have faster drivers trying to come back through the field as aggressively as possible, and you'll have, more cautious drivers who understand how much these points will mean to them. Just taking it a little easier, going a little bit more defensive, not necessarily wanting to let the drivers past as easy as they might do in the feature race. They're really trying to fight with every point they've got, as we've got Duncan and Only Vic, the 2 Red Bull liveried cars battling side by side there. But Only Vic has lost out, and I believe that is B-Roy now with no front end plates on either side of his wing. He's just building a Monza front wing, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going for the true Monza spec car. Further forward, though, Hayden Gullis is having to do a bit of defending into turn 1. It's been all attack for Hayden so far, but got Punji trying to make a move around the outside. The Prem car holds on, though, to 7th place. Interestingly, out front, we have got some gaps starting to form. Gwatz now 6 seconds clear out in front. F1 Alex in 3rd behind Carbon Shadow. And then it's Rob, who's struggled really to pull away from that group of Patterson and Matty D13 behind. Sort of equidistant gaps of a second between them. So maybe the pace isn't quite there at this stage for Rob.
Yeah, I mean, 5 laps in on these medium tyres, you would think there might be a little bit more pace as B-Roy ends up picking up a 3-second time penalty for cutting the Variante chicane. I think he's really, really struggling with that front wing, but he's been able to cut the chicane and create a little bit of a distance to Zach, so maybe Zach might not be within the DRS range, which would give him a little bit extra breathing room, but Hoodie Pete certainly is, and Hoodie Pete's looking to try and get this move sorted before they even get to the Ascari chicane. Underneath the Lenovo bridge they go, side by side into the braking zone, and you can just see Hoodie Pete's able to carry so much more speed into there and brake that a little bit later to get in the position on Zach RC. His B-Roy is really, really struggling.
From a baby.
Yeah,
like candy from a baby. Really easy from Hoodie Pete there around the outside. Zach seems to be struggling as well. And then they've got yours sincerely at the back of that pack as well. then you've got the big disconnect between everybody else. It's Adam Sanderson, Devon Butler in P18, and then Jess and Dale, who have both had their various issues throughout this Grand Prix.
Yeah, dived it into the pits, had a little repair, because it's only 11 laps, you know? Most of these drivers aren't going to pit, and it's going to cost them so much time. As we notice, the Sauber Esports race engineer for the one and only Thomas Ronhaar is using some of Ronhaar's strategies there to good effect, getting a little switchback, getting him a better run. He's going to be tucking up right behind Duncan here, trying to get this overtake sorted on Duncan. It's 2/10, and you can see the amount of slipstream and how prominent it is in these F2 cars. It's absolutely fantastic to see the slipstream having such a great effect going around Cavabisano. It's absolutely fantastic, and I don't know about you, but it's just something about these F2 cars. They are absolutely stunning.
Oh, yeah, big slide from Badgerman as he sticks to the rear of Duncan's car like glue. Is he having a look at the inside of the second Lesmo here? Yes, he is. They managed to get through it. Well, I was going to say without contact. They bang tyres into the side pod. Badgerman still side by side, I believe, with Duncan. No, actually, the camera not showing that particularly nicely as Duncan swaps down into 11th. And now B-Roy's going to have a dart to the inside to try and get this 11th place back, and does. Even with that front wing damage, still not dampened the spirits. And I have just seen there some damage for the Rodin Carlin car as well as we go 3 wide behind. And round goes the Alpine livery car. I think that's Distinct Artemis, is it? No, it's Yours Sincerely.
Yeah, Yours Sincerely, Hoodie Pete and Zach RC also having a bit of contact going through there. You can't go 3 wide through Ascari. It just does not work. There's not enough space on the track. And ultimately, Yours Sincerely, one of the championship protagonists here, has ended up suffering the greatest from that. Don't really feel like you can put too much blame on any of the drivers there. It's just one of those things which happens as we're seeing Matty and Patterson here having a wheel-to-wheel battle coming out of turn 2, putting the pressure on. And now Patterson's going to be looking to slip back into that slipstream and just wait and buy his time before trying to get another overtake on Matty. And I don't feel like it'll be too long before he ends up having another shot as they close up to within a 10th. Has a little look to the inside, just pulls out, putting Matty off under the braking. Pulls back inside though, knowing that it's going to be so risky to try and get an overtake into Varianta or even the Lesmos. Just biding his time, waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike.
And you can see it popping up at the top. Adam Sanderson with another fastest lap. That's 2 in a row on the soft tyres towards the back. Not going to be scoring any points, but the pace on this stint, at least on the softs, very much there. As further forward, we've got a battle for second place. Down the inside goes F1 Alex. Carbon Shadow struggling to keep up with Gwatz in front, and the Van Amersfoort car very easily through Ascari up into second place. But that was round 1 of the squabble. I don't think this is going to be over because Carbon Shadow is going to use the slipstream going down towards the Parabolica and move back over to the right-hand side. No, sits but in behind towards the Parabolica. I think with the use of DRS could slipstream back past F1 Alex, and this battle's going to go down probably towards the Della Roggia chicane.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you picked up on that one there, Tom, as well, but going down that straight, Carbon even lifted off the throttle to make sure he didn't get the overspeed, to not get the overtake into Parabolica. He wanted to wait for this DRS, he wanted to wait for turn 1, and he's going to wait until the very last moment to try and pull a move. Or he's going to just sit behind. Now that's interesting. I would have expected a little dart to the inside there. Even if it's just to put F1 Alex off just a little bit. Force Alex to go a little bit defensive. But Carbon decides otherwise. Tucks it back in behind. That's interesting.
Yeah, they're probably worried about the car behind them, to be honest. Rob made up 14 places. Is very sedately closed up on this battle for second place. A little bit of a rear lockup from Carbon Shadow going through the Della Roggia chicane all over the place, the MP Motorsport car, and that's going to give Rob the advantage that he needs as he close to within 0.4 of a second now. Carbon Shadow from looking like maybe getting second place back, could be dropping off the podium very, very shortly here. Yeah,
it's going to be very, very close here. And, I mean, we got chat. Matt is saying use Alex to try and catch up to Gwatz. I don't feel like that's going to be too much of a position that Carbon's going to be able to find himself in as Rob ends up getting that overtake down the inside, because Rob has been on an absolute tear. You can tell there's a reason he's championship leader. He's just able to make these F2 cars sing to whatever vocal he wants. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and you can see from the positions gained from some of these guys. Rob's made up 15 places, Matty D13 made up 11, and then Hayden Gullis and Persia, who are also battling over 7th and 8th, meanwhile, further back in the pack, made up 10 and 12 places respectively. They're probably the 4 leading contenders that we would imagine in this Grand Prix field, as Hayden has a big slide on the exit of the Parabolica. That could open him up to an attack from Puryear going down the main straight as we cross the line to start lap 10 with these guys to the left-hand side of the circuit. Goes the Campos car, and I don't think Hayden's going to have much of an answer to this car going past. He's going to have a little look over to the inside. Puryear moving to the middle of the track to try and stop Hayden, sending it back down the inside. Big slide as he takes too much curb, and they're going to battle all the way through the corner. Hayden refusing to give this place up. They've got to be careful of Punju in the Dams car trying to get involved behind them as well. Hayden somehow has managed to stay in this fight with Puryear as they go through the Curva Grande. You'd imagine the Campos car surely is going to get this with the inside line into the Della Roggia chicane. Some really nice clean racing at some points between these two drivers, although not totally clean, but somehow Hayden holds on to that. He's done a really good job of holding on to that position there.
Yeah, exactly, and now that's going to bring Punju in it as well. So Puryear's going to be putting just a little bit more pressure from behind. Now not only does he have to make this overtake on Hayden's stick, he's got to be careful that he doesn't cost both of them enough time for Punju to slide himself through. Something just to note there as well, you can notice on the front left side of Hayden's front wing, he's missing the end plate, so that could be part of the reason why he was really struggling to get the car slowed down properly. Even if you miss the slightest bit of aero on these cars, because there's not enough, or not as much aero, I should say, on these F2 cars compared to the F1, they're so much more difficult to try and get slowed down if you're missing the slightest front wing anywhere. It's so difficult, but Hayden's doing a fantastic job of it so far, even if he is sliding his way into P7. Going down into turn 1 once again, but you'll notice Puryear's got a run once again.
Yeah, deja vu of the previous lap, really, and Hayden. This is why they're fighting so hard. It's for the final couple of points paying positions with Punju, right on their tail as well. They can't afford to lose too much time because that Dams car is going to be all over them. A little bit of a jink over to the right again from Puryear, but Hayden still manages to hold on, which is very impressive with that front wing damage. And Punju's got to be thinking, he's got to be licking his lips surely at trying to make a move here and get that last 2 or maybe only 1 point for the sprint race.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm not sure if you noticed there as well, but Hayden is still sliding that car around, but I'm very much worried for his run in Parabolica. As, mind you, it might not even have to wait until then. We're going side by side through the second variant of chicane here. This is absolutely fantastic. As we notice, Punju almost taking to the grass to try and get a double overtake there into lace mode 1. That's absolutely fantastic from Punju. My word!
His opportunity perfectly, wheel on the grass, no fear at all coming out of the Della Roggia. He's not completed though, because Hayden's going to come back at him on the straight leading up towards Ascari and should fly past with DRS, and now Punju got to try and keep Puryear behind in the Campos car to hold on to that final points paying position. This is going to go all the way to the run up to the line, I imagine, but further forward, Quartz has been in a league of his own out in front, it has to be said.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be one to watch in a feature race if he's able to sort of transform his pace over to the slightly longer feature race we've got. But Gwatz, with a dominating run here at the sprint race, picks up P1. Fantastic work. And Rob as well, dare I mention, having a brilliant drive back through the grid. Absolutely fantastic.
Off the road at Parabolica. Puryear and Punju, I think, making slight contact, and Puryear dropping down into 10th place, going off into the gravel, and that decides our points paying positions. Hayden holding on to 7th. Puryear drops down to 10th right at the death.
And we've still got a little bit of race here as well. Zach trying to catch up to Hoodie Pete, but it's not quite there. Noticing the pole sitter, only Vic, going almost way too defensive, ends up getting a little snap there, a little bump off the other car, and sends Artemis into the wall. It's been a tough one, hasn't it, for some of these drivers? I mean, think about the contact, the wing damage, the pit stops as well. I reckon if this was... Dare I say, if this was a feature race, they might have had a chance to come back in it.
Potentially. I'm surprised at how many broken wings we actually saw. My biggest disappointment is we didn't get to see Dale's progress enough early on in those soft compound tyres, because he got caught up in those first couple of laps with the incident. So yeah, Dale will come over the line. Well, he'll cross the line in 20th, but we'll move up to 19th, courtesy of that penalty for Jess. But that is that's the sprint race done, and it didn't disappoint, did it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, you normally go into one of these F2 streams and think, right, sprint race, that's where all the drivers are going to be absolutely stir crazy. But I feel like we can still turn it up a little bit here. I don't know why. I've just got that itching feeling that perhaps they might have left something slightly on the table. As I had a notice here, asking for some people to turn the game volume up a little bit so you can hear the F2 car when we can get round to it. But we do have the podium celebration, of course. Oh, it's only a sprint race. A podium's a podium.
Definitely. I mean, I would 100% take it. I'm sure there are a lot of drivers that would dream of being on the podium just in a sprint race. But yeah, it was a very, very accomplished drive from Guat in front, under no real pressure throughout the entire race. Got that brilliant start, which got him up into second place. Managed to avoid, that was probably the turning point of the race, it has to be said, actually. Guat's getting up into second ahead of Vic, who then dropped it going through the Della Roggia chicane, and that's what caused the carnage going through that chicane on the opening lap. But yeah, Rob doing brilliantly to recover to second place from that reverse grid qualifying, and then F1 Alex and Carbon Shadow swapping places late on. Third and fourth with Matty D13 rounding out the top 5.
Exactly, and you've got to think the top 8 all get points. Ignore the points tally you see on your screen at the minute. P1 gets 8 points, P2 gets 7, P3 gets 6, P4 gets 5, 5th gets 4, 6th gets 3, 7th gets 2, and 8th gets a point. I mean, realistically though, you got to feel bad for Paya. You got to feel so bad. He pulled off a fantastic overtake. I believe we've got a couple of reserves. People aren't necessarily getting bumped down. I wouldn't worry about it. Am I saying your name right? I think he's racing in both. Yeah, we've had a couple of reserves for this grid. It's not been bad at all, but what can this feature race hold for us? If it's anything like that sprint race, maybe with a safety car as well, because, you know, there's a little bump there, wasn't there, occasionally?
100%, 100%. The midfield fight, I think, is going to be incredible. I mean, if we saw the amount of front wing damage that drivers were picking up, I think this midfield fight is going to be so difficult, not only to predict, but also to probably commentate on, because we're going to be seeing action all over the park.
Right, okay. Oh, thank the Lord.
Oh, what has gone on here?
Oh dear.
Not the ideal lines off the grid, it has to be said there.
I mean,
we've got a car going backwards. This looks fun. It's the
only
it's the Dam's car.
Very interesting. Right, okay. Let's see that parallel parking, please.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. This is
this is content. There we go. Lovely. Formation lap done. Everyone getting told off by the stewards. Hopefully we'll be very, very shortly here.
Definitely. Although still waiting.
Yeah. Interesting, right?
I'm seeing third place Carbon Shadow not lined up particularly well in that MP Motorsport car. Hopefully that gets reset.
This reminds me of the lining up Esteban Ocon did at the start of the 2020. You can remember, where he just completely missed the grid box. I do believe we could be into perhaps getting a little lobby restart, but in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about some of these. 3, 4, 5 red lights.
Oh,
we got a load of drive-through
penalties.
So I believe we will be getting a restart. We got a lot of carnage here. Everyone's just getting it out of the system. After all, it is Monza, and we know what sim racing can be like around here. We've got drivers bounced all over the wall. I mean, this is a multi-million-dollar crash if you've ever seen it before, haven't you? Oh no, B-Roy. Okay, I thought it was... Oh, okay. We got some carnage. Lovely. Right.
This was the open lobby stuff that I wanted to see. I've now had my fix of it. P-Roy's clattering into people there.
I love a little bit of carnage, love a little jump to that. But of course, everyone will be restarting the lobby. Everyone's going to be putting on their setups again. But end of the day, a little bit of Monza carnage is sorted. It's all going to be fine. POV, your Valtteri Bottas F1 Pro. I feel that's a little bit harsh on Valtteri. I feel like that's a little bit harsh.
Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of Valtteri Bottas. I don't know how many supporters I'll have in that camp, but yeah, that's yeah. So you got to feel sorry for Valtteri. Everybody loves Valtteri, especially his calendar shoots.
Yes, calendar was something to die for, but everyone can breathe. We've had the Monza carnage out. Don't need to see it actually. Once let out that little bit of Monza. Boot up and you see the loading screen for Monza. You think, torpedo. I'm Daniel Kvyat. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'd have to. But of course, that's all been reset. They're going to go into that one-shot qualifying now to find out the grid order for the feature race. And I mentioned before, you could be
I think
P2, P3, but you don't want to be first because that's tow you're given to drivers is absolutely insane.
Well, to be fair, just to counter that a little bit, Vic had managed to hold on to the lead for a couple of corners, but it wasn't quite as chaotic into turns 1 and turns 2 as we were probably expecting. So maybe that's the omen for the rest of the not just this race, but for the F1 series as well. That it could be nice and clean and tidy with our drivers, and that also pole position isn't as much of a disadvantage as we first thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, judging from that spirit, well, I feel I can read a little bit into it, but maybe not too much. Because P2 did bog down. People saying Vic should be inside. I mean, realistically, yeah, but if P2s end up getting such a a wheel spin at start and it's been a little tough, it'll be an interesting move just to stay on the racing line, just open that corner, try and run away, try and escape. We've got people in chat saying, honestly, that was something out of the multiplayer mode. It is
Love
a
it.
multiplayer mode. It's just secret mode. Of course, some brilliant lobby, but got all the drivers now reconnecting back into the cross. We'll have to wait too long, but from that sprint race, it was your driver to keep an eye on for. Because for me, it sounds very boring, but it's got to be a championship leader.
Yeah, definitely coming through from 18th. I think it was to second. That's when you put in a performance like that, obviously you're going to have people shouting about it. But what's really surprised me, especially got 16th in the standings, hasn't been a brilliant first 3 races. That was a very, very controlled performance from lights to flag, avoided the carnage early on, and then just walked off into the distance basically. So Quartz, I don't know where Quartz will end up qualifying, whether it'll be in the mid pack, but the race pace is something to definitely think about.
Yes, and there's a lot of potential for some of these drivers, given their race pace we've shown, but have to get a one-shot qualifying, which could be so challenging. I mean, you mentioned it before, the curbs, they're so tough, they're so challenging. Bumping over one of them, who's no help. That's like, not only that as well, you could just straight invalidate over a curb and still lose time. But it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see it. I feel like there's going to be a couple drivers in there which might shock it. Quite honest. A little bit.
Ooh, that's a really good shout.
Expecting top 5 from him. I reckon he's got it in the bag. But feel free to use that beautiful link that Green Cacti has just been able to put in. Using !Discord to come and join the Discord, come and get involved in the Creator Series. Come show your appreciation for the drivers in the fan zone, create clips, share them amongst the Discord, come and have a conversation with them. We're not that scary.
Most of the time.
Tom's not. But yeah. A couple people, quite scary. Gareth Allen, terrifying. Telling you. I mean, everyone here, more than welcome to come and have a while we've got F1 Pros predictions in the chat saying Rob P1, Matty P.
Ooh, interesting shout.
Writing off Hayden. Oh,
right off Hayden at your peril, as said. Hayden has got a pretty decent record at Monza, as said. Obviously, in the F2 series on Season 2 and Season 3, obviously different games, Hayden finishing inside the top 8 both times. So got a little bit of pedigree.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maraki's asking if Micah's cutting out. I sure hope Mike. I mean, it seems to be working so far from here. I mean, Maraki with prediction as well. Got to believe in it. Vic P1, Vic P2, and Vic P3.
I mean, I'd love to see it. That would be quite the moment, wouldn't it?
That would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Ice Mice is saying Vic P20. Come on, we know Vic can pull a result together. Don't write Vic. When's it starting? tell you what, once these drivers have finished setting up their wheels and their pedals to their calibration settings they want, making sure everything works, we'll be diving it straight back over to the game and getting it sorted for that one-shot qualifying. Where, realistically, who are going to be able to ride on board with? That's the question.
I mean, take your pick. Someone else I want to shout out is B-Roy. Obviously had that damage. Pace with half a front wing, or a missing end plate at least, was very encouraging from B-Roy there. So the Campos driver, I think, should be definitely inside the top 10, maybe challenging top 5, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of drivers here which are very, very talented, and they can all find themselves in a position. I think you said it best earlier in the stream, if I'm going to be Tom, where almost every driver can be repositioned because the grid is so tight here in F2. It's fantastic, and you know what? I just want to get into it. And enough of us rambling. Got a little bit of a black screen for the load, but as soon as that is done, you'll be able to see the cars flying down the straight. Now they've got to use the same setup they did for a sprint race. I'm just a bit concerned. Maybe, you know, some of the drivers have made it a bit more orientated towards the race to try and get the overtakes, running slightly lower wings. It could be interesting.
Definitely, and that's the benefit of the way that setups work. We don't know people's setups either, and we only find out when we get to either qualifying, when someone pulls out a worldie of a lap, or if someone absolutely flies through everyone during the race after qualifying out of position. It's a really, really interesting dynamic.
It's so interesting. Don't forget as well, and get some of the setups that the drivers are using from our beautiful partner at SRC Sim Racing Centre. We've got a lovely little guest from there we can show a little bit later on. But I feel like it's only fair we ride on board with Glotz after that fantastic sprint race, and he's already fallen down to P5. And by no means is that anything to do with the performance that Glotz has been able to put in that sprint race, because you'll notice how much speed he's able to take from that turn 1, turn 2. That's absolutely fantastic that he's able to keep the apex speed up to such a high level. That's someone who's put in quite a bit of practice in.
That's good preparation, and the pace from that sprint race translating over to qualifying, because second after the first sector is looking pretty good. We can see a lot of people flip-flopping further back. Hayden Gullis is a little bit down the order in 10th place. Adam Sanderson, your pick as well, only 13th at this stage as we go through the first Lesmo. But it is F1 Alex and Matty D13 at the moment in first and second. As I say that is the ultimate commentator's curse as Matty drops down and then pulls himself back up into the lead. This is the beauty of one-shot qualifying. We have no idea what's going on.
No one's got an absolute divvy what is going on. But Gwatz, you can see, losing a little bit of time down the straight. Surely he's got more of a race-orientated setup. As he's invalidated the lap there, which caused him to drop all the way back down. So we'll hop aboard with Rob for remainder of this. For championship leader, is he going to be able to put himself? Very true, jumping up into P5. Rob is going to be looking to continue his storm of this championship. I mean, we've seen it before, haven't we? Rob is able to pull out some fantastic laps when it comes to crunch time, but Peya ends up popping it on pole position there by almost a 10th in comparison to Rob, Matty D, Alex, Hayden, Punju, Duncan, Badger, Adam Sanderson, P9, my pick. Not far off. I was expecting a top 5, but you know what? I think I might let them. But I mean, as far as one-shot qualifying's go, that wasn't that bad at all.
No, that was very good. Peya wasn't really in the frame in the first half of the lap, and then came out of nowhere. Must have had a really good run through the second Lesmo and then up through Ascari. I do want to personally apologise to B-Roy, who I said could be up in the top 5 and ends up in 17th with a 46.1. Not ideal there. 3 drivers not getting the time in, and then Gwatz will be hugely disappointed. Was in a really good position. And he's going to be starting last.
Honestly, commentator curses, but I did notice a chat message earlier from Miss Formula saying no bananas for today. Absolutely is. You better believe I'm coming to the creative series powered by EA Sport with a banana, just to make sure that little bit. How's your time? Go grab a snack, go get a drink, run back here as fast as you can for the start of this F2 race, and then of course make sure while we're running the highlights you're playing in the background after this race while we're leading up to the build-up for the F1 race as well, which is happening a little later on today. It's all looking good. It's all looking gravy here at Creative Series, and come on, can we just get to the grid? Can we get to the grid already?
I'm so excited for this. We didn't mention it, but the top three were covered by less than a tenth of a second.
Ridiculous.
That's what Monza does. It brings everyone close together. It's a bit like Austria because the track's short. You get that convergence of lap times. Hayden Gullis was in and about the top 5 or so, so he'll be relatively satisfied with that. And it's a pretty decent place to start. But yeah, it is.
I feel like it's also the lack of braking points. Well, because these cars, you know, although they're not as powerful as the F1 cars, you know, the braking points, there's so much time to be made up in the braking points. The rest of the time, the car is going absolutely all the drivers know where to lift. You know exactly what they're doing when it comes to parabolic. They know when they can start applying. Done the practice, they put the hours in, they understand how the car operates and works, and that's really just fantastic to see here. But I do believe we're going to be underway for another formation lap, and this time, hopefully, get the front 2 drivers qualified from
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, and I, for one, am very much looking forward to it. Soft tyres for Perrier on pole position, though. And then we've got a nice little mix, actually, of soft and medium compound tyres. So the strategy element is going to be a big factor as well. So just adding to the intrigue of this race that hopefully we're going to get over the next 15 laps.
Someone we should point out is Dale, back on that soft compound tyre. He was happy with the launch he had from that sprint race. He knows what he's got to gain here on the soft compound tyre. I've been looking at a one-stop strategy, soft to the mediums, or mediums to the soft. Don't expect the hard tyre to be used unless there's a very, very early safety car and people feel like they want to risk it for a biscuit. Personally, I'd risk it for a banana, not necessarily a biscuit. Not a fan.
Banana's a good one. Any other fruits that you would go for? I think that's I would risk it for a pear. I think that's a decent shout.
I reckon. Tier list, I'd risk it for. Banana's number 1 by far. Then tomato.
I can get behind that.
The little plum tomatoes.
Nice.
And I suppose a Granny Smith green apple one, sour one. It's used for cooking, but because I'm weird, I just eat it.
That is very specific. You've obviously have you put thought into this before this?
No.
Wow.
Oh. No. Never. Wouldn't ever dream about it. As Random IE as well is correcting me, saying no hards in F2, I believe. You are correct. I see the red S. I see the yellow M. I miss the white H's. I do. Tell you what I also miss as well, the super hards. That light blue tyre.
Oh my! They were used like once, were they? It was
Nico
Silverstone
Hulkenberg.
2018. Oh my days!
Nico Hulkenberg for a practice session, but they looked so cool. It was like a wet tyre, but it was a slick tyre. It was cool, and I loved it. And someone who's going to be looking for that perfect launch is Pay. You can see how he's already pointed that car over towards that, well, our left-hand side of the grid here to try and get that best run possible to block it off from Rob. He's going to be sitting here in P2. You can see Peya's pointing the car straight at him, but you can see those wheel tracks of where he's burnt a little bit of rubber just to try and get a little bit more traction down. So let's give it a mention, right? These lights are going to go out. How is Rob going to find Peja's launch? Peja on the soft compound, Rob on the mediums. There's a lot on the table.
Absolutely.
2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And away we go for the feature race here in F2 Creator Series. And you can see Peja having a beautiful start with a little bit of wheel spin, which gives Rob the opportunity here to try and hang it around the outside, but he's just going to have to brake a little bit earlier just to make sure he's going to be able to keep it within tow. Ends up getting the cutback. He's going to be taking the lead there into that second corner, but of course, Peja is going to get the better traction with the better line and the better tyres in order to continue himself up into the lead, but it won't be too long before Rob gets another chance to strike, as Hayden's made a brilliant jump there up into P3 on that soft compound tyre. As you got notice right now, they're going too wide once again. How many times we saw these cars go too wide here and have a little bit of an accident? We're just going to have to keep an eye out for the rest of the grid here, making sure we're able to get through perfectly fine. We're not commentators cursing it just yet. We're not saying it's been an absolute brilliant run through lap 1 because there's still Got about half a lap to go. As you can see, Rob just falling back there in the second Lesmo, making sure not to go side by side with Peyo, because he knows that'll just bring Hayden Gullis back into this fight for this lead. And the last thing Rob wants is to help out his championship rival scoring extra points. But, dare I say it now, it's going alright. I'm saying it.
It's going pretty well. We got through T1 and T2 pretty nice and tidy, but if you look at the two out in front, both of them desperate to lead this race and control the pace for the majority of it. Perrier more so because he's on the soft compound tyre. They've got to be careful of Hayden, who had that brilliant start that you mentioned, having a little look around the outside. Into the parabolica we go. They get very close at the apex, and that's going to allow Hayden maybe for the up and under on the inside to try and challenge Rob for second place. We've got the top four who have broken away a little bit from the group behind them. It is Perrier leading from Rob, Hayden Gullis, and then Matty D13. Look at them almost pushing each other down the main straight. Are we going to have three wide down into turn one? We are. Hayden over to the right-hand side on the grass. Perrier has to move out to the left to avoid it. Hayden very committed up the inside and gets the lead of the Grand Prix. Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant indeed. On that soft compound tyre, he was able to brake, but Rob and Matty D, they know all they've got to do is play their time here. They're on the mediums.
Absolutely.
They've
Rob's
just got to run
backwards
their race.
At this stage. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, they've just got to run their own race. They know that come at the end of this race, they'll have the pace over these two cars in front. And if Hayden and Perrier keep fighting the way they're doing, they might have to wait until the crossover point in the tyres to be able to try and put a bit of a battle in. As we see Rob getting past Perrier now, he's going to have his eyes and the scope of that sniper pointed directly at Hayden Gullis, trying to find any opportunity to be able to finally get an overtake sorted for the lead of this race. He's been waiting, hasn't he? Perrier did brilliant on that first lap. Now it's up to Hayden to defend the lead and potentially defend his chances of coming out of this race leading the championship.
Yeah, it's a big moment for our two championship protagonists, and Rob sat in the slipstream going towards the parabolica. Will he be interested in making this move? Well, he commits down the inside of Hayden. Will he try and hang it up the inside? Hayden doesn't look too interested in fighting at that hole, although they do make a little bit of contact going through the parabolica, still side by side. Hayden tucks in behind. I've got to be careful of Perrier as Matty has dropped back behind them, falling behind Punju as they're swapping places. Punju in the Dam's fastest lap. Deja vu once again. Are we going to have three wide into turn one? Yes, but it's the opposite way around. Perrier this time on the grass on the right hand side. Are we going to swap places once again? Who's going to be bravest on the brakes? Hayden turns in. Obviously they make contact. You can't get three cars through there. A little bit of bumping and grinding further back as Punju tries to force his way through. We've got a car spinning on the inside curb further back. I think that was Badgerman in the ART car following out through the Curva Grande though. Hayden Gullis under pressure still from Rob. We've got a bit of a pile-up going through turn one further back, I believe, but into the Della Roggia we go.
Yeah, it was
yes, further back and holds on.
As we've got Punji going... Sorry, Perrier going very deep there, and Punji having a little nibble, trying to get past, but Matty D sneaks his way through there on that inside, heading into Lesmo 1. Brilliant stuff from Matty. Very opportunistic overtake, and he'll be looking to keep his head down and continue the charge to catch back up to the DRS of Rob, who is currently just trying to find an opportunity now to sneak past Hayden. DRS.
But yeah, certainly getting stuck into the battles, but it's not been advantageous so far, going from first down to fourth with Punju and F1 Alex with Badgerman, Patterson and Duncan. This is a train that goes down to 9th place, I've only just realised. Perrier's got to keep it a little bit cleaner and stop losing time in these squabbles, because the win is certainly there for the taking for the Campos driver, and they've got the pace to do it as well.
Yeah, exactly. As Badgerman makes a lovely move there. Just trying to get around the outside, but is he able to secure it? He's on that soft compound tyre, so he should be able to theoretically get the better run. He's took the wider line, so he's going to have more traction coming out down on this main straight. And he'll also... No, he won't be able to pick up the slipstream. He's going to have to tuck back in underneath that rear wing of Alex, because Punju lent across to the right-hand side, giving Alex a little bit of slipstream. So Badger's going to have to be very late on the brakes here. Alex almost pushing him off the circuit there. That was fantastic driving. Imagine if we saw two championship protagonists doing that back in 2021. Imagine.
Oh, don't remind me. That was a good race to watch. As a McLaren fan, I have to say, they're really getting stuck into each other as they go into combat again through the Curva Grande. Badgerman this time to the left-hand side at the inside into the Della Roggia chicane. They don't keep it clean. Again, banging of wheels, but it's F1 Alex that comes out in front. And the second Van Amersfoort car of Patterson now on the back of the ART.
Exactly, and it's going to be so tough here. Try and get those soft tyres back in the operating window, because once they end up getting slightly overheated, you'll notice as Badgerman slides it through there, but they can be so tough to keep a hold of. And now Patterson's going to be looking to try and get a run going down the inside via Badgerman, heading all the way into Ascari. It's going to be a tough one to try and make a move there, so he does decide to sit back, bide his time, and try and find another opportunity. But you mentioned this train was heading all the way down to P9. It's now down to P13. These lot keep fighting, and it keeps bringing more and more drivers into this battle. It's absolutely fantastic, as I believe Carbon Shadow here might be looking to try and get a little move. Serious, we've got Matty D and Peya swapping positions for P3. Is Carbon going to be able to hold it around the outside on his medium compound tyres? That's the real question. No, but he's going to be able to get the run. That's the key part. That's where we're going to be able to make the time, heading all the way down into turn 1 as Rob is trying to do so on Hayden. But he just doesn't seem to have the overspeed, does he?
No, I mean, he seems pretty content just to sit behind. We've got a very aggressive racing from Peya and Punju into turn 1. F1 Alex clatters into the side of the recovering Dam's car. Punju was looking really quick, but just got caught in that train. They're making contact with the Campos car. Didn't quite catch what went on there, but now he's got to be careful of Badgerman in the ART sat behind, going up towards the Della Roger chicane. And Badgerman, as we've seen in the previous laps, has been very racy in the first 5 laps of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, of course. He's absolutely doing everything in his power to keep those soft tyres alive and keep pushing further and further up the grid. But when is going to be the crossover point between these soft and medium tyres? When are the mediums going to be quicker? Will they be quicker at any point? Are they just going to have to try and wring out these soft tyres as long as possible? Because at the minute,
I reckon we're very close to it. I reckon we're very close to that.
As Hayden, you know, he's been under pressure by Rob on the medium compound tyre for this entire time, when naturally you would expect the soft tyres to be able to hold it back a little better. Even if Rob does have the DRS, you would expect Hayden to be able to pull a little bit of distance going through the fast corners. But it just doesn't seem like that's the way it's working here.
No, it's a really interesting thing to look at. Talking of the Prema cars, though, Hayden's teammate Hoodie Pete getting really stuck in further back, battling with Duncan down into Ascari, but doesn't manage to get the place as further forward. Punju trying to recover from that contact with Peya at the start of the previous lap, gets back past F1 Alex, although Peya into the pits and gets a 5-second penalty for speeding into the pit lane. That could be curtains for any hopes of getting on the podium for the Campos driver.
Not only that as well, but putting himself out of the DRS train. You'd only have Dale for company towards the back of the grid, but I believe Dale might have had a front wing change, which is going to obviously put him outside of DRS as well. So it's a bit of a risky strategy trying to go for an undercut without getting a tow from the cars in front, without getting the DRS as well. Obviously, no ERS on these Formula 2 cars as well. It's very interesting that he's decided to do that. Could potentially put him in a position of vulnerability, but he felt like it was the right time to call it in. There's a reason we're not engineers, Tom, so I'm just going to have to give him benefit of the doubt there.
I think it's a relatively smart decision. Obviously, it feels like he's losing too much time batting with cars, so wants to get free air. But then, and I hate to use the word, but a little bit of a bottle job on the entry into the pit lane with that 5-second penalty eliminates any real chance of really overcoming the delta deficit he's going to get from losing the slipstream and DRS into Ascari's F1 Alex. Having a little look at the inside of Punju in 4th and 5th, Carbon Shadow and Adam Sanderson, Devon Butler swapping places just outside of the top 10 as well. Got more drivers on the mediums at this stage. I think they're starting to feel the benefits of that time, because the soft runners seemingly starting to struggle, with Rob still glued to the back of Hayden's Prema coming out of Parabolica.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the other Prema here of Hoodie Pete, trying to get a move done on Patterson. Not quite there. He's had to back off a little. Going to see this little gaggle of soft compound tyres diving it into the pits. We've got Punju, we've got Patterson as well into the pits off that soft compound tyres. Now this will be a really good opportunity to try and necessarily spot out where they're going to come out in relation to Peya, as Gwatz as well is going for a move down the inside of B-Roy. Very late on the brakes, B-Roy giving him a little bump, a little rubbing his racing on the tyres, just making sure that Gwatz is going to be aware that he's not going to be able to take that position so easily. But Gwatz does not care. He's more than happy to put his Trident in that correct position, going back over to the inside now, defending it and slightly just pulling away. But is it going to be enough before the braking zone? And it is. He's able to secure that position. As we notice now, Peya has got quite a lead over the likes of Punju and Patterson. You've only got to think, the longer that this race goes, the longer that the soft tyres wait to dive it into the pits, the bigger that gap's going to be.
Absolutely, and one of the key signs of maybe the state of the soft compound tyres is the change for the lead, because Rob, it was a fairly understated move down into turn one, just used the DRS, moved over to the right-hand side and took that lead from Hayden, who has managed to keep up, but not quite as well as Rob was on the previous lap. So I'd be surprised if Hayden doesn't dive into the pits at the end of this lap, especially with the progress that Perry is making further down at the back of the pack in 16th. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Hayden does here. I'd expect him to come into the pits, but you never know. They don't know. Darts in very late.
You knew. As he gets 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well. That is absolutely huge.
Badgerman's done it as well. People really seeming to find the breaking point for the pit lane. Duncan does it as well. We've got a plethora of penalties for speeding in the pits. 5 seconds. So maybe the advantage that we thought Payer had lost by being into the pits. Everybody's headed to do it. It seems to be a little bit contagious. So we could be seeing a few more when the medium runners come in as well. Nice stops from everyone in the pits. We'll have to see where Payer is in comparison to these cars exiting the box, though.
Not only that as well, but F1 Alex and Carbon Shadow have dived it in, put the soft compounds on.
Hey,
Anderson as well. Interesting.
Yeah.
But Payer coming out in a net P2 at the minute. 4 seconds. But that interval is going to change rapidly. That Hayden now has to warm up his tyres, because obviously no tyre blankets in F2. It's going to be interesting to kind of see how much Payer is going to be able to catch up in this lap.
And that's for position as well. The penalties have cancelled each other out, so Hayden's got to be careful that Payer doesn't catch too much, and then use the DRS and the slipstream just to effectively drag him along up towards what you would imagine would be Rob when he makes his stop. But I don't know when the ART car will come into the box. Further forward, we've got some scraps down into Ascari. Artemis and Zach RC squabbling over 6th and 7th on the road. I think that is a net outside of the top 10 as Zach picks up a penalty for going off the road and has a big slide on the exit of Ascari as well.
Challenging, because players are not looking the best. Rob knows it. But Matty's staying out. Interesting stuff there. Overcut maybe. It's like the undercut's the more powerful route to take. So Matty seems to be in a club of one for that respect. Although yours sincerely and B-Roy stat as well. Zach, another 5-second penalty for a driver coming into the pits, and that's going to really hurt his chances of getting inside the top 10. Further back, F1 Alex is battling with Badgerman still for what is 12th and 13th at the moment. But there is a tyre offset, both the same age of tyres. But like you said, it's the soft tyres for the Van Amersfoort car. Badgerman getting a little bit wobbly coming out of the Parabolica, and that should open F1 Alex up for the move to take 12th place, although that should be a little bit high with these guys in the pits. Yeah, I mean, basically, Alex here looks like he could be in a great position. Rob as well, hopping over that soft compound tyre. He's lost a second to Hayden, but obviously Hayden sped him a pit lane. He's going to get a penalty for that. Slam dunk. So, Rob is now in practically the net lead of this race. All he's got to do now is get past Hayden on track. I mean, he's got open air in front of him so that he can really start pushing, you know, the necessary limits of what his pace is capable of to try and run away with this race.
It's a massive blunder from Hayden, especially when you consider the situation of the championship standings. Rob outscoring Hayden in the sprint race, and then this feature race you would expect, barring any whoopsies in the last 6 laps or so, that is going to be Rob that leads Hayden home. And who knows, Hayden, if he's not 5 seconds ahead of somebody like Punju, who is not too far away from being inside that 5-second window of Hayden Gullis, could be dropping even further back.
Exactly. All these little mistakes add up over the course of a championship. Obviously, we're only on round 4 here, but, you know, the further we get into this championship, the more that these little mistakes, you know, which have creeped in over these starting rounds, they all add up. You know, they can change a title. When it gets to the latter stages, if you're missing out by 5-6 points every round because of these little mistakes, they all accumulate into what could potentially be, you know, a catastrophic result for the likes of Hayden in this championship battle. As we see Rob now directly behind him on that soft compound tyre, looking for a move to the inside. He's already toggled the DRS off before he even slams on the brakes, and he gets the move done nice and easy down to the inside. I don't think Hayden was fighting that one too much. He knew he's just got to try and tag along here with Rob, use the DRS, use the slipstream, and just follow him along, let him get a, you know, get a bit of a tow throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, not surprising. Just wants to get dragged away from the cars behind. Punju is sat pretty much on the 5-second window between Hayden and himself. So that's a very interesting one that we'll have to keep an eye on for the rest of the race. Punji with 1 lap older tyres as well, but should have F1 Alex and potentially Badgerman cruising up to the back of the Dams car with Matty D13 on the brand new soft tyres in that mix as well. We've got a yellow flag going through the Della Roger chicane. I think that's Hoodie Pete who's come a cropper there. Yes, is off in the grass on the inside. That's an unusual place to lose the car actually, but drops down into 16th. That's probably any hope of a top 10 finish gone, and actually loses out to Jess Gamer, who gets up into 16th through the first Lesmo there.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very tough, is it? Might have had a little bump there. Sure, we'll leave that one for Stewards to have a little look at, but Hayden is still right up behind the back of Rob here. I expect the soft tyres to last comfortably till the end of this, as well as me. But it's going to be more down to the racecraft. Hayden's going to be. Obviously, he still wants to try and beat. But wants to try and, win the race on merit, just to maybe add a little bit of a mental game to his F2 Championship battle, knowing that he can beat Rob, and that it wasn't necessarily just down to pure pace that Rob was able to get it done, and forcing Rob to kind of take the win through merit of the penalty, which
safety car.
Little mental games like that all add up, and I believe that's because Dale has DNF'd coming out of the second Lesmo safety car here. Surely that's going to change a couple of these.
Yeah, this is massive, especially when look on that side of the timing charts. Look at how many people have got 5-second penalties for what the majority is for speeding in the pits, and because it's 5 seconds rather than 3, that's going to see the final order completely shaken up, and it's going to give the likes of Punju, F1 Alex, and Matty D, who haven't got penalties, a chance for potentially a win finish.
Exactly. Dive it all into the pits, get a new fresh set of softs on. Tell you what, let's turn this feature race back into a sprint race again. Why not?
It'll be interesting to see if anyone does take the plunge. It's probably someone that's a little bit out of position, maybe. I'm trying to look for someone that might go for it. Maybe Zach RC down in 13th has got a 5-second penalty. That could be one that comes in, although will drop obviously to the back of the pack. Gwatz has not had the feature race that we were expecting. Still down in 18th, has struggled to make progress. I think been involved in a couple of scrapes and bangs through the course of the 11 laps so far. But Rob, now with the field closing up thanks to the safety car, sitting very pretty out in front.
I mean, yeah, you can probably expect Hayden to dive into pits here as well, just to get rid of that time penalty as well. You're going to see Hayden and Pay both dive it in. And I believe Rob there was trying to play it a little sneakily. I think he was just trying to hold up the delta a little bit, just to make Hayden lose a couple extra positions on track because of having to run to the delta before they end up approaching the safety car. Very smart, strategical, but you got to think as well. Is it really going to be worth it for maybe the 2-3 laps of running we're going to be able to get on this soft compound tyre?
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think there's that much of a net gain here, to be honest, because of the number of people inside what has now become the top 10 with 5-second penalties. I think Hayden was probably, P5 was maybe still a realistic target. I think that's going to be very difficult now to try and get up into that position. So Rob is going to be licking his lips here because the advantage that he currently holds in the championship could be expanded to quite the extent come the final 3 laps.
Absolutely. And we also do have to say thank you very much to Paddy Pat for the raid. Thank you, Patty. It's great to have you here. It's great to have the community as well joining us for this finale to the F2 race here before we end up getting the big dogs in at 6 PM for that F1 race with the likes of Benjamin Daly returning back to the grid. Is he going to be a bottle job once again? Only time will tell. It's going to be interesting, and I for one am definitely going to keep an eye out for it. Hopefully, we're going to be able to see some great racing like we've seen here so far in this F2 weekend, I suppose we can call it.
The return of Mr. Tia McMardick. He's done pretty well at Monza in the past. I think he picked up a win back on F1 22 in Season 2, I believe. So, got a bit of pedigree as the Australian.
He does indeed. He does indeed. It's going to be interesting. Monza, of course.
Very much so.
Saw a little bit of carnage earlier. Had a little dopamine rush of watching cars go smash, but are the F1 lot going to get the same sort of dopamine rush? That's the question.
I really enjoyed that. I know it's a very very understated part of the whole F2 weekend, but that was a very enjoyable part, watching people clatter into each other off what was a faux start, if you like. That was a highlight for me, definitely.
Exactly. It's just like, I don't know. It's just these little things here that you can show the chat and they understand. They understand what's going on. They understand it's not the real restart. We can just get them more involved. We can have a little bit of carnage. We can have a little bit of mess as well. Absolutely fantastic. It's great fun to have watching some of these drivers who, you know, some of them are the best creators in the world when it comes to the F1 Series games. Some of them best creators outside of the F1 Series game as well. Very creative, all, you know, talented individuals to such a brilliant extent. Just unwind a little bit, have a little bit of fun, and, you know, turn it into a bit of a Wreckfest game.
Definitely. That's Wreckfest. What a game that is, Wreckfest. It's a demolition derby, you could call it. I just want to return to the action quickly. Punju on the medium compound tyres, sitting very pretty, but Matty D13 is on 3-lap newer soft compound tyres. Now, Matty started the season very well, had a little bit of a drop-off in recent races, but is obviously a very capable driver. As we get the notice from race control that the safety car is in this lap, will have 2 laps of racing action. Matty D13 could be a very decent shout for a P2 at the end of this race.
It's going to be interesting. And I, for one, I can see where you're going from with Matty here, but I don't know. He's on the younger side, isn't he? He's got a driver with a lot of potential. My only concern is he's going to be a bit too eager trying to get past the likes of Badgerman. Try and get onto the back of Rob's Alpine. And my only worry is that he's going to be a bit too excited to really try and go for it, but we can probably expect Rob to get going as late as he possibly can, knowing that he's going to have a train. He's going to be giving all these cars a tow going down the back at this start finish rate. And there we go, he's gone. Beautiful stuff from Rob, being able to catch out Punju just a little bit. But Matty D, as you mentioned, has had a brilliant restart. It's his young age, I'm telling you. There are reflexes. He's been able to do that one. We're going to cross the line as well, so we're going to be able to see all the cars going as well for any sort of overtake they want going down into turn 1, and that's where it's going to get a bit risky, a little bit carnage. It's absolutely interesting, but Hayden's been pushed off into the gravel. Oh dear. Was it worth the risk?
It's absolute chaos back there. Gwatz is involved as well as Devon Butler. That is, I mean, if this was earlier in the Grand Prix, we'd have another safety car, of course. But Hayden, he made the call to come into the pits, and well, hindsight is a beautiful thing. It was clearly not the right decision.
No, it absolutely wasn't. But Matty D staying out was the right decision, and he's just got to get past Punju as fast as he can so we can get back up to the rear of Rob's car. But Punju is stern on his defence here. He wants P2. He wants to get that podium. He wants to secure it. He doesn't want to let Matty pass, but Matty might give him no option to be outside, heading up into Ascari. It'll be a remarkable move if Matty can do it.
Beautiful stuff.
He has as well.
Textbook-like, you have to say. And Badgerman almost pushing Punju off the exit there. Punju could be struggling to hold on to third place, although the 2 drivers behind have got penalties. Got to be careful. Carbon Shadow and Yours Sincerely on the soft tyres. Puryear's managed to recover, trying to move up into 7th place. Meanwhile, going up the inside of Yours Sincerely into the Parabolica. That's probably the last position the Campos driver is going to make up as we begin the final lap. Rob is, well, he's cruising out in front, 2 seconds to buffer, and then a 5-car scrap maybe for second place, with 2 of them, of course, having penalties that will be applied post-race. Punju's looking to get this place back.
Surely, Punju's, he's got to make this overtake. Surely, he's just got to put himself in these positions where he's able to hold at Matty just for a little bit longer and just keep applying the pressure. But you see Matty just squirming away. That could be very much Punju's last chance to overtake here at the end of this Grand Prix, as Gwatz has retired from a session in the pit lane as well. Very unfortunate feature race for Gwatz after such a fantastic sprint race as well. It's so unfortunate.
Definitely. A real shame, but the pace is obviously there, and sometimes you don't get the rub of the green, which is clearly what's happened here, but he'll go again next week, I am sure. But if you look at the delta between Matty D and Punju, Punju is struggling to keep up. He's going to only barely pick up DRS going down towards Ascari as B-Roy picks up a 3-second penalty. Any further battles behind this, Duncan and Badgerman, who are the guys that are on the move, as Punju's got to defend maybe down into Ascari. I think Badgerman is fairly content just to sit behind with that penalty. Doesn't want to lose a lot of time, although he clatters the sausage curb on the inside, almost pushing him around. He's sliding his way through. Look, got absolutely no grip for that ART car as Duncan picks up another penalty. That could be curtains for the Roden Carlin car. I'm not quite sure how far Duncan's going to drop back, but he definitely is going to see himself outside the top 10 potentially. But Rob has been the class of the field in this Grand Prix in the feature race. It's been so good, and the Alpine livery ART car is going to cross the line to extend that championship lead, and by 2 seconds finishes ahead of Matty D13, and Punju will complete that podium. Carbon Shadow and Purrier are bumped up with the penalties, and they complete the top 5. Badgerman and Duncan falling down to the lower reaches of the top 10 with their respective penalties.
I mean, I feel like Rando summed it up in chat best. How did nobody DNF after that safety car restart? That was absolutely panic.
Felt a little bit like Mugello in the real life 2020 race on the safety car restart, where everyone piled into the back of each other. It was obviously a different circuit in Italy, but seemed to be like people got caught out coming out of the Rettifilia chicane.
Yeah, I mean, it could potentially be maybe a little bit of an Italian curse. Spread a race a little bit later on, but Rob, I mean, just expect it at this point, can't you? Another phenomenal drive from him, show himself to be a real talent, and you know, questions might need to start being asked. When's he going to get his shot in the big league in F1 here at Creator Series, of course powered by EA? So I feel like he could do some damage at them.
I don't think it'll be too long before we see him in the big leagues, because was really in a class of own. Came from, or maybe not quite last, I think it was 18th in the sprint race, up to second in 11 laps or so. That in itself is an extremely impressive achievement. And then was in complete control, used the DRS from the back of Hayden to his advantage, and then slipped past, and then managed to control the safety car restart very nicely. His backing up the pack, trying to limit the slipstream effect going down the straight, was perfectly executed, and will take the full points from the feature race.
Absolutely fantastic. But of course, we do have a little brief window here to be able to try and get a couple of these drivers involved. You know, a bit more depth, a bit more personal. But I'd like everyone to welcome Punju into the commentary booth here.
But
Punju, how you doing, my friend?
Great. How are you guys?
I'm good, mate. How did you find that race? I mean, we saw you defending on that last lap as well. That was cheeky, very cheeky.
Yeah,
but
got a little toasty for sure. But I mean, Badgerman, I think he realizes, like, I got a fiver. It's not really worth it. Let's just go ahead and stay back. And so I gave him a little bit of like a shake, but like, hey, Badgerman, it's my wave. Like, don't do it.
Yeah, we saw that little squirm.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, this is what, my 3rd season here in Creator Series, and it took me this long to get a podium, so I'll take it, dude.
But you're here.
No, 4th, technically. Yeah.
Oh, well, technicalities don't matter. You were on the podium, and it counts.
You're right.
You take a bow, you take a breather.
We'll take it.
Right? You absolutely deserved
thank
it.
You.
And I mean,
appreciate it.
It was fantastic. I mean, how did you find the sprint race to the feature race? Was there anything you learned from that sprint race to sort of carry it over?
Yeah, I think in the sprint it was definitely like, you know, a good teaching experience for me to like figure out like, oh, hey, you know, where are the moves going to be? Where are people going to make some unconventional stuff? And how can I watch, you know, Carnage ahead of me? Because obviously in that sprint, I just had Perry and Hayden fighting each other in front of me in those last few laps when it was the 3 of us. I just kind of let them pass. I was like, all right, let's see what they do. And then maybe me getting that double on them after that Carnage, I realized like, okay, realistically, all I got to do is just put myself in a position to get lucky consistently as much as I can. And rather than trying to go super hard, I know people are realizing there's only 11 corners on Monza. They're going to take the chance every chance they get. Let's just stay back, let them take their chances, go suboptimal, and then have my optimal for my line. And that's kind of how I carried it into the feature, and it ended up working a couple times. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. Tom, do you have any questions, Bungie?
Not too many. I mean, I just really enjoyed how stuck in you got in those fights. It was really enjoyable to watch. Obviously, you've like you said, you've been around for a little bit of time, and this hasn't necessarily been the happiest of hunting grounds Monza before. I think you've got 2 DNFs in your F1 appearances.
So remind me.
Was that lingering over your head a little bit before the start?
I'd say yesterday, yes, but the moment that like, for me, I'm pretty good at, you know, compartmentalizing and saying, you know, past results are past results. They never dictate the future. And so as soon as I, you know, hit the go button and green lights went on for the first formation lap, I was like, nope, it's a new day. We're good. And then just went and carried it best I could.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
It was really good to watch.
Heck yeah. Well, before I go, I need to shout out Vic for getting points because that's a damn double points day today, and I'm so stoked that she got her points today. 13th is insane. And yeah, Dam's moving on up. There's no Constructors Championship, but if there is, everybody be warned.
Constructors in our heart, what can I say? Pokey?
Exactly.
Congratulations yourself, and of course, congratulations to your teammate, Nick. We have people in the chat, predicting a full podium lockout of securing P12P for it. We also had a couple of predictions last place as well, but it's not proven wrong and score some solid points. And it was also awesome to see you finally on the podium, Punji. Congratulations. Go and enjoy the rest of your day. And,
I appreciate it. I'm going to go pop some champagne and enjoy myself for sure.
Absolutely. Go for it, my friend. Thank you very much.
See you later, guys. Thanks for the shots today. You guys are awesome.
Thank you. What just lovely art.
I know. What a character. What a character. I love it.
Brilliant. Next up, for the got the one and only Matty D in here as well. So Matty, first of all, welcome to the commentary box, and second of all, congratulations on P2. Brilliant job, mate.
This is a racist, I'm not going to lie to you.
No, well, you were able to make it work. I mean, surely when that last safety car came out, part of you thought, you are dying. What was the noting factor which made you stay out?
Just due to the fact that my tyres weren't really that worn, if I'm being honest. I think they were like on 15% when the safety car first came out. So I got a part of me was saying, oh, they're still practically fresh and new, there's no point in boxing. I didn't even know what my other set of tyres were actually percentage-wise. So I just kind of stuck with my gut and stayed out.
Actually, great. Got Pete. If you was able to get past a little bit, do you feel like you could have put a bit more pressure on Rob, or do you feel like that wasn't really much to be able to take away? You were more than happy with Aiden.
Obviously, me and Punji were battling in the last 2 laps, so I felt like if me and him weren't battling as hard as we were, I think I probably would have gained a little bit more closer to Rob, but I feel like it would have probably been like an extra couple of laps situation for me to probably be honest with gearbox and to try and even think about making a move.
It's unfortunate because we saw the tyre delta. We're looking at, you're on the younger side of the talent rock. I was thinking maybe it's going to be a bit too early, a bit too early to try and get the move, but calculated it almost to a perfect level. It's fantastic at those and the field as well. So congratulations on the I'll pass it over to Tom for any.
Yeah, just echoing the same thing. Really, it was very enjoyable to watch. I do want to ask. Obviously, the safety car did bring you really back into the game. If the safety car didn't come out, what did you realistically think was possible? Because I think you were down in 8th, I believe it was, when it came out. Obviously on those brand new soft tyres, but with quite a bit of work still to do.
I think if the safety car didn't come out, I think I was expecting probably at least like P5 or something. But as the safety car came out, it saved me quite a bit due to the fact people had 5 seconds of penalties, people were boxing to serve them. It just came to me pretty much. Obviously, great battling with me and Punji. Got nothing else to say, really.
Well, you don't have to say anything else, mate. All you've got to do is carry that smile and look forward to the next week. And hold it high on your chest because... what more is it? It's going to be a... Would you say it's going to be more challenging? Or less challenging? It's Mystery Grand Prix. Is it
Mystery Grand Prix next week? I thought it was Hungary for us.
Oh yeah, no. Of course. Mystery Grand Prix for the F1. Yeah, you are correct. Hungary. So, Hungary. It's Monaco without walls. How do you feel about that?
Hungary has always been a good track for me personally. With the F2 cars, I haven't really touched it yet. But obviously in the F1 cars is like a stomping ground for me. I do like the track, but with the F2 cars being fairly understeery, it's going to be quite hard, I think.
Bit of a challenge, but we know what you like around here. So you can. So fingers crossed, and I'm going to wish you the best of luck for next week. Congratulations. Go and enjoy the rest of your night. Actually.
Thank you very much, guys, and well done on the comments tonight.
I just love it.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying, Tom?
What a community.
I'm saying, Tom, you need to work. First time here, it'll be lovely. Speaking about lovely, I feel like only one drives before. Absolutely. Start to finish. From the start of the sprint race, the end of the feature race, and that, of course. Rob, how are you doing? How do you feel after that?
Well, tired because the fight was hard today, but I really enjoyed the race. I don't know if you enjoy it from a spectator perspective, you know, but it was really good fighting today and really good racing. Even if the safety car scared me a bit at the end, I really enjoyed it today.
Yeah, it was absolutely, start to finish a little bit where you could have maybe been under a bit of risk if a race, but given what you showed in the sprint race, getting through the grid as quick as you did, with what you showed in the feature race, being able to defend off Hayden, forcing Hayden to take a couple minutes advantage by making later to cause a penalty, it was very well done from yourself. When you did notice Hayden picking up a time penalty, do you immediately think, right, okay, whatever I've got to do, I'll take these?
Well, it depends because sometimes, you know, there is everything can happen. I was thinking about the safety car and the safety car happened, but yeah, obviously when Aidon took the 5 seconds, I was like, okay, it's gonna be probably a bit easier because Aidon was my main opponent in the race. But no, I was still trying to fight. When I exited the pit, I saw that Aidon undercutted me because of the fresh tire, obviously. And the first lap with the soft, I was like, oh my god, I'm not that fast with the tires. I'm a bit scared. And no, it's just because the tires were really cold. And after the first lap on the T1, I took the inside of Aidon, and after it was just a matter of finishing the race, to be honest, because P2 was Aidon with 5 seconds and P3 was Pirja with 5 seconds. So I knew that it was gonna be easier. And then the safety car came and scared me a lot.
Yeah, who would you say you feel under pressure from the most? Especially after that safety car came out. Who would you say? Because you did say Hayden before was your biggest rival. But when that safety car came out, who were you most worried about?
Everyone. I mean, there is 2 laps remaining. Everyone wants to win, so everyone can do everything. So I was scared about everyone. To be honest, on the last lap, I saw like 2 seconds gap. I was like, okay, just bringing it home, and it's gonna be okay. But you never know, you know, at the restart of the safety car, especially on Monza, like there is a big braking zone on the T1. Obviously, I was a bit lucky because it was only the 2 last laps, so no DRS, and I was running pretty low wings, so I was a bit advantaged. But everyone can be a threat at the end with the safety car restart. I'll try to make the restart the latest possible, like just before the starting finish line. To avoid to make a big slipstream and to give them the drafts.
I mean, fantastic start. I'm sure Tom's got a question. Moving on. How that weekend went? For me, it was absolutely on field. Take it away.
Well, yeah. Just going back to the Hayden stuff. Obviously, main championship rival, or at least coming into this race, he was. Were there any games going on in that feature race? Because obviously you were very content just to sit behind and almost when we cut on board, we were pushing him around the Parabolica. So any cheeky games going on there?
Well, I was more thinking about the later in the race. I knew that starting with medium and seeing Pirja and Aidon starting on soft with a similar pace to me, I was going to be under threat. And what I was trying to do first, it was just to follow Pirja and try to see if Pirja can create a gap. And everyone started to fight. So I was like, okay, then it's just perfect for me because you're gonna lose time with your fresher and softer tires. And then once Aidon overtook me and Pirja, I said, okay, now nobody is passing me behind, and I'm just gonna try to follow Aidon and create a big gap behind us. and we did it pretty well, to be honest. I was more thinking about, you know, not especially mental game with Aidon. I was just trying to create a gap and to at least make my P2 safe, and then after at the end fight Aidon with softer and fresher tire. And I think it did pretty well. I managed it. I'm really happy about what I did today on the first 2-3 laps, because the fight was really good to do with Pirja and Aidon. And the strat and the thinking about later in the race was really good, to be honest.
Yeah, incredible 3 or 4 car battle, the opening stage of the Grand Prix. But yeah, congratulations on another very good race victory.
Thank you guys, and thank you again for the content and the stream and everything, and thank you to the whole community of the Creator Series. Tell me.
You pick driver from the F that you think. I only say one name.
Oh, one name. Well, he told me in voice chat that he is gonna win, so obviously I'm gonna say Skyzy. And because he's French. But I could, to be honest, you told me one name, but I could say Tom also, because I think Tom is running a really good start of the season. So maybe Tom can be a masterpiece today. So let's see.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win once again, and congratulations on extending your championship. Hopefully we'll see you back next for some more interviews. But thank you once again. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Wow, crazy stuff.
Again, absolutely love it.
Yes.
But fortunately, that's our time done, Tom. That we do have to put the baton over. That's which will be starting in about half an hour. But in the meantime, we're not going to abandon you on a black screen. Care too much, you. But we will say, from our side, thank you very much for tuning in to the EA Sports Creator Series for the F2 broadcast. Don't worry, we've got a lovely little highlights package for you. But until 6 o'clock, until you end up getting returned with Jess and TK, some brilliant commentary action there around the streets of Monza. Thank you very much. Catch you guys next time. Here you go, banana skin.
Banana consumed.
Never even knew I munched it out of nowhere. But we'll catch you then. Bye for now.
Are starting to get sealed in to Q2. Safso's retired from the session. He's way up the order. He feels he's safe. Hoodie, Pete, Patterson, Chesnoid Gaming, Meraki and Alex Bird are all on laps again. So is Hayden Gullis down in 14th, who's in the drop zone, but who could be in the drop zone if people improve. Hayden Gullis through the Nouvelle Chicane right now. Of course, he won the sprint race in the F2 today already, and he won the feature race at Baku last week. But doing double duty here in the F1 because we've had so many people away for the Daytona, dancing through these corners. Hayden Gullis looking for improvement. So far, he hasn't found improvement through the first and second sectors and comes into the pit. So that is big. Kenko at risk here. He's down in 15th. Is Patterson improving? He did have a better middle sector, but a little bit squirrely on traction out of the swimming pool section. Around Vasquez as someone's just jumped up the order. It was Chesnoid. He's jumped into 14th. So Kenko is confirmed out. Patterson over the line here, and he hasn't improved. Meraki on another set of intermediates. He won't improve to get out this session. But Alex Bird, the man who picked up the final points paying positions in China, can only get 17th here and is out of Q1. Meraki out there on a lap on a pair of intermediates. He's gone into the pits. I don't think he's picked up intermediates pole. I'm not sure who has it, to be honest. I'm sure we'll be told in chat soon enough, but that is it. Hayden Gullis just through by the skin of his teeth. Emphatic, looking improved this year, took a break away from the F1 game right at the end of last year, has come back refreshed and picking up points, much like his season 3 form, which was very good and encouraging, got him that move to Ferrari, but he just couldn't deliver in season 4. But through the first couple of rounds, he's had a good couple of places, and he is 6th in the championship because of that, as he heads to the Nouvelle Chicane, and he will dance through this chicane, just looks to clip that curb as much as possible, and that is very spectacular. What happened there? His front left wheel is off. There's a car coming through. That is Elray Giri, but he must have hit that inside wall, and I think I just cursed him by saying how well he was doing this season. Well, he is not going to take any further part in this session. We could see the likes of Mr. Dell and even Rasen get kicked out here. They're not too far away from the drop zone. Nagiri, who is in sixth, like he's safe for 109.934 for him, and I would agree with him. But his teammate not safe on the bubble at the moment. Matty D13 is on yet another lap, and he is looking for improvement, and he has found improvement. No, he hasn't. He's not. He's going into the pits, but we will see Hayden Gullis come over the line, and we'll see Elray Giri come over the line. Elray Giri in 10th. He needs to improve to make himself safer in this session and prevent himself from being attacked here by Hayden Gullis over the line into 8th. That puts Safso on the bubble. We have Safso and Hayden Gullis out there on laps at the moment. We're going to jump to the Mercedes driver as he comes and navigates this final sector. Hayden Gullis not improving through the first 2 sectors, so that could be damning for him. Safso has jumped up the order. He's in 8th, so Matty D13 has been knocked down. Mr. Dale, the person on the bubble, he took attention early, and he's going to regret it because he hasn't made it through to the final round of qualifying. Elray Giri just through. Hayden Gullis jumps up the order to 8th, and that was a thrilling end to that session.
Does indeed. Safso, we're now riding on board with in the Aston Martin, making his way now down towards the Nouvelle chicane and taking that through. Skyzy 109.5 is now our fastest lap. Of course, it's our only lap so far, but here comes Safso then flying through to back and making his way now through in towards that swimming pool section, now diving in. Oh, a little tap of the wall. That's more than a kiss. That was a snog into the barrier there, as he'll now try and get back onto the power. He's going to finish this lap as he makes his way through Anthony Noakes, and with that DRS wide open, he'll make his way across the line. Second fastest, 1 minute 10.3. There's definitely more time in it for Safso, but that little peck on the exit of the swimming pool section did not help at all.
Yeah, so he is down in 3rd position, and I think people will come through and beat that time. Someone who would love to beat it is Jan van Geffen. Not fastest through the first 2 sectors here, like Safso was in the 3rd sector. He's coming to the line now in the Ferrari, filling in for Tim at Marduk, and he doesn't need fastest sectors through the 1st and 2nd. He'll just go grab it through the final sector and jump to the top of the timing screens. And GB68 is saying, my wheel is constantly disconnecting, and that is that's not going to be helpful for him. That may be a bit of a hindrance for him. So that's going to be very, very tricky. We'll watch out for that through qualifying over the course of the race.
But I'm getting word that Rasen is going purple out there at the moment. One of the fastest laps we've seen so far tonight. He makes his way through in towards the Nouvelle chicane, onto the power, through the revs he goes, and flying in towards Tabac as he now makes his way, sizing up the chicane there of Louis Chiron, now in towards the swimming pool section, getting up close and personal with those barriers. You have to get that lap time in there. And now coming out of Raskas, through in towards Anthony Noakes, and making her way up the revs, through the gears, and Rasen crosses the line to take fastest lap of the day so far. 1 minute 8.826, grabs provisional pole position as it stands.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. Jan van Geffen coming to the line, and can he improve? No, he misses out by 3/100ths of a second on Rasen Shai. So Rasen Shai, who's out there on a lap at the moment, not out there on a lap, sorry, is safe because of that moment. M-Sky Z's on an outlap. He's looking to try and get to the line. I think he's fairly close. I think indeed he has gone over the line. So he is someone who could maybe knock Rasen Shai out here. Rasen Shai has also, I think, gone over the line again. So he's going for another lap. Rasen Shai currently sitting in pole position, but he has M-Sky Z fast behind Jan van Geffen. I think he's going to be looking to start as best second, maybe as far down as 3rd, unless someone down the order can shock the order and jump up and knock Jan van Geffen down. M-Sky Z out there on a lap. Rasen Shai out there on a lap, not looking to take that drifty line. And I think he wasn't very quick through the 1st sector, so I don't know if he's improving out here. Hayden Gullis, not expecting any miracles out there on this lap. Let's see where he can get up to. It was a surprise that he even got into this session with how much he struggled in Q1, so he's doing a decent job at that. Maybe he can just take a few scalps but Hayden Gullis, who is actually coming to the line now in that Mercedes, filling in for Michi Hoyer. Can he do anything? It's green through the first 2 sectors, but it's a 1:10.276, firmly off the pace of this top 10 shootout. Now over to his Mercedes teammate for the week, Razin Shai, out there. He hasn't improved in the first sector nor the second sector, and he doesn't improve overall. That's simple mathematics. But M-Sky Z, he's had a moment out there. He's not going to improve, so it's just Nigiri who can do anything. And through the first sector, he's slow, and you can see that he's slow out there. We are done. Razin Shai has took pole in the fan vote Grand Prix here in Monaco. Yorick Jan van Geffen will start alongside him from the front row of the grid, and it's Frenchman M-Sky Z, who was one of the people desperately voting for Spain, has put in a decent result here and got into 3rd position. And it is Razin Shai on pole, and the creators go racing in Monaco on the streets of the Principality, and Yorick Jan van Geffen immediately tucks behind, and that is good and clean through the first few corners. There's a little bit of a moment between Elve Giri and I believe that was Pay, GB68 and Hayden Gullis battling through Massenet at the moment. Also Tom trying to get around the outside of M-Sky Z as they come towards the end of the first sector. M-Sky Z holding the inside line of Mirabeau High, and he is still ahead, but Tom, the inside line of the hairpin, very forceful. We have a safety car, and there is Elve Giri out of the race. There must have been an incident at the top of Mirabeau Hill, and we can see it. He's crashed out on the exit there. Yeah, Razin Shai goes for it on the exit of the final corner, and that left Yorick a little bit in his dust, but Tom following in. It's such a short run to turn 1, so difficult to make a position. Hayden Gullis was maybe quite close to GB68, but still backing away. It's 1 by 1, all trailing each other quite safely here as we've gone green flag racing again here on lap 4. Razin Shai in the lead for the Mercedes, down in 7th position in the championship. He'd be gaining 25 points as things stands. A very long way to go in this race, of course, though. But Yorick Jan van Geffen in 2nd, our reserve driver. The last time we raced in Monaco, he won. It's Tom on those softs, chasing down the 2 medium runners. Adam Sanderson, unfortunately, there's a wheel off, and it's Matty D13, and that is on the apex of the Novell chicane, and that has to be a safety car. The Williams of Hoodie Pete just managed to avoid it, and that's also the Ferrari there of Infratic getting past him. But yeah, we'll have to see what happened to him there. But that's the 2nd safety car already here, and those runners at the front will just be lamenting it as Adam Sanderson's ignored Delta and has picked up a drive through. It's a big element of the F2, the Deltas being caused by VSCs. And he looks and he keeps going, so he hasn't nailed it in the same place, but now he's gone. So he is gone. So we are racing again here in Monaco as we go on to lap 11, and it's just behind. It looks like Safso was looking maybe for a move, and he has on M-Sky Z just put in a little bit of a move. I think it was Safso on Paya. Sorry, and Paya has made a move, and the 2 Aston Martins are battling up through Beaurivage. I think there's been a bit of a shuffle of positions there. It is McLaren's 4th and 5th, GB68 in the Aston, and Safso in 7th in the Aston Martin. So that's a bit of a shuffle there for Louise Car. And he is going to be looking at it, but emphatic, going around the outside of Hayden Gullis as you at Massenet, and it's going to be very difficult to hold one out. And there's a collision, and it's Hayden Gullis who's hit the inside there, and he's going to have to wait for everyone to go around. It's a virtual safety car. I can't see the safety car leave the pits. Oh, indeed, actually, a safety car may have lost the pits. No, it's Adam Sanderson coming out of pits for his drive-through. So that is just a virtual safety car for him. But that is disappointment for Hayden Gullis, who was running well. And he's going to have to change to a front wing. And it's a virtual safety car. By the time he gets back to the pits, this will be in.
Hotel hairpin. We've got yellow flags in sector 3. That's Patterson, who's out of the race, and we have our 3rd full safety car of the race. And with lap 15, we're on to the 16th lap worth of racing. And again, Yorick Jan van Geffen and Razin, who had been building that 3-second gap over Tom, that gap gets wiped out for a 3rd time this race.
Razin Shai is going to restart it. When is he going to go? I think he's gone out of Rascast here a little bit earlier than he's gone on the previous times. And Yorick Jan van Geffen still staring at the back of that gearbox as we enter onto lap 20. It's green flag running once again. Tom really far off the back of Mr. Dale on that restart. He was caught out.
As Nogueira moves himself up into 12th place as he tries to get past Hoodie Pete there, and there's a bit of battling going on. I think that's between an Alpine and an Aston Martin. That is Tom and GB68 going toe-to-toe to try and battle their way through. Tom actually under pressure from GB68 as Tom also tries to chase down Mr. Dale, heading our way down towards the Nouvelle Chicane. He's going to go for it here, too wide through the Nouvelle Chicane as he looks to try and get the power back down. Or a little bit of contact there between himself and Mr. Dale, side by side through Tabak. Oh, and GB68's in the... Sorry, Mr. Dale is in the wall there. Another safety car. Oh, my goodness. A fourth safety car of this race. Mr. Dale out with a bit of contact through Tabak. And our fourth safety car of the race is deployed. And Alex Budd also out of this race as well.
Razin Shai, for the fourth time, has to pick a moment to get going again. And he's just trying to put a bit of heat into those mediums that have done 22 laps of running, and now as he crosses the DRS line he puts the power down, but it is Tom in the background which is looking a little bit closer than he has been before, and it's actually GB68 who's close as well. Jan van Geffen has fallen down the order to 11th. What has happened to Jan van Geffen?
He came into the pits, didn't he, under that safety car, so he's pitted for new tyres, so he's got to try and fight his way through the order. He's currently in 11th place, but there is Tom on those medium tyres as we make our way now down in towards Mirabeau. It's always an interesting corner, this one, as we make our way now towards the Grand Hotel hairpin. There's an Alfa Romeo maybe looking for a move. That was Nogueira, who looked for a move on Kenko going in towards the Grand Hotel hairpin, but no dice through there. Meraki up into 5th place as well. Hayden Gullis looking for a last to first challenge here from 17th place. That's where he went down to. Tom thought about a move on the inside of Infratic, but decides to back out of it for now as Nogueira and Kenko swapping positions. That's at the Nouvelle Chicane. They have swapped positions. Nogueira now up into 9th place, and Jorik Jan van Geffen says, "Thank you very much, Nogueira, for creating the space. I'll take full advantage of that one."
I think there will be maybe DRS on this lap, which will aid him, but of course the car in front will also have DRS as Nigiri has a big problem out of the final corner, and that gives Jan van Geffen the chance to make a move around the outside of Sander Vogt. It will have to be, there's bumping between the front and back wheels, but he just gets that position up to 9th, is the man who started 2nd in this race.
That's a great move there, Infratic. Saying too wide there, but you can see now Tom in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen and Meraki. And look at this then, a new challenger, GB68, joining in towards Mirabeau then as we make our way 2 by 2, really, down towards the Grand Hotel hairpin. It's GB68 who's on the outside and has the wall, but sticks it in there still as he makes his way now through in towards the final corner before the tunnel then. We couldn't quite get that move done, but GB68 means business, and Infratic and Jorik Jan van Geffen fully up for this one. I wonder for the Ferraris if there'll be a little bit of a team order to swap positions, because Jorik Jan van Geffen knows he's got the pace here. He goes up the inside at Tabak. I don't know if there were team orders there. I have no idea, but Jorik Jan van Geffen has got past his teammate in Infratic. What a place to swap positions though.
The background, but GB68 has lost a place there to Jorik. Jorik pounces on it, and then Tom up the inside again of Meraki trying, and there's content all over the place here, but it is so close. There's GB68 looking to the inside, there's a yellow flag, it's Hoodie out of the race, and there's another safety car, and it is on the exit of Massenet there that Hoodie Pete is out of the race.
Got to, think about pitting, especially those medium tyre runners. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, Razin into the pits then to get rid of those medium tyres. Skyzy follows him in. How about Perya? Well, they'll have to double stack if that is the case. It won't be so much of a problem under the safety car, but that means then Tom is going to be in the lead of this race then, and Kenko gets a drive-through penalty for speeding under the safety car. Jorik Jan van Geffen is 2nd place then. GB68 is in 3rd as we see then the Mercedes leaving the pit lane of Razin. So where will he rejoin? Let's have a look at those timing screens. Looks like it's going to be 6th place then. So not a lot of positions lost there.
Fulfilling that time, but we're racing again. Tom leads the Grand Prix after that early pit stop. He was running 3rd, but he took full advantage. Jorik Jan van Geffen is back into 2nd. GB68 up to 3rd here as we climb through the 1st sector and start the 2nd sector now at Mirabeau. Nigiri also up to 4th, but I think he's yet to pit. So is Chesnoid Gaming yet to pit as well. So they have gone very long on their stints. But Tom leads the race for the 2nd week in a row. Can he make it back-to-back wins in the Creator Series? Meraki is up 10 positions on the starting place. He looks to the inside. It's a bit wild, but he manages to keep under control. That pushes Adam wide through the Nouvelle Chicane. And oh, a big moment on traction into the wall. I think he's just about got away with that one.
On him, and there is Jorik Jan van Geffen down the inside in towards Sandoval and takes over the lead of the race. So Jorik Jan van Geffen, who started this race on the front row, now finds himself at the front of the pack here at the Fan Vote Grand Prix.
The morale here as Razin Shai finally ducks out of the slipstream and takes the inside line to the Nouvelle Chicane, takes it cleanly, and importantly doesn't allow MSkyZ to easily follow through. GB68 down to 4th position, but ahead of his championship rival here. But MSkyZ on newer tyres will surely be able to make a move soon. Will it be now? He has the DOS, he's looking to the outside, but Razin Shai has got through the Dutchman of Tom. Last week's race winner is down to 3rd position here, and Razin Shai now has 8.6 seconds to close down Jorik Jan van Geffen, but he does have newer tyres, so that means that there's a half a whisker chance of closing down that lap. It's going to be crucial the next few times. It was a 1:12.960 for him last time out with that traffic. That was only just off the Jorik pace, so maybe he can close that gap down.
Jorik Jan van Geffen is into the pit, so too is Razin to go onto a set of the soft tyres. Now, how does MSkyZ react? Surely he'll have to pit in. There's a new nose there for the Mercedes of Razin, so perhaps he made contact with the wall somewhere out there, has decided to pit in. Jorik Jan van Geffen will rejoin, but there is MSkyZ with 19 laps to go in the lead here of the Fan Vote Grand Prix. There in the background, you just saw Jorik Jan van Geffen leave the pit lane. So SkyZ is on a set of medium tyres. Jorik Jan van Geffen and Razin both on a set of soft tyres, but Razin did have to change his front wing. And now he's got a 5-second penalty.
Ooh. But MSkyZ has decided, actually, there's no way I'm holding these boys off. I'm going to need to switch a pair of tyres and try to get the most points as possible for my championship lead. And Razin Shai now is going to go up into 2nd position. So maybe he can hold on to that 2nd position. But Razin Shai versus Jorik Jan van Geffen, it may not be quite as stinging as we thought it would be. 10 seconds is the gap between those two as we head on to lap 61 here. But we do have Jorik Jan van Geffen, who has had a near total domination of this race. If we focus on 1st position, he said, come on, blue fluo flags, but he won't mind when he crosses the finish line again in Monaco, winning. It is Jorik Jan van Geffen who wins the Fan Vote Grand Prix. Round 3 is his. He lapped nearly everyone in the field. Only Safso, Peya, Razin Shai and MSkyZ ended up on the lead lap. Congratulations to him. Meraki done here, Emphatic done, and Peya, who did have that 5 seconds knotted on, and Emphatic did get across the line. Did get across the line, so that is crucial because he'll have the gap on Meraki, but not Emphatic.
Well, Peya and Fratic are still battling away for 5th place, so they'll see what happens of that battle. They're still going on, so Jorik Jan van Geffen, I think, held behind him Fratic to give him one more lap to try and get 5th place in this one. So smart driving from the race winner as we head our way through in towards the penalty then, making our way now down in towards the Nouvelle Chicane in this battle for P5. Back on the power we go then as we head our way through in towards Tabac, and Peya has a good run through that chicane. Now through Tabac, through in towards the swimming pool section there as we head our way through in towards that swimming pool section. Now in towards the final couple of corners. I think Peya's got this. He just has to keep it all under wraps here as Jorik celebrates the win in Monaco. And we see Peya will cross the line in 5th. Emphatic will cross the line in 6th. Great battling between them there. But Jorik Jan van Geffen is our winner for the Fan Vote Grand Prix here on the streets of the Principality.
But there are the results. Jorik Jan van Geffen confirmed 1st place for him. Fantastic for the Ferrari to win here. In Tia McMurdoch's car as they'll return next week. MSkyZ 2nd, Razin Shai in 3rd, Safso 4th, Emphatic, Peya, Meraki, Nagiri, Tom and Hayden Gullis round out the top 10. Of course, it's points down to 15 here. GB68, Chesnoid and Kenko and Adam Sanderson pick up the final points. Hoodie Pete was knocked out way down, and I can't remember what. Way before the 95% rule or whatever it is. So unfortunate for him. So they are out of the session, but 14 drivers will score points here. And what a thrilling day of racing in the Creator Series in both the F2 and the F1.
To the Creator Series. This is season number 5, and we've done the Bambote GP last week. That was crazy. And now we head to another track around the world. It's the Italian Grand Prix at the Temple of Speed. And it should be very, very exciting indeed. My name is Jess Ball, and alongside me today as my co-com, we've got Mr. Sappy. Sappy, how are you doing tonight?
Doing great. Happy to be here.
It's awesome to have a chance to jump into the commentary booth with you here. Of course, we came from the Principality last week, and now we head to the Temple of Speed, as you say. I'm very curious to see, especially if you joined on the F2 race. I know you were part of that, but as a viewer, it's certainly a great time to be had. Jess, apparently you didn't have the best of times there?
No, I didn't. And the races did not go well, but let's not talk about that, shall we? But it was a great race overall. Generally, I think for a lot of the drivers, for some drivers, they struggled a little bit. But myself and Sappy, we're not the only ones that are going to be taking you through the coverage tonight. We have got the clip book of Mr. TK. TK, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Excited to be on Clipbook for this week. It's my first time doing this, and a pleasure to be alongside you two to call this race.
That is brilliant. Thank you for joining us. And if you missed last week's race around Monaco, where have you been? We saw Jorrit van Geffen win the race last week, and it was really incredible from him. But the championship leader, Skyzy, finished in second. He is leading on 61 points. GB 68, 46 points. GB did struggle a little bit last week. He did finish in 11th, so he did score some decent points. But with Skyzy being on a roll at the moment, this could be his championship to lose, Sappy.
Yeah, it very much could be his championship to lose. He's done really well here. 61 points at this stage is a really good result. It shows he's got the consistency. He's got the speed down. Yeah, we did see Jorrit van Geffen, the self-proclaimed Monaco merchant, lived up to his name. That perfect result, short of a fastest lap, that's put him P9 in the standings. As a reserve, that is a quality position to be in. But yeah, Skyzy, GB, as well, another driver to watch. Hadn't really had a good spell of luck in the Monaco in the Fan Vote Grand Prix because he was having wheel issues. I know he's continuing to have wheel issues. Hopefully, we see him back to his form as we saw in China and Baku. And then you've got Tom, Season 3 champion, Tom B, who's really put in some good work as well. A very competitive, a very spirited driver. And also, I think, Jess, I think we've got a few returning faces, haven't we?
Yes, we do. We've got Mr. Benjamin Daly, team at Marduk. He is back after his holiday in Australia. I hope he's had a good time, and he's racing with us here in the Creator Series once again. He has won here once, I believe, in Season 2, so it is great to see that he goes to a track that he loves. He may be a bit rusty, but I'm sure he will have a little bit of fun tonight. And also, filling in for Mitchie Hoyer tonight because he can't make it, Alex Gillen makes a popular return to the Creator Series as well, so we get to see the Ben Daly team at Marduk rivalry go up once again, which is always very, very exciting indeed. So good to have them. Only one reserve tonight, the rest are full-time, so it's great to see a good turnout here today. And it's currently dry on circuit, so I think we should get underway with qualifying. 18 minutes of Q1, and the slowest 5 drivers will get eliminated from this session, and then we head to Q2. The slowest 5 drivers after that, they'll get eliminated, and then the top 10 fight for pole. And of course, Sappy, we've got the Intermediates Championship where people can gain an additional point.
Yeah, that extra point for a lot of these drivers is going to be a big deal because you look at some of the lower areas of the standings, you've got a few drivers separated by 1 or even 0 points. So if you're looking around the mid-pack, like for instance, you have Tom97 and Razin Shai, both on 36 points. You've got, I believe that's Perja and Jorrit, both within a couple of points of each other. Noguera just a point after that. So that intermediate tyre point, like the fastest lap, it can really be a big game changer.
Yes, it can as well. Last time we were here, Season 3 was when we were here at Monza, and it was Tom the Bomber, that took the race victory. Of course, him and Tom97 worked very well in Baku, and of course both of them are back tonight, so I wonder how they can do well here. We've got quite a lot of people on the intermediate tyres currently. Only a few people are deciding not to go for the intermediates yet. They don't want to brave it out at the moment. But let's see who's the first driver that's going to be going out on circuit. I think we're riding on board with one of the Aston Martin. No, it's one of the AlphaTauris going on board a lap. Do you want to take us through a lap, Sappy?
Yep, let's jump on board. Let's see how that AlphaTauri does. Now the Visa Cash App Racing Bulls, I should say. That's going to be a weird tongue twister when it comes to full season. But here we go into the first round. It's a tight right then left-hander, but it's nice and clean on it. It's usually easy to break traction. And then as we go through turn 3 now, you hang it into the steering, you let the car ride out the corner, and then you've got the second variant here now. Another chicane, heavy on the brakes, down into 3rd gear, lets it ride out the gear here, and heavy on the power. The biggest challenge here at Monza is learning how to control your speed and learning how to get the right exits out of the corners without being too aggressive on it. Through the Lesmos, very nice hit from Chesnoid, and then you've got yourself a big acceleration zone before you head down to Ascari. Turns 8, 9, 10, be very careful. And he is going to be sort of playing it, I think, a little bit safer this lap. He is going to be a little bit calmer on the car. I don't see him pushing as aggressively as he maybe could have in some of the apexes, but it is early in Q1, so I think he is taking his time. He's making sure he's got a banker, and being on the inters, you can't carry as much speed as you otherwise would. Parabolica now, final corner, rides it out, make sure you get narrow to the inside, although he doesn't really do that until the very end. Initial time on the Inter, 23.4.
Dirt Chocolate, who got intermediate pole in Baku, he's not going to get it currently because he just invalidated his lap going towards Parabolica, which is not ideal, but we got Vince going up to the line now in P1. We're running on board with Safso, who's got unofficial intermediate poles in the past as he heads towards Ascari. A little bit more comfortable than what we would see with Chesnoy, so I think it's going to be a competitive lap for the Aston Martin. Just missed out on the Constructors' Championship last season. Himself and GB worked very, very well together, of course, but we expect to see Safso being the one to hold the fort whilst GB is having wheel issues. But Safso goes up to the line, and it's a 122.3, about a few tenths quicker than that guy Vince. We got the Mercedes up to the line as well. We got a few purple sectors flying around. Sector 2 and Sector 3 for Safso. Sappy, he's looking quick on those inters. That could be a sign of things to come for the Aston.
Yeah, it's looking very good there, but Ben is on a purple sector 1, and he's going for that early inter lap. He is going to try and get that point early as he can. So he's looking very clean, that Ferrari right now. He's pushing, but he's coming up into a little bit of traffic. He's going to have to be careful of that, but they do duck out the way. Good sportsmanship being shown. Just getting out of the way for Ascari. Big snap on the rear, however, through turn 9. And unfortunately, that is going to see him lose any chances he had at getting the interpole.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough for him, unfortunately. But points usually are not given in the qualifying, but in the race. But if Intermediate Championship is involved, he probably will have to go again. Hopefully he's got enough fuel to do so. But he's in 9th in terms of intermediate times. But I think if he wants to go again, surely I think he'll have to put on another soft run. Here's our championship leader, Skyzy, who goes up to the line. Surely an extra point is needed for him as he goes up to the line of 31-0. So he must have lost it somewhere that we didn't see currently, which was a bit of a shame. You can get involved, by the way, in the chat. We are on Twitch, YouTube and X, formerly known as Twitter. So if you want to get involved, please respond in the chat and get your predictions as to who you think will be the first 5 drivers getting knocked out of Q1. But there's one driver that we are all anxiously awaiting a return to credit series. It's Alex Gillen. He's going out on the circuit, and he is not messing around. He wants that intermediate pole as well. And well, with Ben and Alex being away for such a long time on the F1 games, there might be a little bit of rust for them, but I'm sure that they're still going to be very, very competitive. I know Alex Gillen before this has put in a lot of practice for this, Sappy.
He has put in a lot of practice from so I've heard, but the pressure on him and Ben is already on. They've missed 3 rounds, so that is already a massive chunk of points that they've lost out on. They're operating on a massive, massive disadvantage. So they are going to have to really work for it. You can see they're going for the interpole. They're going to be trying to get as far as they can in quali. I mean, the likes of, like, we had El Rey Geary who joined us after Beaver had to make a departure due to IRL reasons. But El Rey Geary is kind of in the same boat. Oh, big slip from El Taco Man. Just gets it wrong out of Ascari and just takes a little bit too much power on exit. Luckily, not in the wall, so damage control is there. But we've also got Razin Shai, our pad merchant of the league, doing very well for Ascari. He's not going to repeat the same mistake. And it's looking very good on his timings. Sector 1 is purple, Sector 2 is green. It's looking like he could be on for a winner here. Remember, Safso is the benchmark. 22.3 is the time to beat through Parabolica. Carry the speed, go as narrow of a line as you can once you're gripped up. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be just shy. It's just 12 milliseconds.
Ooh. That was very, very close, and the purple sector one he had, but Safso pretty much was quicker than him in the middle sector. We just about done it, but apart from that, the first two sectors, well, the first and the final sector were pretty much the same. So it shows how competitive this league is. Dirk is on the soft tyres straight away. I believe he's going to be one of the first people to go on to the soft compound of tyres. So he's going to set the first benchmark for that. It's a 1:19.355. We've got other drivers on laps on the softs currently as well. Let us know again your thoughts on that as well. But we got to talk about Dirk, really, about his qualifying. His qualifying is very, very good, but in the races, the pressure just gets to him a little bit. What does he need to do to make sure he can replicate what he could do in quali in the race?
Well, he knows that he's got the pace, and I think sometimes in the heat of the moment, when you're trying to juggle drivers around you, you're trying to juggle a wider strategy, quali, for all of its positives and ability to show pace on the track, it's a completely different beast to the on-race strategy. So I think in Dirk's case, I think one of his main areas that he needs to push and he needs to work on was potentially just almost trying to get his own space. I know that he loves to get stuck in. I know that he absolutely loves to get in the heat of the battles and chat with everyone, but sometimes you've just got to lock in, find your space, take a deep breath, and understand that, look, I need to run my own race, and the less drama you can get involved in, and the more you can push for yourself without being overzealous like you can be in qualifying. You can afford to in qualifying, but it just needs to get the head down, play it a little bit safer, and just lock in that focus, I think.
Yes, I think the only driver I believe that will be starting near the back purposely is Meraki, so we won't expect him to go onto the soft compounded tyre. All of his laps is going to be on the Intermediates Championship, so most of this will just be concentrating on that. B goes P7 for him, so he's going to eye for the Intermediates pole. He wants to see how far he can get from last on the grid, which is a very good challenge. He did very well last week. He finished inside the top 10 after starting last, so we'll see what he can do here. GB68 goes up to the line now, and he goes fastest with a 1:19.334, sorry, a few thousand quicker than Dirk Chocolate Cup, a few hundredths, sorry, quicker than Dirk Chocolate. We've got a few more people going across the line. We've got that guy Vince, Dirk's teammate. Can he beat any of those drivers? He beats his teammate, but he doesn't quite beat GB68's Happy.
I'm very impressed by GB, though, considering the amount of technical issues he's having. One of the things I heard is that he's had to basically remap his entire setup in order to get it to work consistently tonight. So to have that situation on his hands and to put down that kind of lap, that is really something.
That is impressive, and probably he's done a bit more practice with the setup. If I had to go with a setup like that, I would have found it very, very difficult indeed. So fair play to GB. I wouldn't be able to do it, to be honest. But here is the last race winner for Monza, Tom the Bomb, as he exits at Scari. Very tightly done from the Alpine driver. Both doing very well in the constructors with Tom 97. He's going to head towards Parabolica. Aim to the right as you possibly can. Going through the gears, full power. And is he going to beat a 1:19.334? The answer is fourth place, 1:19.417, which just goes to makes GB's lap with a compromised setup even more impressive. El Rey Guri came across the line in P6 just now. We got El Taco Man just about to start a lap. He's 19th, he's in the danger zone. So it's Emphatic who hasn't set up lap yet. Emphatic has invalidated Safi.
Yeah, that's got to be a brutal thing. I mean, the track limits on Monza are notorious, particularly on the exit of Parabolica. You cannot take any chances. Even the slightest scintilla of your car being outside of track limits is going to see you getting invalidations on the spot. And even for the lap after, potentially, if it's close enough to the line, because it can be considered a measurable advantage.
Yes, so they've got a lot of work to do with the likes of Tacoman, Emphatic as well. Ben, I believe, has only just done intermediate laps. He hasn't done a soft one yet. Same with Kaya and Sky V. So Could be one-shot qualifying for some of them because they only have 5 minutes left to go. But we have seen in tracks like Monaco, they put the pressure up a lot as Savso goes fastest out of all the soft runners so far. A 1:19.0 at the moment. Intermediates pole currently sits to Savso, but I might be wrong. So I'm sure someone is tracking it more than we are. So Savso topping the inters at the moment, and Savso also topping the softs. So either doing the clean sweep right now. But we know Skyzy is looking quick on those softs. We're going to see if we can go on board with him in P17. He goes up to the line in that McLaren. Our championship leader only goes 7th. But at the moment, that should just about see him through. But the cut-off point is going to be, I think, minuscule.
Yeah, I think the cut-off point is going to be a big part here. And remember, this is Q1. We have 5 minutes to go. Drivers aren't going to be giving it 110% here. And I think we've got a team radio. Dirk saying, I'm not worried about being knocked out. You see, of course, he got that P3 earlier on and then retired out in the pit lane. So he's done exactly what he's needed to secure his Q2 position. And I think that's the stance he's taken. Whereas in Shy, I think that was just him coming through with a 0.192. And that really is just the goal of Q1, but the Aston Martins, P1 and P3, I know it's only Q1, it's not fully representative of the pace we're going to see, but this is a very good early sign. I know you mentioned a bit earlier about those two being paired up from previous seasons, and the teammate synergy is definitely going to come into play here. Last time we saw teammate synergy of a high level was back in Azerbaijan, because you had the two Alpine drivers, Tom B and Tom 97, pull out an absolute corker, an absolute masterclass of race control to get themselves a P1 and a P3.
I was in a voice chat with them, and the teamwork that they put together was absolutely crazy. I was just like, do this, do that, and they could literally read each other's minds as well. They were telling each other what to do and which moments to control the safety car. It was absolutely fantastic. So we'll see what they could do here, but they have to qualify near each other in order to do that. We've got Tom 97 on the hard tyres. Not a surprise at this point to see him on the hards. Most times it gets him through into Q2. So we'll see what Tom 97 could do at this point. Curbs is on a lap at the moment. He's in the drop zone. He hasn't set a lap on the softs yet. He's had some trouble in some races and he's looking to improve compared to his previous form. Curbs goes up to the line in that Williams. And I think it's going to be, he's only P15. It knocks out Tom 97 for now. But I don't think that 120.5 is going to see him through into Q2.
Yeah, I think the threshold here is, Tom B is going to be out in the pit lane as well. So he's also feeling confident that he's not going to have to do anything more. I think the cutoff is the 119s. If you're in the 120s, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the other drivers go to improve. And this is crunch time. You've got a few minutes left. It's basically now or level with your laps. The two Ferraris of Vendeli and Infratic, they're both needing to make a serious improvement. Infratic, in fact, hasn't put a lap down yet. Only driver yet to do so, but he is on the outlap. Anyway, Tom 97 coming down to Parabolica now.
Yes, so I guess the last lap he did was a banker lap. So I think he's going to go again and finish this one. What's it going to be for Tom 97? That's more like it for him, a 119.7. That should just about see him through, but you never know. We still got capable drivers of Team McMahon, Perrier, Emphatic still set a lap. Emphatic has invalidated his outlap, but luckily he's all right on that front. We've got 1 minute and 43 seconds on the clock. Dirt Chocolate and Tom are retired. Will they regret that decision? I don't think so. I think they should be fine. Ben's going out a bit later. He's going on inters. I wonder if he's going to do exactly the same as Meraki. Is Ben going to be doing a last to first as well?
I don't know. I don't know if Ben's going to have enough time to get to the start-finish line, to be honest with you. He's got to get some heat into those inters, and we're already at 1 minute 20. So really, time is of the essence. And given the peak lap on a soft compound is in the 19s, I don't think he's going to make it. But Infratic now is on a hot lap. He's the only car yet to put one down on the timing board. And he's got some big, big expectations for himself, I think.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of work to do. But last week, it was impeccable for him. He finished 5th, which was one of his best results in the Creator Series. And Monaco, he did very, very well. And you can see the picture-in-picture. He's concentrating to his heart's content. He wants to replicate the form he had last week. He avoided quite a lot of the carnage, actually. So we'll see where sector one is like. It's not shown that on our screen. He's still valid for me, it looks like. Yeah, it's still valid for me. So he's heading past the break and heading towards the sky. Now this is the make or break point of this lap. Left, right, and then another left again. No trouble for that. He's personal best in both sectors. So I think he's on track for P14. So we've got more people that came across the line. Elway Guri can only manage 10th for now. Taco in 11th. Can Emphatic spoil the party and knock Chesnoid out of qualifying. The checker flag has dropped. Emphatic up to the line. It is P13, one position above what we would expect. We would expect a P14. And, Dale's got a 5-place grid penalty. Collision with Kaya. I'll be interested to find what happened in that in the clip book. But anyone else in the drop zone on a lap? I know Ben is not going to be able to improve. He's starting near the back on purpose. I know that. Taco Man's beached it on the gravel, but I think he's going to be safe there. We'll see Team McMardock, though, can get intermediates pole. This is the lap we've got to see. Can he beat Sasso's time on the inters now?
Yeah, I'd say this is what he's really in for. I mean, we saw Alex Gillen at the top end of the field looking like an absolute weapon. You can tell he's been practicing. The practice has paid off. He retired out earlier in the pit lane, P3, very solid result. Is anyone going to dethrone him? I don't know, but Tiamat Arda looking like a real talker of a lap for him on these inters. It looks like he could link up something really special here, down through Ascari, keeping it very nice and tight to the apexes, but not overcooking it on the throttle. We've got a few more cars who are coming in now. Razin Shai doesn't make an improvement, for instance. He's just crossed the line there. And Tiamat Marda is going to be coming around Parabolica now. Is Ben going to make it? Final couple of meters here, and it's going to be a 122.093. I believe that
could be Inter's pole, but I'll need to double check that. I will check Safso's laps. Hang on a second, but Safso at the moment currently fastest in the Q1. 1:19.0 was Safso's. Wait, that's his soft time. My bad. 1:22.3 was his intermediate time. Razin's was a 1:22.169. I think Ben might have just snatched it at the very end.
I think he might have it, but whichever way you slice it, I know by intention or not, like Meraki, I know he's going for that Q1 exit. Peya down in P20, and then going to be leaving us in Q1 is going to be Tiamat Marduk, Curbs, and Chesnoid, just being shy of the threshold by a few tenths. So taking it from the top, you've got Sapso taking the top spot, taking the top honours in Q1 very comfortably in the Q2 runnings, along with Razin Shai, Alex Gillen in P3, and that's your podium. We'll have the rest of the standings in a second.
Yes, both Mercedes actually doing very well, just a few thousandths in it separating those two, so that's going to be good for the constructors at least, and the rust is definitely not showing for Alex, so that is great to see. So we got Safso all the way down to Tom97, who's made it into Q2, but our Q1 eliminations are Chesnoid, Curbs. We obviously know about Ben and Jake, but Peya, the big shock, out in Q1. I wonder if he's doing roughly the same, but I don't know. But that is your Q1 eliminations. We'll be heading to Q2 shortly, but Sappy, what were your thoughts?
I mean, I'm looking around some of the drivers and looking around some of their POVs and all of this. We've got, to say, Tom97 with an interesting strategy going on the hard tyres. I wonder if he's trying to preserve a soft set for the race himself, kind of getting a bit of an eye in to some of the strategy there. Of course, you've got a few others who are going for the inters, but we have got a clipbook. We've got a little bit of insight from the analysis desk from TK, so we're going to let Mr. Clipbook take it away.
Yeah, so just here with Dale's collision with Peya earlier in the session, that did get him a 5-second penalty earlier on. Just Peya sitting right on the racing line there. That's obviously full front wing damage for Dale, and obviously that 5-place grid penalty coming in as well. That's really going to damage him later on this qualifying session.
Yes, thank you very much for that analysis in the clipbook. We will hear more from TK in just a little bit later on, and now it will be Q2 starting soon, and the slowest 5 drivers there will be knocked out. We'll have to keep an eye on drivers such as El Taco Man. He struggled a little bit in qualifying. Tom, we know he could pull something out the bag. Tom 97, that is, he'll probably go on a softer tyre. But Safso was looking so quick in qualifying. He is a Season 1 champion for a reason. And he likes his track as well. Maybe he could be his time to shine. But there's some people, like the likes of Dale, like Dirk, like maybe Dave as well. They may be saving their best pace until maybe even Q2 or Q3.
Yeah, they're certainly going to be keeping some of it in their back pocket. There's some kind of mind games. I know at the end of the day, all the creators here, they get on well with each other. Like, we're on board with Mr. Dale here, as he's going to be setting himself up for a full run here. Drivers are going to keep their strategy in their back pockets. Unless it's with their teammate, they don't want to show their hand too early. Friends they may be, but on the track, it's all off and everyone is going to be competing for top honours. You've got to play everything at your disposal. But Dale is about to start his first lap in the first lap of Q2.
Yes, and this will be our first lap going through on the soft compounder tyres then. First Q2 Formula 1 back in the 1950s. The inaugural championship of Formula 1 as he makes his way towards turn number 1. Avoid that sausage curve, steer to the left and hit that apex at the second left-hander. Curva Grande, very, very important that you nail that right. Through the gears in 6th, 7th, and then you're going to potentially go into 8th gear. Brake just before the 100-metre board in towards turn 4. I can't remember what that corner is on the top of my head, but we've seen quite a few incidents back in F2. So hopefully we won't see that today. But you never know with Formula 1 as we now head towards the first of the two Lesmos. Now here goes the second. A bit squirrely on exit. Now Dale got a last minute call up to do F2 earlier, so he hasn't had that much time to practice. And I can speak from experience. Going from F2s to F1 straight away, it's just a mental shift. You realise how much more grip these cars can have and more downforce than the F2s. The F2s are very understeery around here, whereas Dale could find more of the grip here. Through this back straight, heading towards the Alvareto curve, but we like to call it Parabolica. Aims to the right. He's purple sector 2 at the moment, but GB68 is purple sector 1, who's being Dale's time, but Dale up to the line. It's a 120.1. He's on a scrub set. Right now, we've got one of the Mercedes in P10. That's Alex Gillen. He's purple sector 1. But let's walk right on board with GB68 as he heads down the bridge in towards the Scari. We'll see if he's heading towards purple sector 2 as he enters it now. 52.969, 26.7. So that is not quite purple, but Alex Gillen is purple.
Yeah, Alex Gillen, yeah, he's got a point to prove. You can tell from the way that he's driving, how much he's pushing. And you can see, say, Sapso is going to be coming in P1. Dirk's going to be coming in P2. GB is going to be coming in just around Parabolica. Now, what time's he going to set? He's going to really try and narrow the distance. It's going to be a 19.4. Alex Gillen now, he's going to be the one who's really putting it down. And it's a 0.182. What a lap from Alex in the Mercedes. What a triumphant return thus far.
And I think that was on the new set of tyres. But if that was on a scrub set, then that makes it even more impressive. So at the moment, Alex is in P1. You can even retire the car if he wants to, but I don't think he's going to play it that much safe. But we'll see what the likes of Tom 97 and Skyzy can do to try and beat that potentially, because they've still got laps to go as well. Skyzy riding on board at the moment. He's on the form of his life. It's one of his best seasons in the Creator Series. He's joined a few seasons ago. He's been in multiple cars. He was in the Mercedes last season, and they swapped with Razin and Michi Hoyer directly for them to go into the McLaren, and it's definitely working once for him. His teammate, unfortunately, out of qualifying. For him, he's looking to make amends and be the sole representative of the McLaren team in this Q2 session. We know how he could deliver in qualifying and into the race. Tom is also on a lap right now. He's looking quite good, but he's invalid. He's invalid, as I said that. He doesn't look too happy, but he's going to have to go into the pits now. And unfortunately, that is his first attempt over, and he's probably going to go again.
Yeah, he's going to have to go again. I mean, I think Tom has got the award for the most readable face of the season, because
Yes.
he gets so impassioned. He gets so much expression on his face when he is getting into the heat at the moment. Say, M-Sky Z, 19.2, looking very good there. But yeah, you can tell with Tom, he's going to have to go again. He wasn't happy with that lap, and the invalidation was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate for him, but we've still got people that haven't invalidated their laps yet and are going to be ready to push us. And we saw him Fatic in the background, who's cut turn 4 there on his out lap. Not going to be good for his tyres once again. But anyway, Tom 97 is on the hards once more. He was just on a banker lap, and he's going to probably go on a push lap in a few moments' time. 9 minutes still to go, of course. Things can change in this qualifying session. Alex Gillen is currently out on top with a 119.182. Then we've got Scosey with a 119.253. And here we can see if Tom can get one of his best laps on the hard tyres.
Yeah, well, we're going to watch him as we come through the first couple of corners here at Monza. I'd be very nervous about how he can get on the throttle, because I think that's the biggest deficit. Hards on Monza in quali is a little bit curious, because you want to be getting the absolute maximum speed. Curva Grande, corners like that, not a problem. But say second variante here, as we come through the left-right chicane, there you go, right on cue, slip of the rear. It's hard to get on the throttle, balance these cars. Maybe the curbs had a little bit to do with it. But yeah, Tom 97, he's playing an interesting game with the hard compound. But someone who is looking very strong right now, Razin Shai, hasn't got time on the boards yet. But if his sector times are anything to go by, he's looking at a very good place. A very good place, very good pace heading into a sky.
Razin, who's got multiple poles already in the Creator Series, one of the most in the Creator Series, is looking really, really fast through Monza right now. 26.4 in the middle sector, so fastest out of most people in these next few laps so far. So it looks like we could see a Mercedes 1-2, but you never know what could happen as he exits in past the Parabolica curve into the start-finish straight. What's it going to be for Razin Shai? It is a 119.2, just a few hundred shy of his teammate Alex Gillen in P1. That was very, very tight from him as well. We got more people on out laps. Got Emphatic on a lap now through Ascari. Let's see what his set to have. 26.3 first set to 27.0 middle. So he was struggling a bit in that middle sector. So I think he's probably going to be in the drop zone potentially, unless he finds a miraculous final sector. He goes up to the line, and it is only P11, like I was saying, a 120.1. Like we were saying earlier, Sappy, a 120, unfortunately, he's just not going to cut it.
It's not going to cut the mustard this time around, and now we're in Q2, the stakes are even higher. The Inters Championship isn't really a thing from this point, so everyone's giving it their absolute all heading into this session. I think 119.8 is the threshold to beat. If you can get out of that danger zone, then you are in with a very good chance of getting into Q3. Alex Gillen, yeah, he could retire here, I think, if he wanted to, but I think that would be a statement of overconfidence. I think he'd much rather stay in, observe the field, and then at least have the opportunity to come back out if he needs to.
Yeah, I think what he's going to do, he's going to wait until the very last minute, maybe with like 2 minutes 30 to go, because this is a very short lap around this track. So he can afford to do that, and if he realises that there are people that can improve, then he can go out. But if he knows that his 119.1 is good enough, he can retire last minute. Because the worst thing that can happen, it has happened in Creator Series before, someone retires really early on, but that is not enough for them to make it through. So yeah, he's just going to be a bit patient currently. Dave Gaming, he is one who hasn't set a lap time yet. We'll see what he can do. He was looking also very impressive in the last few runs in the Creator Series so far. The first full-time seat in the Creator Series. He was full-time. He was reserved last season. El Ray Guri goes top with a 119.0. Welcome back, El Ray Guri, into Creator Series. He did struggle in Monaco. He did do a DNF. Maybe this could be a statement of intent for him. It's his second race as a full-time driver, and he's already beaten Alex Gillen and Razin Shai.
Yeah, I say we were looking a minute ago at the Dave lap. Notice how Dave is basically emulating Nogueira's lines perfectly. Now, Nogueira is going to come across the line, get a P6. Dave is going to come in with a P8, just a couple of hundredths behind. I think he was trying to use Nogueira as a little bit of a toe.
Yeah, I think so as well, but don't forget they're not teammates. And that's one thing we forgot to touch on. Monza is a track where we could see potential toes being made. And with the likes of the 2 Alpines, 2 Red Bulls, 2 Aston Martins, maybe 2 Mercedes as well. Well, not the 2 Mercedes, because Razin Shai has decided to retire from the session. Alex Gillen is confident. He's 85% sure that he's going to go through. And I have to say, I can up that chance, Alex. I think I would put that to 99.9% sure that he's going to go through. But I'm sure he's going to wait anyway. But Radzin's like, nope, I think I'm going to go through. So he's retired from the session and not going to give his teammate the toe. But you can see in the background, 2 of the Alpines running line astern. And this is going to get very, very interesting for the 2 of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to juggle, I think, with some of the other drivers out on track and looking at the sort of wider environment. Like, you can get a bit of tow, but it's also in the same light. You can have a bit of trouble when you come on track traffic because there isn't always an opportunity to duck out the way. Like we see Tom B, he's not going for this lap. He's going to be ducking out of the way. I think he's saving for this last run here, because I'm not sure what his plan is, what his game is, but he's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get something under his belt. Tom 97 now through Parabolica. He's going to be gunning it right towards the line. It's looking like he's on very good form. What's it going to be? It's going to be an 18.792. I think, all right, you said earlier just about the toe being so proficient on this track. I think we just saw that in action.
Well, we did talk about the team working together in Baku really well. Well, these 2 are definitely showing it right now. And look at this. Tom 97 is going to do the same to Tom and give the toe in towards turn 4. There he goes. That was nicely done from the 2 of them. So hopefully that can see an improvement for him. But he's on scrub tyres, Tom. But he's on the 127. All Tom 97 is doing is to make sure Tom makes it through to the next part of qualifying. We know Tom 97 will make it through, but can Tom the Bomb do so as he heads towards the DRS straight then? His first sector was a 26.1, and I didn't see what Tom 97 sectored with, but it is faster than a lot of people, so it shows that the toe you can get through turns 3 and 4 can make a huge difference. Heading towards the Sky, another place where you could potentially get the toe. GB68 is unfortunate. Well, he's decided to call it a day. He thinks he's safe in P7, but I don't think he minds if he gets knocked out with his setup currently. But Tom in 15 for the moment. I think this lap should safely go through into Q3, but will it? P4, absolutely brilliant from him. I think that's him safely through into Q3.
It's almost as if you can see the moment where he's snapping in and out of focus mode. And he really was giving everything to that lap, optimizing every line. He couldn't really rely on his teammate for the second half of it, but he still did absolutely brilliantly there. We got on board with Dirk Schottler. He's going to be... he's going to be...
abandoned lap.
Yeah, he's abandoned his lap, so he is going to be putting all of his eggs in the final runs basket. I think he is maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure because he's right on that threshold. And in fact, him and Dave Gaming are separated by a single millisecond.
Yep. That just goes to show how tight this margin is to get it into Q3, sorry. The 119, I'm going to say a 119.5 or even 119.4 to get it into Q3. If you're not within that, then you're pretty much over at this point. So the drivers, Taco Man, Emphatic, Dale, Vince, Dirt Chocolate, they are in the drop zone. And Dirt was struggling on that last lap. He actually bought it, and he's going again. He's going to be on scrub tyres. I wonder if the 119.7 is going to be 119 is going to be enough for him, or if he wants to go near the lights balance, give him a random try potentially. But maybe even on the scrub tyres, he should be absolutely fine. But we got Vince also on the lap. He's on fresher tyres. To Dirt Chocolate. He's heading through the legs mode now. We'll see what his sector timed in just a moment. 26.2 in the first sector for Vince. 26.3 for Dirk. Oh, Dirk's invalid, I think. Let me have a look. Yes, Dirk has invalidated, so unfortunately, Sappy, I think that's him out of qualifying.
I think that could be curtains for him. We're on board with Vince now as he's coming through the final couple of corners. We saw on the team radio earlier, he needs 4/10 in order to confirm himself through in Q2. He needs that safety net and that cushion for himself. So far, he's 4/10 up, but can he confirm it? Through Parabolica now, nice and early on the throttle, get on the power as quickly as you can, tighten up the line to the line, and then you can see 19.309 is going to be P8, and he's going to be, I think he's safe. I honestly think he's safe. He's got a massive margin on those in P11. Emphatic is coming through. Oh, it's going to be tight then. It's definitely going to be tight. El Tacaman next across the line. He's going to be making a big push. It's only P10. He's right on the cusp on the danger zone. Dirk Chocolate, he's down into the pits. He is going to be out here in Q2. Dale goes across the line, but it's only 11th fastest. He's not going to be seeing the lights of Q3 here. And then you've got a few more cars coming around, about to hit Parabolica now.
We've got Guerra and Dave on laps then. They're the only two that can spoil the party. For Tacaman and GB68, Vince is safe. We can confirm that Vince is safe. But will GB and Tacaman be safe? Guerra goes up to the line. Will he make it through? Yes, he can, quite comfortably. That pushes Tacaman out. And finally, Dave will be next across the line. Can he not? GB68, the answer to that is no. P14, so GB68 has just squeezed it there into Q3. So unfortunately, we lost Dirk, Dave, Emphatic, Dale, and Tacaman. Those are your 5 drivers that won't be making into Q3, but your top 10 that'll be fighting up for pole is Tom97, Safso, Noguera, El Rey Guri, Tom the Bomb, Alex Gillen, Razin Chai, Sky Vince, and GB68. And the top 3 separated by less than 0.3 per second.
And look at the threshold between GB and P11. It's 6 milliseconds. This is how close the margins are running. We're not even in Q3 yet. And to think that this is how hard drivers are running, like you look at the split from the podium, as you say, you look at the split between P10 and P11, GB68 getting through by a hair's breadth, Vince, despite making a massive improvement, still being under threat. Everyone is giving it their A game tonight. And that's what we want to see.
Yep, we do, and we're about to get into Q3 at the moment, but very soon we will hear shortly from the clip, but let us know your thoughts in the chat. If we could get a poll going, that would be lovely. Who do you think is going to get pole for the Italian Grand Prix? Round number 4 of this championship. We've seen Razin Chai looking good in pole positions before. We've seen the likes of Skyzy as well. It's been tight between those two. Tom the Bomb as well looking good. It could be anyone's game. I'm going to be bold here. I'm going to go for an Alex Gillen pole position. That's my prediction. He's going to kill me now for saying that, but that's my prediction. What do you think, Sappy?
Well, you have the pressure certainly on. I was going to lean towards one of the Alpines, but I think we've in fact got a clip book waiting of what will happen to one of the Alpines, of Tom97 specifically. We can just see if we come through to here. TK, what happened?
Yeah, it was Tom97, our current pole sitter, just heading out on a set of hards, just trying to get a formation, not a formation lap, a recce lap out, and just finding himself in the gravel through the second chicane there, and just finding his feet a little bit too harshly here in Italy.
Certainly one way to land, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can pull out in Q3. But it's looking good. I am still going to be putting my eyes on, if not one of the Alpines, I'm definitely keeping an eye on Sapso, just because it's a proven entity. We've seen how well it can run, and it's going to be a heck of a run in Q3, which I think drivers are about to get underway with now.
Yeah, the drivers are going to get underway with it now, and right on cue, Razin Chai is one of the first drivers to start a lap very soon around the Tifosi circuit. And we've got 2 Alpines, 2 Alfa Romeos, we've got 2 Mercedes, we've got 1 McLaren, 1 Red Bull, and 2 Aston Martins. Those are your cars currently out on circuit. Only one of them can get pole position. El Rey Guri will be the first one to set the benchmark. Quite a few people may have a few sets of fresh softs. We're thinking about the likes of the 2 Mercedes. They retired early on as well. They were confident as well. Maybe the 2 Alpines potentially, but I'm almost certain the 2 Mercedes will save some soft tyres for Q3. They all get an extra set for Q3 anyway, so they all get a new set. But if I were them, if you only got 1 set left, use it a scrub set right now. I think that's what El Rey Guri is doing as he makes his way towards Curva Grande now. Turn number 3. And he is looking for a great result. He is definitely improving as the season is at the qualifying session is going on as he heads towards turn number 4 now, set to 1 with a 26.3. But Sasso is fast, and now it goes to Skyzy. So purples are trading left, right, and centre. We've got Vince with a 26.3. He's not quite purple. I think we've got Alex Gidder with a 26.3 too. So Skyzy looking like the quickest man on track right now, but El Guri heading towards Ascari. He's got to nail the left chicane, and it is a 52 something, and it will translate to a 26.4 in the middle sector. What can the other drivers do? 26.3 for Skyzy. Skyzy's looking quicker. 27.0 for that guy Vince. We're watching El Guri heading towards the Parabolica now. And he's going to find some time to see what his lap time is going to be. It is going to be a 119.267. But let's watch Skyzy as he goes up to the line. It's definitely on a new set. Seeing those lap times. Oh, on 18.989. He's setting a statement already. Black Vibe guy Vince goes into 3rd spot. What about Alex Gillen? I think that he's the next person to finish his lap time. I think he's backed off, so that is his lap done for now. We've got a few invalidations, and I think his is one of them, so he's going to go into the pits and wait for a bit into his final run. But they don't have long to go until the end of this qualifying session, so if they invalidate now, is a one-chance saloon, isn't it?
Yes, that extra 5 minutes being taken away is going to have a massive impact on the strategy to the sessions. Of course, we dropped the inters in Q1. Q2 is more your chance to really get a feel for the soft tyres and push your limits, but this is where it all comes down to the line. We've got a few more drivers coming through. Razin Shai, 18.773. What a lap initially coming out from that Mercedes there. We've got Tom 97 as well, about to come out of here into the line, and an 18.629. Really great stuff. Looking like everyone is just getting the best laps they can out of the gate. Alex Gillen went for a abandon. Noguera is going to be heading into the pits, and Sapso is only just coming out. But everyone else on track, with the exception of, I'd say, Tom B, who's just got a banker lap on the board to say he's got one, everyone is already pulling out all the stops.
And the reason why he's got a banker lap, Sappy, is he's on the intermediate tyres, so he doesn't want to use the softs just yet. He wants to get a feel for it right now, and his teammate is going to give the tow once again, potentially, as well. But the intermediate championship mainly happened in Q1, and then we can confirm Team Maldic was the fastest driver for the intermediate championship, as we've got I think it was Alex Gillen that came across the line. Yes, it was in P3 with a 118.9. So we've got 4 drivers in the 118s. Hervé Guri almost snatching in there in the 118s, but surely he can improve that on his final run as well. Let's ride on board with Tom. Well, that is interesting. Both of the Alpines are slowing down. Look at that.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly bumping, I think, there as well. Just a friendly nudge saying, hey, you missed me, friend. But it's looking like Tomby had a massive snap going through Ascari. He's lost the rear, not enough grip on those inters to fully sustain all the speed that he wanted. So that is going to be abandoned. I think they're continuing that coordination, that teamwork. And we're looking at the rest of the field now. Everyone's, for the most part, jumping into the pits. They've had their initial runs. They've had a chance to go for it, but Sapso is going to be going against the trend a little bit, and he's going to be going on a lap when everyone else is in. What do you think is the rationale here? Because he was very late out the gate.
Usually around Monza, if the later you go, the better it is. But Sapso feels like that if he goes now, there's going to be less pressure on him, because Monza is an easy track to make mistakes, not going to lie. It is very, very tricky to avoid the walls. The Sasso on my screen goes purple set to 1, but it's not purple on our end. It's a 26.3 for him, so he's probably on some scrub sets. He just wants to make sure that he finds his feet before the end of this Q3 session. I wonder if he's going to have time to set a final lap, but it is a short lap, so I think it will be cutting it fine for the Aston Martin driver. And both Aston Martins made it through to Q3, so that'll be good in terms of their teamwork antics in this session. Through Ascari now for the millionth time in today's session. And I think a 26.5 for South, so yeah, that is about a few tenths slower than the likes of Skyzy and El Guri and the likes of Tom and Razin Chai. So it's probably going to put in maybe top 6, top 7 maybe, but you never know. You could find a bit more time. Maybe 119, top 5. Close enough. But the question is, Sappy, is he going to have enough time to go again?
I think he will just about be able to scrape it. If he plays his cards right, he can get it within the next sort of 10 seconds or the final 10 seconds of getting across before the flag falls. I don't know why Tom has stayed out here, though, because he's on the inters and for whatever reason, I think he's just trying to save a pair of softs. I don't really know what the rationale is here.
Are they tying it for the toe?
I potentially look at it, but even then, it doesn't really work because he's got himself in a position where on the inters, he can't really deliver a good toe and keep up with him through the corners to stay with him.
No. I'm a bit shocked currently for Tom at the moment. He doesn't have that long left. And we've got the likes of obviously Safso that's still out at the moment. He's going to go into the pit soon. I mean, he's cutting it fine. I think it's going to... Safso, I think, is going to be cutting it fine. Tom's going to be cutting it even more fine. You can tell fine the grip of his face that he's having a bit of fun. I think... ideally, he wants to start near the front. He has won here before, but obviously it's a creative series. It's content. You don't want to be starting in the mid-pack. You don't want to be starting pretty much near the back. The ideal place you want to start is near the front or right near the back. But even near the back, there was issues like I found out in F2 earlier on. But let's watch Skyzy as he's on his next lap. Another driver that has gone out extremely early compared to his other competitors. Our championship leader, who's currently set at 118.989. Is it going to work for him, or is he going to fall to shreds? We will find out in the next few minutes. And he's down on his first sector, and he's backed out. He's backed out, so he's got enough ERS to keep going again. But will that have costed him pole position for today's Italian Grand Prix? I think we got another person on a lap as well. That is GB68, and also Razin is on the lap as well. But let's watch GB68. As he said 120.5 for now, but he's on his final lap now. That will be his lap done after this. We've seen a few people invalidate for Ascari. He has no trouble with that so far. He is improving on his 120.5, 26.1 first sector. That's really good for GB. 26.5, that is where he lost it. That's probably the struggle he has with his setup at the moment, but he's handling it really, really well to get it into Q3. But what's the lap time going to be for the Aston Martin P5 just ahead of his teammate Sasso?
Yeah, those two Aston Martins are really pushing and trying to get the most out of the moment. But yeah, Razin Shai, he's going to be the next one as we come through the second Lesmo, and he's going to be coming up to a little bit of traffic, ducks around them, but stays just enough behind them to get that few crucial milliseconds of toe. Into Ascari now, quarter of a second up compared to his best. Very nicely done through there, keeps the car in control, and now we head down to Parabolica. He's going to wring as much as he can out of the car before heavy on the brakes, get on the power early, but careful not to overextend because you will get an invalidation. That will be a death knell. Coming up to the line now, he keeps it very narrow. In fact, through the entire corner. Could we see that play out in his favour? Across the line, it's a 0.602. That is a corker of a lap, and that's going to put him top honours, a pole position, provisional pole here in Q3.
That says Razin Shai. Can anyone topple him towards the very end of qualifying? We've only got about 5 drivers on out laps right now, but Alex Giddens about to start his lap. Tom 97 is just going through turn 4 right now. We'll see what he could do. He's purple first sector. He's one of the first drivers to get into the 25 in the first sector. This is looking rapid from the Spaniard. Tom 97 heading towards this back straight, heading towards the Ascari now. DRS wide open at 215 miles an hour. Exits into Ascari, and what's sector 2 gonna be? It's a 26.291. And Razin Shai just said on Team Ready, he messed up Ascari. That's what costed him. Maybe even into the 25 in 25 in the second sector. So this is good for Tom. Purple first, purple second sector. Is it going to be purple final sector? More importantly, is it going to be pole for Tom 97? Yes, it is by quite some margin. A 118.319. Let's see what Ali's going to do. He has invalidated his run. Safso's on a run as well, but he's down in the first sector. so he's not going to improve. But let's see what Alex would have done. He crossed the line 1:18.6. That would not been enough for pole. Anyway, El Rey Guri is coming towards the line in 7th position right now. What's it going to be for him? Is it going to be good enough for pole? 1:18.9, which puts him into P4. And I think Vince will be the next one to cross the line in P8 at the moment. 1:20.0 for him. What's it going to be? 1:19.4, he stays 8. Tom is finding time in that first and second sector, but I don't think it's going to be enough for pole. But what's it going to be for Tom? A front row will be good for him. Only P8 for Tom. Sato goes into the pits, and Nogueira goes in at 2-4 spots. So it's Tom 97 who's on pole by 3 or 4 tenths, and for Razin, his biggest mistake was Ascari. Without Ascari, I think Tom and Razin would have been close.
Well, the wild thing is that he says he messed up Ascari, but he's still got an 18.6, and that was a really good lap time. So I guess it's a testament to his ethic, how he holds himself, and how he's trying to really push himself to the absolute limit here. But yeah, say Tom 97, 18.3, that team synergy is absolutely coming in clutch here at Monza. We saw it to an extent with the Aston Martins as well, but it wasn't quite to the same extent.
Yes, what a qualifying. Who would have predicted Tom 97 for pole? I predicted Alex Gillen, so I got that wrong. I think you predicted Safso, didn't you? So yeah, we definitely got both of our predictions wrong. But that's a good thing about Creative Series. It's unpredictable. So let's go through your top 10 for qualifying and your starting grid for the Italian Grand Prix, as the game likes to call it, the Monza Grand Prix. I don't know why. But we got Tom 97, who's on par, Razin Chai in second, Alex Gillen in third. Nogueira, his best qualifying result of the season, in fourth. El Rey Guri in fifth. So both Mercedes and both Alphas are sitting line astern currently. Skyzy only managing sixth. GB68 in seventh with his teammate Safso in eighth. And then we got Tom in ninth. And that guy Vince rounds up your top 10 at the moment. But I think he gets a 5-place grid penalty. But we should be in for an exciting race. No clips currently at the moment. So I think we're just going to go into the race very soon. And it looks like it's going to be a dry session, which is a relief for both of us, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be looking like a very interesting session indeed. I do apologise for my camera issue, but I am keeping a firm eye on the Alpines. I'll take half a point because I did say if not one of the Alpines, then Sapso. I'll take half a point there.
Okay.
But we will have a very good race out of them because Monza, you are playing to your environment just as much as you are the track. You've got to be careful of other cars. You've got to keep yourself out of trouble, and you've got to use the drivers around you to advance.
Yeah, as well. We are going to get our predictions in for the race, and I would like to bring TK in this one as well to get his thoughts and opinions as well. TK, what is your thoughts going into this race, and who do you think is going to take the win?
I'll tell you what, I think both Alpines are looking strong here around Monza. They both qualified quite well. Obviously, Tom taking pole position. Tom in the other Alpine only getting P8 after an interesting stint on the intermediates. But there's a few drivers maybe towards the back of the grid. I've been in T at McMurdoch's kind of chat. He's looking forward to going from last to first, so I think we should keep an eye on the Australian round here. I think he might surprise us.
Yeah, that is good. So that does confirm that Team Murdoch was wanting to start last to first on purpose, just like Meraki. So my theories were correct on that one. Sapu, who's your predictions going to this one, and what are your thoughts going into the race?
Oh, that's a tough one because we saw everyone put on some real good pace overall. If I'm going to keep an eye on anyone, it is, I mean, I don't want to rehash, but the two Toms, the Alpine duo, their synergy is unmatched on the track right now, and I think they're really going to be leaning into that if quality is anything to go by. Razin Shai is going to be a close second for me on that because Razin Shai has got some excellent pace. And Alex Gillen as well joining in and putting on an absolute corker of a performance in their inaugural round. I think the Mercedes are going to be also a couple of drivers to watch.
Yes, I think I'll have to give it to either one of the Alpines or one of the Mercedes. I'm going to have to give it to Tom 97. He's been looking rapid all of qualifying, and he even saved a set of softs as well. He didn't even qualify on the softs in Q1. He was that confident on the hards, but that is a common trait for him. But qualifying analysis is done. We are about to head to the race and to the formation lap. And we will see what tyres the drivers have gone for. And majority of them have gone for a set of the medium tyres. The top 4 have done so. So was SkyZ in 6th, Safso in 8th, Taco Man in 10th, Emphatic in 11th. Then we got 14th all the way down to 17th have gone for the mediums as well. We got GB68, Tom the Bomb, Dave Gaming, Team at Marduk, Meraki and Peya has gone for the softs. And we've got 2 outliers, Alray Guri and Dirt Chocolate, going for the hard compounded tyres. If previous seasons are anything to go by, and what happened in F2, there's going to be quite a few safety cars. So I don't know why starting on the hards is the best option, but great strategies. I like that all 3 tyres are on offer here today.
Yeah, I think the big differentiator for some of the strategy here is track position, because you look at the top runners, they're all on mediums. Now, one would think that you want to get on the softs. You want to get open as much of an early gap as you can. But in Monza, it's actually the opposite. Because it's so speed dependent, you're going to have people catching up to you anyway. So you might as well take a tyre that has a bit more life, have a good balance of reliability as well as fighting power. And you have got the lower cars going into the softs because they want to jump up. They want to make the places. They want to try and keep themselves out of trouble. And I think if you're on a medium or a soft compound, to an extent, you are banking on a safety car.
Yeah, I think mediums and softs are good tyres around here as well. Mediums can last a little bit longer. It's only about 3 tenths difference to each other. So maybe the mediums can be good if we get a safety car halfway into this race, and that could get to the end. Similar to a Canada strategy we've seen in Montreal, as we're waiting for the last 3 drivers to make their way to their grid slots, as Meraki and Peya will be the last ones to make it across the line. Peya will be starting on cold tyres. But for the 4th time this season, for season 5, the 5 red lights are coming on very, very shortly. And we are underway. Tom 97 gets a very good start from Razin Chai, and also Nogura trying to go on the inside of Alex Gillen in towards turn number 1. This could be make or break as they all make their way through this corner. We've seen Carnage here before in F2, but looks like everyone is managing it A-OK right now, as the top 7 pretty much lane line astern. Tom's made his way up, so is Emphatic. Safso dropped his way down to 10th place. And we're already seeing some positions made in the back. We got Tom and Razin Chai going side by side in towards turn number 4, but Razin Chai has backed off, unfortunately. Another troubled corner, which I found my way into the wall at times, as Razin Chai makes his way to the lead through the first Lesmo. And we got a Mercedes 1-3, and Tom 97's happy is in a Mercedes sandwich.
Yeah, he wants to get out of that situation, Tom 97 does, because he wants to be with his teammate. He needs to lean on him if he wants the strategy to pull off. So Tom B down in P8 is not doing him any favours. The Mercedes, however, they effectively have control of the race. Razin Shai being in the lead means that he has full pace control, and Alex Gillen backing up as a wingman in P3 means that he can put sufficient pressure on Tom in order to make him compromise between attacking and defending.
Team at Marduk saying on the team radio that he's hoping for an early safety car. He hasn't gained as much positions as he would have wanted on the soft. It is very hard to overtake at the best of times with that DRS train. As we can see, Skyzy making his way past Noguera up into 5th place. We've got loads of trouble going through the back, but we got a battle for the lead once again as Tom 97 switch places from Razin Chai. Alex Gillen deciding to stay back right now. It is very tight near the sausage curve, but luckily both of them have avoided it. Razin Chai is right on the gearbox of Tom 97. We can see Tom the Bomb getting past GB68 up into 7th place. So Tom is having a great race on those softs. When he's on the softs, he's on fire. So he's looking to do that right now. Team at Marduk's already made up 1 place. He's up at the 15th spot. Yellow flag, there's a big pile up in towards turn 4. And that was Noguera trying to make his way onto the circuit, but couldn't. We got a VSC and quite a few front wing changes, I think, are going to be for a lot of drivers. But what a shame for Noguera. He had a good qualifying session, and he's already down into last place.
Yeah, looking a little bit further up and sort of what happened. You had Taco Man who stopped out on track. You had Noguera. You had Sapso also being caught up. Everyone's slowing up massively, I think, to try... Yeah, I think that there's either been some Delta issues or there's an illegal overtake having a bit of a moment. Infratic is going to be one of the casualties who's going to have to jump into the pits, along with, I imagine, many others. They're going to be missing end plates, missing front wings, and I don't really know what happens there. I think we just saw a spin that collected a few other cars on the way through the first Variante.
I was very surprised that there was no safety car for that, because the pileup was huge. There was quite a few debris, but for some drivers, they're hoping there was no safety car. But for a lot of drivers, they were hoping there was going to be a safety car, but there wasn't. But we're now going green flag. We've got quite a few drivers coming in. Safso, Dell, and GB were one of the drivers that got caught up in that, unfortunately. And so is Emphatic. That's allowing a lot of drivers to make their way up. Dirt Chocolate benefiting from it. So is Perrier, Ben, Meraki, and Curbs. And I know Taco Man stopped on track and he still stayed out. So he's got away with that. So he's able to keep going, luckily as well. Luckily, the top 6 remain unscathed, so they avoided that. They were very lucky not to get involved in that. And now we've got 2 big battles now to contend with now, not just the one big train. So that's something to keep an eye on for the rest of this broadcast. DRS is activated. I will see this activated for the first time as Razinjai heads towards Ascari. I don't think he's going to go for it yet, but he's right on the gearbox once again. We've got to save a bit of DRS here because with experience of racing around this track, you burn a lot, so you don't want to use it on the first few laps because you won't have any to last for the entirety of the race, unless, of course, we get safety cars. Razinjai is saying the fastest lap so far this race with a 125.6, so he's looking like he's going to be quick, and Alex Gillen is well on the back of this as well. I think a lot of people will be saving their ERS with the DRS train, but with the likes of Tom and Razin, they'll be switching for the lead like no tomorrow. And Razinjai is going to do exactly the same thing. Razinjai up into P1, and Alex Gillen doing exactly the same, and follows Razinjai through. A brilliant result so far from the Mercedes pairing. Good teamwork for the 2 of them, and we know Alex Gillen likes to challenge for race lead. We also got a battle in the midfield with Meraki and Peya side by side through turn number 1. Nicely done from the Williams. Don't forget he started last and he's already up to 9. Oh, it's a bit of contact from Tom and El Taco Man in the background, but Meraki doing a sensational job already in the top 10, and we're already on lap 4.
Yeah, and looking around the fields, this is where the pressure has kind of come to a head. We saw those initial collisions coming out, and then now everyone is just scrambling to try and make something of the situation here. You've got drivers who are trying to push up positions as hard as possible. You've got the Mercedes currently sitting on 1-2. Razinjai and Alex Gillen both having full race control and really not putting a foot wrong thus far. They're doing very well here, but MSkyZ is also going to be chasing down these top 3 runners. And MSkyZ is in a very good spot here because he can effectively almost sit like a vulture in that P4 spot. He can let the Mercedes and the Alpine fight. He can let them outrun themselves, outpace each other, try and push and force them to burn resources, only for that McLaren to swoop in and take them out while they're not ready for it.
Alex Gillen takes the lead from Razinjai, so we've got a third different race leader this race so far. We had Top 97, we had Razinjai, and now we've got Alex Gillen, and I wonder, when's this strategy going to come into play? Do they want to be leading going into the final lap later on? Or will there be one to be chasing, just like we've seen in many races so far this season? Curbs, it's coming in to the pit lane. I wonder if it's a strategy call or if it's a change of front wing. We will find out. I believe it's a change of... No, it's not a change of front wing. He's coming into the pits onto a medium tyres. That is early, so I wonder... that... I wonder if he wanted to get one of those tyres done nice and early and go on mediums for the rest of the race. It's meant to be a 2-stop, but I wasn't expecting it to be this early, Sappy.
I don't think he got the right tyre. I wouldn't be surprised if he had the game decided that he was going to go into a scrub set from his current set. So he may have well been looking for hards to take them to the end of the race. Although I do think that is potentially a little bit risky of a strategy. To have a pit stop this early certainly isn't ideal. But you have a few cars coming wide out of Parabolica, just pushing the limits a little bit too much in the fighting. You've got Tom 97 and MSkyZ having a drag race of their own. The McLaren is looking very, very eager, but Alex Gillen is going to let Razinjai go by. And this is where we see a little bit of DRS leapfrog, I think, start to come into play. If these two get away, it could be a lot of trouble for the drivers behind.
Yes, I think that the Mercedes definitely got to work together here as well. Maybe Tom could work with Skyzy to close in on the front two as well. But meanwhile, we got a midfield battle between the likes of Meraki and Peya, and Peya does get past Meraki up into 9th place, and Curbs did get some front wing damage apparently, but it did not repair it. And I've had danger of this before, where I went into the pits for front wing damage and it didn't repair your wing. You've got to select it in the MFD to change your front wing if it's less than, I'll say, yellow at least. So yeah, I was wondering, because it looked like his front wing was damaged and it didn't repair it. So yeah, that confirms my suspicions, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that soon, as we've got a change for the lead once more, and it's Gillen gets past Ravenchai on the back straight. I was expecting him to get past in towards turn 1, but I wonder if that was going to come to blows or come to good through this race. Lap 7 and 53. We got someone who's come out of the pit, and Curbs is already a lap down, which is not ideal. But Ravenchai gets past Alex Gillen once more up into the lead, and we've got a battle for 5th place. Dave Gaming, he's on a roll this race. He's up into 5th.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a fight going on from P5 onwards. We have actually, I think we've got the insights now from the clip book. We've got Infratic's POV of what happened earlier in the race. So if we could take a quick jump onto there, and we can see a bit of a side-by-side of exactly what happened. And you can see just coming through, you can see, I think that was Tom B going sideways, whether he was tipped or not. He catches Sapso in his crosshairs on the way to try and recover, and yeah, his front wing is completely sacrificed in the process.
Yeah, so a few of you in the chat wanted a replay of that this crash. Guess what? We've got it. That is the power we have in the Creator Series. We can bring replays when we like. So, yes, that was basically what happened. And I think for certain people that were caught up in this pile-up, not the race they would have liked to have wanted, but that means they would have had to stretch either their hard tyres or mediums a bit longer. The only one going different to the norm in the background is Safso. He's on 4 lap old subs, so he wants to push and get past a lot of these people as quickly as he possibly can. And I think another switcheroo for Alex Gillen once again, but again, that's just a usual overtake in towards turn 1. No harm done between the two of them as well. El Gui does exactly the same thing, but that guy Vince is going to try and get both of them potentially in towards turn number 1. We also got, I think, Timo Marduk in the back of this train too, so he could spoil the party as well. He's having a great race so far on his return. He hasn't raced since last year, fun fact, and he's holding having a bit of fun after starting dead last on the grid. He is having a yellow warning light, but we've seen that with a lot of drivers and they make it through to the end. So I think if there's no safety car, the yellow warning light is going to come into play, and they're probably going to be very, very worried.
Yeah, I mean, Timo Marduk, he's had an amazing race up until this point. He's kept his nose clean out of all the chaos that happened early on, so he has had an opportunity to make some big leapfrogs. You've got that guy Vince making a move for P5 against El Giri. He was looking like a driver to watch, as he was very much gunning for top honours here in Monza. And it looks like he's going to try and realise that, but he has got a very big challenge ahead of him, because he's got 4 seconds to the next driver in M Sky Z. So right now, his focus should not necessarily be on trying to close that gap, but confirming his P5 against El Giri, because just because he's passed, we've got the DRS through the start-finish straight, so his battle is very far from being close to done yet, as we see the Mercedes continuing their leapfrog strategy. Tom 97, he's completely unfazed. In fact, he's getting closer.
Yeah, and usually with these leapfrogging strategies, that may not help the two Mercedes, but it's going to help Tom 97 bring them closer together, because when I get in a bit of a squabble around Monza, it helps the guys behind, not me. So Tom 97 must be loving this. He's not phased whatsoever. He's not used any of his battery. Neither is Ravenchai or Alex Gillen. They're going to wait until the first pit opportunity in order to attack. They don't want to go full guns a-blazing this early on, because otherwise their tyres are going to be absolutely cooked. So these guys know what they're doing. They're saving a bit of energy and tyres for later on in the race when it counts, and they can go full guns a-blazing towards the end of their stint. As GB68 gets past Emphatic up into 17th spot. But what we're watching now is that guy Vince chasing down Dave Gaming for 6th place. And Vince is looking good so far, but Ben Daly is right on the back of him as well, looking quite quick with burning off his battery. He hasn't got that much battery compared to some of his rivals. Heading towards the Parabolica, he's not going to get the overtake done there. It's going to be harder for him to get the move because there's 3 drivers that have got the DRS. We've seen the change early once again, but let's not talk about that because that's another switcheroo for these two. Here we go then. That guy Vince gets past Dave Gaming, but for how much longer is he going to keep that position and make it stick? I think he is. And Team Armada does not follow him through. He stays behind for now, but Team Armada is going to get a good run through the Curva Grande right now. Dirt Chocolate also does the same thing on Miraki's turn 1. He's through into P9 Tapu.
Yeah, and looking at Vince in particular, I noticed he dropped back down, so maybe he made a mistake coming up to Ascari or something, but he dropped back down to P7. He's having to regain those spots once again, but we have got a few drivers who are looking for some movements here. Dirt Chocolate did just get around Meraki, but Meraki's looking like he wants to retake the spot. He's not going to take it lying down as we head into the Lesmos. He has got a significant tyre advantage because we are looking at soft versus hard compound. Though the temperature management, as you briefly touched upon earlier, managing the tyres, managing some resources is going to be a big factor into the mid to late game of this race. Bit of a rear snap from, I believe that was Meraki there. He is going to keep it tight as he can to the back of Dirt Chocolate, very close to his rear diffuser, but he's doing very well so far. He just needs to get the grip down, lean into those soft tyres, because he should be having an advantage right now.
Yep, he should be right now compared to the medium compound tyres because the softs could be about to die very, very soon. Ultimately, it does last around about 20 laps, those soft tyres. Puncture territory is pretty sooner than maybe 22 laps, give or take, or even 25 laps. So these drivers have got to keep an eye on that. Most drivers on the softs are hoping there could be a safety car. Otherwise, them going onto the soft tyres may have not been the best decision, but they still managed to make their way through the field. So for some of them, they're liking how this race is going. Dave Gaming in 7th, Tim Hardick in 8th, but we've got Tom 97, who has been saving throughout the entirety of this lap. So is Skyzy, and they want to chase down both the Mercedes, who look like the force to be reckoned with right now. Alex Gillen doesn't have DRS, but Razenchai does, and he is going to try and stop the likes of the Alpines and the McLarens getting past, but we could see some mind games between all of them, and this makes it very, very exciting. I'm very impressed with the racing we're seeing so far. It is nice and clean so far. Usually it gets a bit carnagey towards the end of the race, but at the moment, maybe because they had a lot of practice around this track and maybe the handling model is a lot better on this track compared to previous games. And we've got the Mercedes switcheroo once again. Neither the McLaren or the Alpine budges, but someone that has budged is Vince, who gets past El Rey Guri and Team at Marduk, trying to get past Dave Gaming in the background to the right-hand side near the sausage curb. That was close between the pair of them, but looks like Team at Marduk is going to make the move stick. Yes, he does. Team at Marduk up into 7th spot, Dave Gaming down into 8th place, and Dirt Chocolate, he's on the hard tyre. He's dropping a little bit back from this lot. And you could see Meraki is catching very, very quickly. But good job from Ben Daly. He got the move done. His next target is El Rey Guri.
Yeah, and Meraki is certainly keeping Dirk honest on this one. They're both fighting, but that fighting is dropping them further and further away of what we call the first pack. So 14 seconds. That is a very, very large span of time that they've got to make up. Looking a bit further up, I think the Mercedes, one of their main threats, which was going to be the Alpines together, has been mostly diffused because you can see Tom B is all the way down in P12 right now. Alex Gillen is sort of in the middle of it all. He has still got to fend off Tom 97, but it's looking very strong for these two so far. Provided they can find and continue this balance, they are on to a good race. But when it comes to the pit window, we might see a little bit of trouble.
Yes, I think the pit windows is where we're going to start to see who is made of the right stuff here today, as El Rey Guri is up in into 5th spot once again. So again, they are switching positions. Don't forget, if you are liking the stream so far, make sure you follow us on Twitch, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter as well at F1 creator series. All of the support is greatly appreciated, and thank you to everybody that is chatting in the live chat right now. We've got a four-way battle for the lead, and we've got mini battles for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th spot to keep an eye on, and they're all on different strategies.
Yeah, the strategic game is going to come into play. I think the soft runners are going to start thinking about when they want to pit now, evaluating the track position and some of the gains they've made, whether it's time to swap on to maybe a set of mediums if they can stretch it out, or a set of hards if they want to play a bit of a safer run. And around the rest of the field, these top guys, they're going to have a very, very big game of guess who. Guess who is going to go in first. If it's going to be one of the leaders, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in this pack of 4 goes in simultaneously, because I tend to say that if you're in the lead and on the same tyre as people chasing you, you effectively control the cadence of the pits.
Yes, you are controlling it right now, and it's going to be, I think, very huge at this stage, and the softs are going to start to die very soon. So they've got to think about the strategies very, very quickly, as we've got some switcheroos happening in the background once again, just saving their ERS effectively as Vince has passed Elray. So I think Vince and Elray are doing exactly the same to what we're seeing the top 2, and Team at Marduk and Dave Gaming are doing exactly the same to what we're seeing with Tom97 and Skyzy. So we're seeing a replica. These 4 are seeing a replica of what we're seeing with the top 4 currently. It's just like a concertina effect currently, which is really great to see. And we do have some reports that Tom has front left wing damage. So that is probably why he's struggling in a 12th place right now. He's 2.4 seconds back from Paya. So unfortunately his race hasn't gone to good use either. A bit of a shame. I would like to see what happened there, but yeah, he's not having a good time.
It's not looking like the best race for him here. I think it would have been a casualty early on, because since that early incident, we haven't really seen him made much of a resurgence in terms of time. We've also got some of the other drivers further down the field, like Noguera. Infratic commented earlier that he was struggling to keep up with GB. He wasn't really able to keep the pace. But further up, we have got Ben Daly. We have got TM at Marduk looking for a 3-way fight for P5. First, it's going to be El Regiri. He's going to tuck in immediately behind, and he's going to slip right by. He's going to say, "Thank you, good sir, for opening the door. I'm just going to use that door wedge nice and proper," and he's up into P6. Vince is having a very difficult time retaining that position, and this is what we often see at Monza. You have small packs of racers. They're going to be swapping, chopping and changing places all the time, and until they can make a major breakaway, they are kind of stuck in perpetual battle.
They're pretty much in battles all through the stint as well, and this could not be good for the tyres and maybe the fuel potentially. You want to be saving as much as you can, but if you keep squabbling like that, then you are going to be losing time to the guys at the front. So one driver has got to make the breakaway very, very soon, and it was that lap 2 pile-up, which was why Tom got that front left wing damage, so he decided to keep going through the rest of this stint, and then he's going to pit afterwards. So yeah, the pile-up that we saw in the replay earlier, that was what's caused Tom his front left wing damage. And fair play to him for him still going. There are some instances where you can stay out if you want to, but there's some where you lose a lot of time. So Tom may be hoping for a safety car, and that could bring him back into this race.
Yeah, it's about that damage control. It's about saying, if you've got a damage, is it severe enough to warrant the massive time loss that is a pit stop, or can you limp it along enough to where you can do it as part of your normal strategy? Here we go. We've got Team at Marduk. Ben is going to be pushing up into P5 now, down the start-finish straight. He's going to be getting almost to say just over 200 miles an hour in that Ferrari before locking in the move heavy on the brakes, and very nicely done from him there. So this fight for P5 is very much continuing, and in all of that, I think he has got quite the run on El Regiri. If he can confirm it heading into Ascari, he might have a chance of clearing.
Yes, that could be very interesting indeed. I think this is the breakaway that we've been talking about. This could be huge for these two in order to do so. Team of Marduk on the softs. He's about 5 tenths clear of El Regiri, but anything can happen in Formula 1. El Regiri is going to be using the DRS. Vince has got the more durable tyre, so if I was him, I could try and go for the move as soon as he can, because otherwise he will lose out to a lot of drivers on the less durable tyre behind him. It's not going to be that long before the softs. Oh, as Dave got a bit squirmy on the exit of Ascari. Well, someone got a bit of scrubby on X of a Sky. That's the likes of the people near the background. Maybe catch up a little bit towards the end of their first stint of racing before they pit for their first stop. Predicted pit stop strategy is going to be a 2-stop. I thought one of the Red Bulls was going to come in there, but they weren't going to come in. So they're going to stay out for now and wait for opportunities to present itself. But expect the softs to be in the next few laps or so.
Yep, and M Sky Z is going to be looking for some opportunities. I think he's a little bit tired of waiting, as Tom 97 probably is with the leapfrogging Mercedes. And swinging very wide is that Alpine, but both of them are now looking to take some names, take some opportunities from the top two here. Alex Gillen and Razin Shai proving to be an absolutely legendary combination here at the Temple of Speed. But you've got the Alpine and the McLaren who are looking to undermine that, looking to overthrow that. They've done really well here to keep the pace to the two of them. Their leapfrogging has allowed them to manage the tyres and manage the temps of their cars. Because remember, too much in the slipstream can see you overheat a little bit. You haven't got that fresh, cool air passing over your tyres and going into your engine. So you can see a little bit of degradation in tyre grip if they get a bit too hot. And they're managing that very effectively.
Yeah, I think Guysy is over second to Tom 97. So that, again, the breakaway has happened. It's only the top three now, so Skyzy is struggling a little bit. So will Skyzy thinking of doing one of his stops early? Or will it be forced to potentially... Oh, no, he's closed up again. He's closed up again. He used a bit of his ERS as well, so that helps him a little bit. And with the squabbling, that's definitely helped SkyZ catch up a little bit. All right, passing Team Oman once again up into 5th spot. So that's another switcheroo once more. Some other breakaways. Dave Gaming is out of this train now. He's out of DRS, so him trying to close in on Team Oman once more, he's not being able to, and that's helping Ben Daly a lot more in this race. Jake gets past Dirt Chotler up into 9th spot, but yeah, I think with certain drivers, they're not managing those softs effectively, and it's starting to show. There's some moments on this track where they are lacking in straight line speed. The places where you can get the toe, turn 3 and 4, that's where they're getting the time. But sectors like corners like a Sky, for example, you can see people like Skyzy and Dave losing time. So a lot of people may have gone for straight line speed versus high downforce.
Yeah, I think this is one of the places where you want to prioritize that straight line speed, not only for the track having the most high speed characteristics, but overtaking too. You're going to do a lot of overtaking on Monza, especially if you're in a pack of multiple cars. So the big priority has got to be having the speed in order to get those overtakes done. As we see Curbs at the bottom end of the field getting a 3-second time penalty for track limits warnings, and looking at the top end, interestingly, they don't do their traditional leapfrog, so I wonder if those two are going to be in communication. I'm actually looking forward to the pit window for these medium runners here, because I'm very curious to how they do it. They're on the same tyre, so who is going to pit in first? Is it going to be Razin, or is it going to be Alex?
Right, it's going to be none of those, because Meraki will be the first driver out of the top 10 to come into the pits. But like we were saying, which Mercedes will go first, because double stacking doesn't work well on this game. So Meraki is going to go onto the medium tyres. We saw in the F2s earlier, the undercut could be so powerful around this track. It is huge. So Meraki wanted to get ahead of a lot of the drivers around him. If there's a safety car, that might hinder him in some way. That could benefit a lot more drivers. But at the moment, Meraki has just come out just ahead of Infratic, but yeah, there's quite a lot of... Oh, migrating host. That's not good.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of disconnect. So we just had Infratic lost control. That could be red flags on the cards there. We've lost a massive amount of the field. Razin's gone. Curbs has gone. Infratic's gone. I think this could be a red flag. We're just awaiting confirmation from the drivers and from the management team on trackside. What's it going to be? Because everyone's out, and oh, what is that? Has just happened there? That is net code if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, they may still red flag the session because we are on a different host, but we will find out from our hopefully if we're still carrying on. But at the moment it looks all right, but we know with migrating host issues in the past, it can cause a bit of desync. But we'll see what we could do currently. As you can see, as Alex Gillen has left the session. I do believe we are going to red flag this, but we will get official confirmation.
Looking like, yeah, red flag is on the cards. We've had a lot of people dip out. We're just, waiting for the confirm, because it looks like it's going to be the only really viable option. Now, we've got someone on trackside, and we've got an informant coming in. We have got drivers joining, rejoining, and the host has been migrated, but I don't know. Like chaos has happened up and down the track. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, I think none of the drivers know what's happening. We don't know what's happening in the commentary box. We can only cover what we're seeing on screens currently, so hopefully we'll know very, very soon. But Alex Gillen is out of this race if we do continue. But Tom 97 does get past Razin Chai up into the lead of this race. The driver's probably got another driver that has left the session. And it looked like it's going to be a red flag session currently. Session has been red flagged. And there was a safety car on track. That's not going to happen. But yeah, not the first time we've seen a red flag in the Creator Series. And it always happens when I'm in the commentary box. So that's a bit of a curse there leading through. So yeah, we'll find out what is going to happen in terms of logistics, because obviously we've already done 21 laps. So it could be a 50% race that we could see currently at the moment. But yeah, it's a shame that it had to be red flags. It was looking like such a good race.
Yeah, it was looking good up to that point. Unfortunately, things happen. That's the only real way to put it, is things happen. The commentary box, of course, we're at the mercy sometimes of what is happening trackside, and we do sometimes have to wait a bit for information. But yeah, we have got that confirmation now. The session's been red flags. It's going to be changed to a 50% race, so we were about at the halfway point. So this is the best compromise of retaining the results of the race, retaining the session status. Of course, the red flags in-game, while good to have them back in for this iteration, don't quite fit the means of what we do. So we manually red flag it. We've set it to the 50% option. And what that means for us here is that now we are looking like, well, I would be surprised if drivers are going to change their strategies. Well, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised, because now you've got a bit of a different ball game. They're going to have a different outlook on what's happening.
Yeah, they were already in the mindset of 100% race. They knew what strategies they were going to go on for. And don't forget, the 50% tyre progression is a lot different to 100%. The softs won't last longer than what we saw in the 100% race. So their mindset has got to change. Some people were probably gutted that the restart was happening. Some people were happy because they could be like, right, I've had damage, but I can carry on and go with that as well. So it will be interesting to see what happens. Hopefully we can get some clips as to what's happened earlier on in the race, just to have a little bit of an interlude whilst we wait for the session to restart again as well. And we've seen people like Ben Daly, who made his way up through the field. He jumped, I think, all the way to 7th or 6th in the end. That was a cracking start, but we're not going to have the last to first in this race, of course. The order's going to be taken from a certain, I think it was a lap before Razin disconnected. I think that's what's going to happen, but again, we will confirm that, and I do believe they will go into a practice session just to make sure they don't get kicked out as well. So bear with us, guys, whilst we do that, but we will hopefully get some clips very, very soon, and we will review the restart very, very soon as well.
Yeah, we'll be heading to the grid in due time. Will be a fresh start. So it is a new lobby. We are going to be retaining the positions, but of course the different compounds. We have the degradation being very different. We in fact have a bit of a look in from our clipbook maestro,
Yes.
who talking about the race start and what it looked like to be on the soft start. So here we go. TK, you are the man.
Yeah, so we're on board with Ben, or Team McMardo, because he's more commonly known as Race Start, starting at the back of the grid on softs. And just look at the pull-away power he is compared to some of the medium and the hard runners out the back, gaining 3 or 4 positions off this restart. Really sticks his nose into turn 1 as well, and gets a really nice few positions immediately off this start here.
Very nicely
that
done.
was a lot of positions he gained there at the restart. He was a maestro currently as well. I think sometimes when you're starting near the back, sometimes that's the best place to be for some people. They try and avoid the carnage at the start, and Ben definitely did that. You don't want to see what happened to me in my race when I was near the back, and I absolutely got punted in a few corners. So there's some people that can make it work, but there's people like me that don't make it work. So there's certain people that will have to do it all over again. And there's also redemption for certain drivers that haven't done as well. They could be starting at the back again, and we could see them climb their way up the field and maybe do a Ben Daly restart. So maybe they can learn from him.
Yeah, well, there's certainly a lot of different dynamics that are going to come into this 50% race now. So yeah, it's confirmed the positions are going to be taken from the end of lap 19, which I think was in fact just before Razanshai disconnected, and a lot of the other drivers did the same with the host migration. We also are going to be keeping an eye out for the drivers' different strategies, because it has been confirmed that we are also, due to the different degradation, allowing any tires. So strategies are a completely different ballgame.
Yes, and luckily I've got the strategies potentially for the 50% race. Luckily it wasn't that long before I did a Monza here as well. So we're either going to see soft to mediums, where they're going to pit around about lap 10 or 11 for a set of the medium tyres. Some people might want to start on the hard compounder tyre and pit around lap 14, 15 for a set of mediums, and there'll be quite a lot of people starting on the mediums, just like we saw earlier on the more durable tyre. But if there's a VSC or safety car, they could get screwed, but they will pit on the soft towards the end of the race. So those are the three strategies we will likely see coming into this one. Which drivers will choose what remains to be seen. I'm almost certain the likes of Tom 97, Sky Z will opt for the medium tyres and then go on softs at the end. But there will be certain people near the back that want to try and climb their way as quickly as they possibly can, and would want to go on, get the softs out of the way and make their way hopefully to the top 10.
Well, you know who's going to be a big beneficiary from all of this? Tom B, because he was running with that front wing damage that he hadn't pitted in for up until that point. So although he is going to be down, I believe, in P12, he didn't really move much from the point of the restart after that incident. I think he's got himself a bit of a mulligan. He's got a chance to pull it back into the fight here and certainly get himself into some more points-paying positions.
Yes, and don't forget, this is the race that counts. Avoid what happened, but there were loads of battles that happened at the 100% race, as it were. The positions did count towards this one, and as soon as we can confirm the grid, then we will bring our clipbook man TK to confirm that a little bit later on. But whilst we do that as well, let's have a quick plug of our socials. And oh no, not that at the moment. TK has got the grid, so we will hand it over to you, TK, to go through the starting order for the restart. TK, over to you.
Yep, so taking the grid from the end of lap 19 is a little bit complicated because Meraki was in the pits at the time. We had the session restart, the red flag called, of course. But how it's going to run down from lap 19 is as follows. Alex Gillen takes pole position, Razan Chai alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's then Tom 97 and M Sky taking third and fourth respectively. Tim Marduk is in P5 and Elroy in P6, Dave Gaming in P7 with that guy Vince and his teammate Dirk Chocolate in P9. It's the Alpine of Tom who rounds out the top 10, and the bottom 10 will be as follows. It's Safso in P11, Chesnoid in the AlphaTauris in P12, Meraki, who just managed to get out of the pits ahead of Dale, in 13th, with Dale in 14th. Perya is in 15th, GB68 will start this 50% race in 16th, Infratic just below him in 17th, and Noega in 18th. And finally, the last two, El Taco Man and Curbs, are round out the grid for the rest of the race here.
Yep, so that is your order then, and that is going to be the cork in the bottle. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because we've done part one, we've done the first 20 or so laps, and we've got the final 27 laps to go as well. Qualifying, don't worry about that. We will go be straight to race, as TK has just mentioned, and the drivers will have a few moments once they load into the lobby to get their setup sorted, make sure everything is A-OK, to make sure they don't get kicked, and once everyone has retired from that, then we could get into the racing at the moment. But we've got quite a few going on. And who's going to benefit, I think, from this restart more than anything, Sappy?
I think that, yes, as we said, Tombi is going to be a big benefit to him. I think Meraki has really been out of luck with this, because if he had pitted any other time, he could have been in a lot better position. But unfortunately, he is going to see himself drop down into that P13 spot. Another one I think is going to see a big benefit are the likes of Dave, Vince, El Giri, because they had a massive gap to those top 4. So they have a chance to finally reel it in and battle for some big points here. And everyone else kind of just has a chance to run it with the pack again. Although I have a running theory with Monza that the best position to be is not in pole, but in P2, because you avoid a lot of the early carnage. Everyone fires it around the outside.
Yes, I think you do not want to be starting in P1, because everyone is going to get the toe behind you and you're going to be absolutely swamped in towards turn 1. Ideally, you want to be starting on the softest tyre available. You do not want to be starting near the middle as well. That is where the carnage can ensue. And you wouldn't mind starting at the back, but if you're elsewhere, you're going to be in absolute mayhem for the first few laps. And since it's quite a short run, a short race, if they get damage on the first few laps, then that's going to ruin their strategy. It is going to be a one-stop now, no two-stop nonsense, as we were saying in the race before. It's mainly going to be one stop unless we get a safety car. I'm predicting we could get a few safety cars, because a lot of people thought that they were going to carry on into this race, and then they're gonna have to do the start again. It's like Australia 2023. Remember when we had like loads of red flags in the row and we didn't know what's going to happen? This is what's going to happen right now. The drivers are readying up, going into their practice session to make sure everything's a-okay. What are your thoughts in the chat? Who do you think is going to win this one as well? We are having a restart due to a migrating host issue and a lot of people leaving the lobby. That's why we are doing that, and hopefully we will get underway very, very shortly. And we are back. Thank you for bearing with us as we are preparing the drivers for a 50% race around the Italian Grand Prix. There's no Creator Series race without technical issues either on stream or in the lobby, and this week it was the lobby. You got myself, Jess Ball, and Sappy taking you through the action, and then we got TK doing the clip book and Rob doing the cameras. But we have got Alex, then Razin are going to be starting P1 and P2 on the grid. Tom 97 in third. It's going to be a different start to what we've seen in the first race.
Yep. Everyone is going to be having to adjust. Tiamat Marduk is a big winner today out of all this, because he's jumped up to P5. You think of where he started from the 100%. He's jumped massively. He really made good on his early game. Really got a lot of positions gained throughout all of that. He's managed to get himself away from Meraki, which I think he's going to be very pleased about with the amount of fighting they did on track. Our favourite Nando's connoisseur is back and he's in business.
That is a good point indeed. It looks like the drivers are all ready then to get going, so it won't be long before you can see sim racing, like we were saying. Thank you for being patient. We are the Temple of Speed, which was first introduced in Formula One back in 1950, but Monza history dates back to 1922, where it hosted the Italian Grand Prix for the first time. The original layout was stretched to over 10 kilometers. It was very long. It used to have an oval section, which you can have a little bit of a wonder if you turn rules to off, which I've done quite a few times, and you can also do it in older games too. So really fun track. Remember, we saw the issues back in 2019-2020 when there was a slipstream quali-fest where you didn't want to go out unless you had the tow. Obviously, we've done qualifying. The race is going to be even that interesting with a little bit of the tow. We are going to watch out for turn 1 and 2 again, because if it is a 50% race, they don't have that long to think about what their next move is. I think we could see some more aggressive moves in these first couple of laps, because they don't have a while to spread compared to obviously the first race.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be surprised if we're looking at tyre strategies here. I'll be surprised if many people go on the soft, just for the simple reason of 50% is going to mean that the softs aren't anything more than a few laps viable before they start to drop off. And the medium to hard is kind of the most optimal strategy for something like Monza, especially if you're around other cars. Minor correction here, we got the P1 and P2 positions wrong. So the Mercedes being 1-2 means they can easily get mixed up at first glance. So it is in fact Razin who is on pole, with Alex in P2 backing him up. And I got to say, Alex Gillen, what a comeback. You come in out of nowhere, come in from the side, and you're in P2, trading places with the P1 spot. That is a very much a big testament to the work that's been put in. Nicely done from him, and as well Tim at Marduk. It seems both of our returning drivers, and El Rey Geary will band him in while we're at it after his DNF in Monaco didn't really give him a chance to shine. Everyone who's come in mid-season seems to be absolutely smashing it. I don't know what it is. Must be something in the timings.
Or it might be they had a while to look and research a bit of the drivers this season. If you were watching Team at Marduk's videos, he has been reacting to previous Creator Series races when he wasn't here, so he has an idea of who's hot and who's not. So then maybe knows the weaknesses of certain drivers. So is Alex Gillen as well. So let's go through the tyres and your running order. So Razin Shai and Alex Gillen, they're on the mediums. Tom 97 on the softs. Skyzy on the mediums. Team at Marduk on the softs. El Rey Geary on the mediums, as well as Dave Gaming. That guy Vince on the softs. Dirk Chocolate on the hards. Tom and Safso on the softs. Chesnoid and Dale, both the Albertaris on the mediums. All four Opeya, GB68, Meraki and Emphatic are on the softs. No Guerrera on the mediums. Takaman on the softs. And Curbs on the medium tyres. So again, similar split to what we saw earlier on. Unsurprisingly to see Razin and Alex Gillen in P1 and 2 on mediums, but Tom has gone for something different. He was on the mediums in the last race, but he's wanted to get advantage of the top two early on. He wants to go on the softest rubber. What do you think, Safi?
Well, I think he's maybe got a little bit impatient. He's tried to keep it against the two Mercedes, keep the fight tight to him. But I think he saw that with their strategy and the way that they're operating the race, that's not going to go anywhere. So his best bet is to get an early push, even with the increased degradation on a 50% race distance. A lot of drivers have gone for the soft because they just want to get some positions in early on and then take the hards potentially to the end of the race. If you're good with time management, you can flex that strategy around a bit, but by and large, that seems to be the play for a lot of them.
Yes, let us know who you think's going to win this one. 20 drivers take their spots on the grid, ready for attempt 2 of this race, but luckily not the full 100% race. 27 laps await our drivers. We already done 20 of them, and Razin Chai has won part 1. No points for that. The points do count for this one. We are about to get started. A few disqualifications from near the back, including Dave Gaming and Peya. And Kurz will be the last person to make his way on to the grid. And Let's see who's going to come out on top with this one. Major points are on offer this one. Don't forget the bottom 5 of the full-time drivers. We'll get to the playoff race later on, but we got 3, 4, 5 red lights. Lights out and away we go, and both Mercedes getting a very good start, but it is Tom that's right in the middle of this as well. Team Armada trying to spoil the party as well. This is going to be absolutely pandemonium for them, and Tom 97 dive bombing towards turn number 1, and it's worked for them. He's got past both Mercedes on the softer rubber, and he's leading the second half of this race now. Tom from Razin, from Alice Gillen, Skyzy in 4th. Team Armada not making any headway so far, but still a long way to go. Now heading towards turn number 4. We could see El Ray Guri trying to get past maybe Team Armada. We've got Skyzy being boxed in by El Ray Guri too. El Ray Guri's up to 4th. He's at the start of his life. Tom, don't forget, he was in 11th. He's made up 3 or 4 places on the soft. He's on fire. He's up into 8th spot. So most people on the softs are having a crack of a race, one of which is Tom 97, Sappy.
It's really early days, but you can tell that start has been executed to near perfection for Tom 97 here. He got that breakaway, he got the move that he needed exactly down to a T in turn 1, and he's had a really, really good run here. So he's already starting to crack that second gap, and if he can keep that, then he's in for a very good race here.
And look at that gap. He's already breaking free of DRS, 1.1 seconds. Maybe the rechanging of tyres has definitely worked in Tom 97's favour, as both Mercedes switch positions once more, but they can't switch positions too much because Tom is pretty much pushing. But the danger is, if that you're pushing too much early on, you could worn out your tyres quickly, but Tom knows what he's doing. He does lead race as well, so he knows roughly the strategies of a 50% race more than any other of our creators here. So technically, Tom 97 has an advantage compared to most drivers on the grid, so he must be loving life up front. GB68 down in 11th place. He's got past Dirt Chocolate, and we also got that guy Vince. He's had some trouble at the start. He's on to the set of the hard compounded tyres, and he's in last position. Not where he wants to be. We will find out a little bit later on what happened to him, but everyone else is A-OK so far on lap 2. Don't forget DRS is activated on lap 3, and Dale is out the race, and we got our first safety car of the evening, Sappy.
It looks like he just completely lost it out of the second Lesmo and piled it into the wall. Of course, we'll have maybe a clip on that later if we can get a good view of it, but it looks like everyone has been taken by surprise with this safety car. They had to duck out of the way very fast. We've actually got, going back to the race start, we've got a replay here of the race start coming out of, I believe it is Tom 97. So let's take a quick look at that, see how he made the most of the start here. And you can see 5 red lights. He guns it as quickly as he can. He's going to be lining up as close as he can to the formation lap. And if we jump a little bit ahead, jump a little bit further ahead to the actual race start itself, we'll be able to see 5 red lights and a very good getaway. Yeah, he's immediately out of the gates with the overtake, and there you go. Look, he sives it across the field. He goes for the gap. He's constantly checking his whereabouts to make sure he doesn't pile into the other Mercedes, and there you go. First couple of corners, he makes his presence very known. He does still leave the space technically on track, and as a few more drivers in our real time head into the pits, they jump off their laps and jump off their compounds immediately.
We've got a summary of pit stops. We've got Tom, Sasso, Dirt Chocolate, Meraki, and Takaman on the mediums, Chesnoid on the hards, and that guy Vince on the hards. Some people started on the softs. They could get that softs out of the way, and they could have 2 mediums if they want to and climb their way through the field because it's a more durable tyre. We will find out just in a few moments' time a little bit more information about Dale's retirement. But it is interesting that certain people have opted to pit stop very early because most people are going to go for the 2-stop. But with them pitting early, if they started on softs, that means that they've done different compounds. They're not restricted to what tyres they go on later on in the race.
Yeah, but the restrictions are more or less completely lifted. So short of the 2-tyre rule, they're completely independent of what they did previously, be that quali, be that the race previous. The only thing that remains consistent is parc ferme. We have got parc ferme to an extent, so drivers are expected to keep the same setups on, even if the race is restarted.
Yes, and they will be using the technique to warm up their tyres as they possibly can, and the ones on the softs, they're going to be absolutely loving life because they could stretch their tyres for a bit longer. They could pit maybe a bit later onto a set of the medium compounded tyres. And I wonder what Tom is thinking on his mind right now. It could be interesting to find out his thoughts on this. Would he have wanted a safety car at this early stage, or would he want to just stretch the gap? If I was him, I would probably been absolutely mad that a safety car was on, because he would have stretched the gap to a little bit more because the tyres are about 3 or 4 times quicker. And then as soon as the safety car was called, the gap just neutralises again. So we have got some more information about Dale's DNF, and we will hand over to TK for more information. TK.
Yeah, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we're on board with Dale here, going through Lesmo 1. And as we head through Lesmo 2, you'll see his rear left tyre just clipping the grass, and that does end him up in the barrier on the right-hand side. You can see the shock on his face as he's just clipped the wall there. He's just clipped the grass. The car's flicked across the track, and that's a really unfortunate DNF for him there.
Yeah, that is a shame, of course. He was running quite well and potentially going to be scoring points in the first race, but he's not going to score points in this race as well. No points to his name so far. Maybe he could change that next week once we head to the mystery track next week. That's going to be very, very exciting. They won't know what the track is going to be until they get into the lobby. Tom 97 is controlling the restart. The safety car is in this lap. And when Tom floors it, that signifies everybody else to go. They can't overtake, though, until the safety car line, because otherwise there could be some issues with like 5-second penalties when we don't want to go there. And I know Tom is going to leave it as late as possible. No, he's going now. He's using his overtake. And he's going to push as he makes his way towards the start-finish straight. And he's clocked in. He's already clocked in, and everyone else just has to follow behind. But there's one driver who wants to make moves very, very quickly. It is the Tifosi favour of Team McMurdo. He's trying to get past Skyzy around the outside, and he's up into P5. Elray Guri up into third on those mediums. So Ralin tries jogging a little bit there for grip on this opening restart lap. We've got Tom 97 in first, Alex Gillen in second, Elray Guri in third, Radin Chai in fourth, Team Ahmad at fifth, Skyzy in sixth, and Dave Gaming up into seventh spot. We got GB68, Emphatic, and Pay having a ding-dong battle, and GB68 gets past Emphatic up into eighth spot currently. So he's having a decent showing so far compared to the ones who haven't pitted yet. But Tom 97 is continuing where he left off last time, sorry.
Yeah, the mid pack and the lower pack are still completely in flux. So you've got Dirk and Meraki having a little bit of a tussle here coming into Ascari. One of them had to yield, but you see just behind Noguera and Sapso, they were going to go side by side into Ascari. Noguera luckily just being able to get it, because you do not get two apiece into Ascari. We have a local yellow coming out for the third sector, but we cannot pinpoint the source. That's Tom! Tom 97, I think he's gone off. And yeah, there you go. He's gone off at Parabolica, and he's just recovering. And now race leader Alex Gillen has completely got a space of his own. He's got a golden opportunity here to get away from the field, because Elray Giri is fighting with Razin Shai. But yeah, Tom 97, I don't know what happens there. I think he just overextended himself on Parabolica and lost a lot of speed. But it's looking like he's going to have a lot of work to do to recover from that P13 spot now.
That was absolutely heartbreaking for Tom 97. He was controlling the race so well that he was in the top 3 at the first half of the race, but it just goes to show sometimes your mindset switches, and he may have been so hyped up at the start for leading the race. Safety car came up, that was like, oh no, I need to get my mind switched again, and then he just maybe came on the throttle a little bit too early for Parabolica, and that's where he lost it. But he's still in this race. Still points could be available for him, because up to 15th place gets points in at the Creator Series as Radin Chai gets past Elray Guri up into third, and now we've got a Mercedes 1-2, which is back to pretty much what we saw in the first race between those two, so not really much of a surprise there. And DRS will be activated, and let's look at a replay of what we saw with Tom 97. So here we go through Parabolica. And yes, he just got on the power there. He looks very frustrated, but he just got to forget about that. Focus on the race at hand. You never know, there could be other safety cars that could put him back into this. But his tyres are going to be absolutely cooked now throughout the remainder of his stint, Sappy.
Yeah, it just looks like he got a snap on the rear ender. It didn't quite catch the grip as he'd liked. He did manage to recover, luckily with no damage either, but yeah, there's certainly going to be some damage to the Pride. Razin Shai, he's got a bit of a task on his hands now, and he's going to wonder what level of cooperation Alex is willing to give him, because there's 1.3 seconds between himself and Alex up in P1. El Rey Geary is very close to the back of him. He's within half a second. So how much pace is going to be able to make up before El Rey Geary becomes once again a threat to him? This is the balancing act of being in a team versus playing as an individual right here. We're about to see it play out because Alex is up ahead. Technically, there's a Mercedes 1-2. Oh, big overextension there from Razin Shai. That's certainly going to be adding to his warnings. He's just one more away from getting himself a 3-second penalty. He's going to have to keep his wits about him, and we're going to see if he can catch up before El Rey Geary is going to chase him down and become a major threat.
Don't forget, El Rey Geary's first race back as a full-time driver was Monaco last week, and it didn't go very well, but this race has definitely gone a lot better for him, but he is running out of ERS compared to the other two, so he's got something to work on. Ben Daly behind him has got more ERS to play with, so is Sky Z. The top two pretty much running the same, so I think it could be a battle of energy saving, really, and tyre wear saving at this point now. They've done the hard work, and now they just got to concentrate on making sure they can get those tyres to a reasonable operating window before they pit. Razin Shai had a bit of a moment going through the exit of turn 4, heading towards the first Lesmo. El Rey has gained quite a bit of time there, and that is allowing Alex Gillen to pull away from Razin Shai, which is not what Razin wants. And Alex Gillen has won multiple wins in the Creative Series as a reserve driver, but he wants to make sure that he could stamp his authority once again and win on return. Meraki and Embratic are fighting side by side, as well as GB68. Meraki is up into 8th place. He is loving life at the moment. He's having a bit of fun there in this midfield. Not where we would expect him to be, but that is a challenge he set himself later on. As El Rey Geary up into second once more. Razin, I don't know what's happening with him. He's not managing his tyres effectively currently, or maybe Razin just wants the DRS on El Rey right now.
Yeah, watch the DRS, watch the deployment from these folks here. But saying that, Razin Shai, he's also just been overtaken by Ben. So I don't know to what extent it's DRS chicken and what point it is genuinely losing the pace, because Ben is going to be fighting in P3 for the second place position. They have got a bit of rapport, a bit of camaraderie with one another, but this battle, P2 through to P4, is looking electrifying. Curva Grande, Ben's going to hang it around the outside. He's going to push every ounce of grip that he has in that car. He's going to try and lock it in through this chicane coming up, left, right hander. He might just have it. I think he might have the P2 on the books.
Yep, he does have Peter on the book, and he's managing it like no tomorrow. And we're going to get the rivalry that we've been wanting to see for ages. Alex Gillen versus Team Marduk. They've been away for quite a bit due to their holiday in Australia. They were at Hamilton Island for a little bit, which is a very nice part of the world. I would like to go there in the future, actually. And now they're fighting together again on track. It's like seeing them in 4-player career mode again. But this time it's the Creator Series. But now Ben Daly's got to try and catch up to him now before El Rey Geary catches up. This is the point now when the soft tyres are really starting to go. So Ben has got to get a move on. Alex Gillen is definitely in a privileged position because he can stretch those tyres a little bit more than Ben can. So let's watch El Rey as we go on board with him. Look at his ERS deployment. And I think he's managing his tyres a lot better. Here he comes. He's got the straight line speed. He's not even using overtake. That is why he's so confident. El Rey Geary up into second place. Razin Shai almost got Team Marduk there on the X of the braking zone and couldn't quite do it. And he's dropped another position to Skyzy. Skyzy up into 4th place. Can he make a move stick? Yes, he can. I think it's down to genuine pace, unfortunately, because look at Tom the Bomb. He's going to try and get past as well, and he's up into 4th place. Remember, in the first race, he had front wing damage with the pile-up on lap 2, and in this race, he's up to 4th. What is this? Here's a comeback king, Sappy.
He is his second chance. This is what it is. It's almost like a phoenix in a way. He's struggling down in P12 and really struggling to make it work with that front wing damage. It was all but a death sentence to his initial race, but this 50%, he's got a chance to make it right. He's got a chance to put it back on the field and make it matter. We've got team radio from Alex Gillen coming in saying they'll be quicker than me from next lap, because he's given it everything to this initial push and he's built up a really good gap. He's not going to have DRS chasing him, but he is going to start to see a little bit of pace fall up. I think we might be seeing where he's expended all his resources, his ERS, maybe even pushed his tyres to where he scrubbed some extra life out of them. But now, Ben Daly, he's going to be chasing down and against El Rey Geary. He's going to be getting the move down the start-finish straight, but are we going to see a challenge in response? Because remember, El Rey Geary, I believe, was on the soft, so no, that's going to be Ben on the softs and El Rey Geary on the medium. So in fact, Ben is going to be using every ounce of grip that he has at his arsenal, in his disposal, in order to get the move done before he runs out of time. He's going to have to head into the pits fairly soon. I think he's starting to come to that cusp.
Yeah, they're getting to the cusp of the tyre wearing right now. It's around about this time that we would expect the drivers on the soft to go into the pits around lap 11. I thought some people would have come into the pits now, but none of them is doing so. Tom 97, though, who had the trouble earlier on, he's come in a lap ago. Some people are probably praying for a safety car, as we could see. Skyly looking to get back on Tom at the bomb as we head towards the scurry. Nicely done from the championship leader, looking to capitalise on certain drivers being lower down the order. He is probably going to try and extend his championship lead, and the more positions he can gain, the better. Team at Marduk, he's catching up a little bit. I think he's been saving earlier on as well, just so he can close up to Alex Gillen. But if I was him, I would come into the pit right now. But no, he's staying out a lap longer than intended. He thinks he can catch up. He has been saving absolutely mad right now. Payer's in the pits, so is GB68. They're coming out of time that I was expecting for them to pit. And they're going to go on to, most likely, the medium compounder tyres until the end of this race.
Yeah, well, don't forget the safety car meant that they could preserve a bit more tyre life. That's where we saw, until his spin, Tom 97 having such a good run on those softs, even when he was faced with longer life tyres. It's because under the safety car period, he could afford to save his tyres, conserve them a bit more, and that extends a couple of laps, which were crucial in his initial strategy. Alex Gillen, 1.5 seconds clear of Team at Marduk, and those softs still have a couple laps left in them before that window is now in the zone of swapping over.
Yes, that is a good point, actually. I did not think of that. I completely forgot that there was a safety car. A lot has happened in the two-part race that we have already. As Raz has got a 3-second penalty, our first 3-second time penalty of the evening, and it belongs to Raz and Jai. His race is going downhill currently, but it is not over for him. It is common to get penalties around here, but unfortunately, Raz and Jai just making quite a few mistakes on the worn tyres then. Will any driver come in yet near the front? No, they will not. Ben is thinking about pitting this lap. Razin Chai comes in now, earlier than Ben Daly. Team at Marduk has been told to box, so he is coming in. He's going to go on to set onto the mediums then, and I wonder if more people are going to be thinking about doing that. So I think Ben is going to come in this lap, and end of this lap. In fact, it's going to come at the end of next lap, otherwise there will be a little bit of a double stat. In terms of the mediums, like I was saying earlier, around about lap 15, 16, we will see people pit.
Yeah, and really you want to get onto your final tyre really as quickly as possible, because then you get a more realistic idea of where you stand on the track. We're in this weird flux, this weird interim at the moment, where you're going to be going against drivers and you don't necessarily know if you're going to be in the same race as them, if you are actually competing against them, or whether they're just on a different pit strategy. So this is that kind of balance, that inflection point. But after a couple of laps, once everyone's headed into the pits, they've taken the stops that they need and swapped to their final compound, will have a real clear vision, and the drivers can start making some money. Ben Daly here, you can see he's on the recharge, he's out of battery here, and the softs are all but cooked. So I think now is the time where he's going to be boxing. He's got El Rey Geary behind him. He knows that he can't put down a viable defense, so rather than give him the chance, he's jumping in, likely for a set of mediums.
Nicely done, speeding pretty much slowing down just in time. Luckily not getting a speeding penalty. So he's going to come in try and go for the undercut strategy. Tom is going in. Oh no! Tom's got front wing damage. So Tom's got front wing damage that he's repairing. That's lost him a lot of time. But we are going to keep an eye on the likes of Tom 97 and Razin Chai that is pitted quite recently. Razin Chai has got a bit of straight line speed and is going to try and get past Team at Mardigan towards turn number 1. Cuts to the right hand side. Can Ben Daly try and use the tyres to his advantage, the softer tyres to his advantage? Nope, he cannot. I think Razin being on the warmer side is definitely helping in there. And Tom 97 and Team Mark are banging wheels through Curva Grande in towards turn number 4. Can he get past both drivers? Yes, he can. Team Mark back up into 14th on the road. And currently, your net race leader. All he's got to do now is try and stretch that gap, close in as much as he can, because the pit lane loss will come down quite a lot, and he's going to hope that he can come out ahead of Alex Gillen when he pits in a few laps' time.
It's looking very good, and very good indeed from Ben Daly there. So even on the tyres that he has, the mediums, they are younger, but they need about 3/4 of a lap to heat up. And if you want to do a bit of a split here, and you look at some of the timings, we just had them flash on screen to say 24 seconds between them and the lead. So that could be differentiated with a pit stop, but of course time will tell, because a lot of these top runners here, Gillens, M-Sky Z, El Ragiri, they still have to take their stops, I believe.
That is correct for a lot of these guys, but most people have already done their mandatories, but the mediums won't get to the end, so there will be some people that maybe wanted to do a double medium stint if they want to, but they can realistically try and hold on for a set of soft. Or maybe, we know what's happened in many Monza races I've commentated on in the past, potentially safety cars towards the end. I've commentated on many last lap safety cars in Monza in the past. It's never gone down well from some drivers, so I think that they're probably happening there as well. So we can explain what happened to Tom to get that damage when he came in. So it was lap 9, and it was contact with Skyzy, early braking into Parabolica. So we didn't get that on stream, but that was the insight from TK of what happened there. So what a shame for Tom. He's back to pretty much square one at the moment, as Skyzy, the first one of the medium runners to come in for his final stop, Sappy.
Yep, and now everyone is just cleaning up. So if you haven't taken a stop already, it's going to be this or next lap where driver's going to be coming in. M-Sky Z is going to be jumping in, and Curves is going to be speeding in the pit lane, landing himself a 5-second penalty. Last thing he needs, because now he's looking, instead of the P10, instead of the points, he's going to be looking at anything from, I'd say, P17 to P20. So he's going to have a bit of a struggle there. Skyzy back out. He's going to jump into P13 for the moment. GB68, he's also still dealing with gear issues, so he's having trouble there. He has done really well managing it to this point, and especially in quali, we showed that he's still got the pace, even in suboptimal circumstances. But I'm sure that you can attest to this a bit, Jess. If you haven't got your setup right, if you haven't got it what you're used to, you can't get in the zone. Things just feel off. You can't properly focus.
Yeah, I agree. And it's even if you get the setup wrong in the game, if you haven't found the right setup, it's just hard to concentrate when you know the setup is not quite right, or your equipment is not quite right. But what GB's got to think about now is he's not in the best position at the moment. He's got to focus on getting points. If he can get decent points, that could help him a little bit, as El Ragiri responds to the likes of certain people that have come into the pit. Skyzy, for example, I'm sure he's going to go on the soft compound tyres. He's having, like I was saying earlier, a really good race. So I wonder, where is he going to come out in relation to Ben Daly and Skyzy? So Ben is going to possibly come out ahead, but he's going to have Razin Chai right in the mirrors too. That's going to be very close as Razin Chai, so the inside, pulls in and gets past Team at Marduk, and he's in a net race lead once again. Tom 97, don't count him out. He lost it through Parabolica, and he's still winning a shot of winning this run as well. So it shows that the stint that he's had on his medium tyres, he's loving life, but it's not going to last until the end of this race. He may hope for another safety car to bring him back in this one. Alex Gillen still leading this race. On track, Meraki in P2. Expect them to come in the next few laps for a set of soft tyres. We've seen people go on these softs for 10 or 11 laps. What would you do if you were in Alex's shoes? Would you come in now?
I would. I mean, I look at the rest of the race, and I would play it a bit safer. I would try and sort of clear up any issues, clear up any back end. A curious thing of note, a clear thing of note here is the overtake of Raz and Shah and Team at Marduk. And there you go, Alex Gillen is in the pits now. And where is he going to come out? Let's see. First off, what compound is he going to jump onto? He's jumping onto the red walls. He's jumping onto the softs. So let's keep an eye on Ben. Let's see what he can come out of. And it's going to be, I think he'll be tight. I think these guys might have it. They might have the run on him coming out of the pit lane. And yes, they do. So Alex Gillen, he's going to be coming out a fair chunk further back. And there you go. You can see he's going to be rejoining in P8. Potentially P9 and 10, depending on what El Regiri and GB68 do. And there's contact, massive contact, through turn 2 as it goes 3 wide.
Yeah, that's probably costed him a lot of time. Alex Gillen did not want to come out ahead of traffic. He would want clear air, and it's going to be 3 wide heading towards Curve Grande. One driver has to back out of this, heading towards turn number 4 of Rogier. And El Regiri got a bit squirmy now on the exit. That will allow Alex Gillen to capitalise on that. And on the back of this also is GB68 and Meraki. Meraki's also just pitted onto the red wool soft compounded tyres as they make their way towards the second Lesmo. He can take advantage if El Regiri and Alex Gillen have a little bit of a squabble. Meanwhile, Skydy and Tom 97 gab a battle, and Skydy gets past him there. But it's going to be side by side once again with Alex Gillen and El Rey. And Alex Gillen does get past El Rey, and he is in 8th position on the road.
Yeah, and now if you take a quick glance nearer the top end, you've got Raz and Shai. Yeah, we were saying earlier about Team at Marduk and Raz and Shai coming to blows a little bit together. But notice how Team at Marduk, how Ben isn't necessarily fighting that hard. And it's because of that 3-second penalty. He knows, regardless of how this plays out between the two of them, he's got the position on Razin anyway. Because those 3 seconds are very unlikely. I think that was a car just going off on the side there.
That was Ben. I think
that was Ben. No, that
was Ben and Skyzy.
That was Tom's 97.
Oh,
that was
Tom 97. Oh, okay.
He went to the escape road. He just lost the car. He didn't brake enough, or he outbraked himself. He's down into P6. 3-second penalty to his name 2 to boot.
And Razin Jai did get past Team Marduk on that lap as well, so I thought it was Team Marduk that had an issue, but no, it was Tom 97 that had an issue. He's got a penalty to his name as well, so he's going to drop out the order, and if there's a safety car, that could ruin his race as well. I think that's what Dave Gaming and Safso are hoping for, a late safety car. That's why they're staying out for a bit longer. I'm sure Dave Gaming's tyres will be dead, but since he's got Safso behind him, he's got a 7.17 gap. We'll keep an eye on the gap between themselves, and Razin Chai start to close in, heading towards the braking zone coming up. Team at Marlin once again is right on the gearbox of Razin Chai. He's got the straight line speed that he wants. You can tell he's running more straight line speed on this track compared to others. It's the Tifosi track at the end of the day. All the Tifosi would want to see the Ferrari man win this race, and that is what Team at Marduk is going to try and do. To the right-hand side, once again towards turn number 1, Skydy tries to do the same thing. They're going to try and pull the double overtake. Brilliant stuff, and Skydy is up to a net race lead. Your championship leader is on fire.
Yeah, it's a double overtake for him, Skyzy. It's a double overtake from Alex Gillen as well. He's inserted himself very firmly into 8th position with a great move heading into the first corner. And this is where the drag racing element does really come in. If I was Ben Daly here, I would honestly see about staying in someone's toe. Farm some ERS off of them. Because remember, ERS is an offensive and defensive tool. If he can build up that battery over the next few laps, use the other car's DRS to advantage, he can have a healthy battery in his back pocket. So if anyone comes over the last final laps, he's got everything he needs to respond. We have got a replay coming through here from the clip that's coming through. Let's just see what happened with Tom. And let's have a quick look, see if it runs. Clip has had a bit of a moment, unfortunately, but we are being told that he just missed the braking zone. So if we can jump to a freeze frame of what happened. Yep, it's just unfortunately not to be. But Alex Gillen, he's got a point to prove. He's on the softs, fastest lap of the session. He's going full push, and he's got again P4.
Wow, wow, wow. So maybe his strategy was maybe the best one after all. It's about 3 or 4 attempts difference, like I was saying. And he pitted a lot later than most people on this grid. And he's not that far for this DRS train. He's 2.2 seconds behind Razin Jai. And Razin Jai has got a 3-second time penalty to his name. So it could be a three-way battle for P1, 1.6 seconds. He is definitely wanting to win this run. I know he hasn't been racing for a long time, but he wants to show that the spark is still there and the fight for the win is still there. El Guri in the background in 5th place. He gets past Tom 97, and he's also going to chase down Alex Gillen as well and follow him through. So I wonder how that's going to come into effect into this one as well. And Skyzy is low on battery heading towards Parabolica. Could this be the opportunity that Team at Marduk is looking for? Team at Marduk has got more battery to use than Skyzy, not by much though. Same with Razin Jai, so we'll see the straight line speed is coming to advantage. I don't think Team at Marduk is going to go for it. He's not. He's going to, I think, wait until the next opportunity, it looks like. So yeah, Team at Marduk not going for the move there. El Guri having a battle with Alex Gillen and Meraki there. So El Ray stays in 5th, Meraki's it. He's got to try and keep El Ray at bay, said Alex Gillen. Yes, you do. So that is his target at the moment. But I could feel like he wants to try and push for the top 3 as well. Or maybe he doesn't want that. I don't know. But if I was a driver, surely your first goal would be the race win.
Yeah, well, his options are a little limited here because he put everything into that initial stint. He's kind of running low on the battery right now. We saw his recharge lights coming on for a brief stint there. So I think at this point in time, he's just trying to close the second gap and then hang on the cusp, use Razin Jai as a bit of a slingshot, maybe even ask if Razin Jai could yield just the tiniest bit. He has got the 3-second penalty anyway, so he might be a bit more comfortable with that, but yielding. And now he is in within that DRS range, almost as if by magic. And it's going to be now Alex's race to hunt down. I don't think he's given up by any means necessary yet, but he was just putting the necessary measures in place to keep El Guri at bay while simultaneously moving forward.
Yes, we've got a few more laps to go until the end of this race. Skyzy is still leading. Team at Marduk in P2. Razin Jai in 3rd. And look at this. Alex Gillen has found his way to this DRS train. Bring it on with Razin Jai's penalty. Could he be used to full advantage currently as well? We've got some battles happening in the background as well. But this is the top 4 we want to keep an eye on. We've got Skyzy and Alex Gillen on softs. We've got Team at Marduk on the mediums. It's a more durable tyre. Razin Jai is on 10 lap old hards, but he's got the 3-second penalty. But you never know, people could make a mistake around there. So these top 4 will be fighting for their life. Some people, they're going to hope there's a late safety car, but some people, it is not. We also got El Ray and Meraki in this train. They could be going on to win this race. It is not over for them as well. I would like to see what people have thought of this race and who they think is going to win.
Yeah, well, on the ropes is, I think, in fact, and I might get a little flack for saying this, but I think Skyzy is in trouble. He's on the softs. He's not got DRS to his name. He's going to have to burn either a lot of resource or a lot of tyre life to try and keep the others away from him and try and hold out long enough. But Team at Marduk is on harder wearing tyres. Because he's got the DRS, he can afford to either push position or recharge his battery. You see in the background, Alex Gillen is going to be going for a move on Razin Jai, but it's not going to be plain sailing for him. He's going to be hanging tight to the side of his Mercedes teammate. Now, Curva Grande, neither of them is yielding necessarily. Both of them are racing hard, racing fair, and Alex Gillen is going to have the inside line. He's just going to lock it in, but El Guri is going to be pushing up. Razin Jai is down in P5 now, following all of that, as the Alfa Romeo has just side straight through and taken full advantage of Alex Gillen upwards movement.
Razin Jai has lost 2 places because of that. That is not what he wanted. Maybe he was pushing maybe a little bit too much, or maybe the hards are just not operating at the right window. But We've got lap 25, 26 and 27 to come. Razin's Haas could have a second form of life and he could still go on to win this race on track. And bearing in mind that SkyZ will still have the championship lead because obviously he's leading this race and he's got a big gap to GB68. GB68 currently is in 10th spot. So he's not going to do that. So at the moment we've got GB68 on 48, SkyZ's leading on 61. Tommy's only down in 12th, he's not going to gain that much. And we've got Team at Marduk who's got for the race lead. He's gone for the race lead. SkyZ has made a little bit of a mistake. And Team at Marduk on the durable tyres, it is working wonders for him. Team at Marduk is falling away by 8 tenths, and all that scrobbling is allowing him to give something that the Tifosi is wanting. A race winner for Ferrari potentially, but it's not over yet. We've still got 2 more laps to go. But El Giri up to 3rd, Alex Gillen up into 2nd. We could see the Team at Marduk and Alex battle that we are looking for.
Yeah, and it's looking like that M Sky Z is dropped down to P4 in all of this. We have got Alex Gillen now into P2 and Ben in the lead of the race. You can see him celebrating the team radio. That's what you want to see, and that is what you want to see indeed. Couldn't have said it better. We've got a yellow coming out of Sector 2. That is Noguera. He's lost it coming out of the second variante and into Lesmos. He's front wingless.
Yeah, he is front wingless, which is not good at the moment. He was running good on points. He had a good qualifying, and unfortunately, the commentator's curse strikes again, unfortunately, for the Alfa Romeo driver. But the other Alfa Romeo driver is doing well in P3, and he still could go on to get the win. But it's Ben Daly who is leading this race. Alex Gillen in P2. He's got the newer tyres on the softs compared to Liza Valray and SkyZ and Meraki. And I wonder if some of these drivers may be pushing a little bit too much. It could be DRS chicking now. They wouldn't want to be leading lap 27. They would want to be the one chasing. So if I was Ben, I would pull off a defense masterclass of his life, because otherwise there's going to be some issues. Alex Gillen is probably in the prime position, maybe even El Rey as well. We don't know who's going to win this one. This is going to be very, very tight. I think I'm going to call Alex for this one. I think Alex is in the prime position. He's got the best tyres out of everybody. That can get to the end. I know there's a few people in the chat calling for Ben to win, but I think with Ben Ben having no toe, I think Alex is going to win this one. But Sappy, take us through the final 1.5 laps.
Yep, it's going to be a tight-knit battle. You've got the top 3 all here. M Sky Z's kind of out of contention a little bit here. He's going to have to focus on fending off Meraki. So it really is all eyes on these top 3. El Rey Giri, Alex Gillen, and Timit Marduk, aka Ben Daly. Let's see who comes out on top. Of course, P2 and 3 are going to get DRS. El Rey Giri doesn't put the power down quite the same as his compatriots just up ahead. You can see he's trying to close the gap as best he can. He's running fairly low on battery. Alex Gillen now onto the left side. He's going to hang it on the outside. He's going to try and confirm the move on the Ferrari. El Rey Giri, the massive send. He outbrakes himself. He has to take to the escape road, take to the curb, and he is going to be completely throwing himself out of contention here. Down to P4, potentially P5 as well. So all eyes are on these 2. Meraki is up onto the podium. He's inherited some great space and great points after all of this. But here you go. Alex Gillen v Timit Marduk. Fated rivals. Of course, they have come out of left field completely, not being with us in the season until now, and it's absolute fireworks now on racing through Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2. Timit Marduk could have an opportunity to get it coming out of Ascari, but he has to play his cards right. It's too far back to really make a move at this point, though. Look at his battery. He's barely got anything left. I think Alex Gillen might have confirmed it, but it all comes down to these last few corners. He's got to nail it. Don't be too aggressive. Alex might have a bit more fuel. He might have a bit less fuel, though. We've been told that he is running a deficit, who had to do a bit of lift and coast. And a few warnings and penalties are coming out for a load of the drivers bottom down here. But coming down to the line, this is going to be it. He's come from down under. He's partied down under. But tonight he comes out on top. Alex Gillen, what a run. And what a win here at the Italian Grand Prix.
Well, welcome back. The guys that had a holiday down under, well, they just got a 1-2. So maybe a holiday definitely works best for them. Ben Daly was in danger of maybe even losing out on an F1 seat next season. well, in him getting some decent points in this race, getting a second place, that surely puts him back in the crucial spot in to be able to stay in F1 this season. Welcome back, Ben. Welcome back, Alex. And don't forget, Meraki and Ben Daly both started from the back, and both of them have got podium positions. Meraki fell under the radar for me, but he avoided quite a bit of what's going on, and he managed to get into a third. I think he'll be happy with that, considering that his main goal is to see how far he can get from last on the grid. I think it's his best race of the season, that.
Yeah, it's looking like a real good performance, and one to be proud of through all of that. But you say Alex Gillen, amazing performance. Meraki and Ben also doing some great jobs here on the podium. In fact, getting Driver of the Day awarded by the game. But let us know who you think is your personal Driver of the Day. And Jess, I'm going to reflect the same question to you.
Well, I think it's very, very tight on who I think is going to be Driver of the Day, because both the top three deserved it. I think Alex managed it well with his strategy, going on the softs in the end. Ben trying to defend for his life to keep on hold with Alex Gillen, but couldn't quite work. But I think I have to give it to Alex on this one. I really do.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, like for me, I think it's fairly It's fairly cut and dry. Sorry, I completely stammered my words there. It's fairly cut and dry for me. I think Alex Gillen's going to take my personal Driver of the Day. And then you look at the standings. You've got Alex Gillen, Tiamat Marduk, and then Meraki taking your podium spots, with El Ray Giri and M Sky Z taking P4 and P5. Raz and Shai, Dave Gaming, Tom97, Perya, and Tom B complete your top 10, with Sapso, GB68, Infratic, Dirk Chocolate, Dak Guy Vince, Chesnoid, Curbs, Taco, Noguera, and Dale rounding off the field. Dale, unfortunately, being your only DNF of the session, and here we go. And I mean, I'm excited for the mystery GP. I'm excited for what some of the drivers are going to be feeling, and yeah, I can't wait to hear from some of them.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear from some of them as well. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Brilliant job for our top three. Brilliant job for almost all but one driver to make it to the end of the race. This is unheard of around Monza, but they definitely did it. So that was really great to see. Hopefully we will hear from our top three very, very soon. But let's hear some words from TK. Have you got any insights going into the last half of the race?
Yeah, we've got a couple of highlights coming up from the end of that race. The main one, of course, being that that Nogla crash towards the end of things. We got the replay on the right-hand side of your screens here. He just loses it out of the chicane, gets a little bit of a dip on the wheel, very similar to how Dale DNF'd, and very, very lucky not to be out of this race for that particular crash, but that did unfortunately drop him quite down the standings. We do have the other clip as well, where Tom's headed through turn one, effectively misses his braking zone completely onto the grass and then through the escape road for him, avoiding a narrow incident between Sappho himself and Razin Chai as well.
That was, I think, very close call between those drivers at the back. So thank you for covering that, and thank you for the clip. But today we will hear TK's final thoughts at the end of the interviews as well. But, well, there was lots of switching around for the lead at the start, the first half of the race. The second half of the race, it was utter crazy. The first safety car pretty much changed things and perspectives for a lot of people. And I think that just throw away a lot of strategies for some people. Tom97, it just pretty much deregistered his concentration. And I do believe, I'll let you take this one, Sappy. We have got our first driver in at the interview rating room.
Yep, so we have got our first driver, and we have got none other. I'll just give him a formal introduction. It's Alex Gillen. How are you doing, mate? Well done. What a performance tonight. First off, pat on the back. What were your expectations coming in tonight?
Well, I did go for the win. I must admit, I did come in for the win. But the title of my streams is Championship Fight? Because it'd be a hell of an uphill battle to be in this championship fight after missing the first 3 rounds of the season. But you never know. I said I've got to win pretty much every race that I participate in. You never know, and I need to start with a win to even have half a chance at it, even an eighth of a chance at it. And I managed it. But oh my word, what a race that was! So up and down, some real spicy moments. I think I was about P10 with about 7 laps to go. Absolutely amazing. What a race!
It was an amazing race from you. We were watching along and seeing the strategic plays. What was I kind of gauge your reaction to when we red flagged the session. We went to 50%. How are you feeling about that? Were you feeling like that was a positive for you, a negative for you, somewhere in the middle? What was your take?
I did have a good think about it actually, as to whether that was sort of good or bad for me. I think it wasn't. I don't think it changed much for me personally. I had no warnings anyway. I think the biggest game would have been if anyone had some track limits warnings from the first race. Then obviously they would have got wiped. That would have been the biggest thing. But I think the main guys didn't have too many warnings anyway. I had none. It was just like a safety car, really. The only thing really that I could come up with for a negative was that mine and Razin's potential double stack margin was gone. We had about 9 seconds or so to the next pack, which probably would have allowed us to double stack. So that was about the only negative I could conjure up. So if that's all it was, then we weren't doing too bad. So no, it didn't really affect things too much in the end, I don't think. And it was the right decision for sure.
Yeah, well, if that's the only negative you can come up with, then I can say that that's a very, very strong race. So you say championship fight ? In your stream titles. Is that the plan? Is that where you want to take things here and see the Creator Series this season?
I mean, I'd love to, but as I said, missing the first 3 races of the season, it's not exactly ideal. It's so competitive these days as well. So many of these guys are so fast. We just look at the size of the DRS trains and stuff we had. It's absolutely mega. And of course, I'm only reserve officially as well. So that also relies on some people not racing each week and also me being selected as a reserve. So there's a lot of unknowns there. But I thought, you know what, if you don't aim for the stars, then why are we bothering? So I thought I'd aim high, go for the win today. And we managed to bring it home. So who knows? It depends on a lot of factors, but I'll always go for it.
Well, there you go. Say with Jess, anything from you there?
Yes, first of all, congratulations on your win. First win back after your holidays. Depending on if you're racing next week with the mystery track, what track would you like it to be?
Well, thank you so much. Do you know what? I think I'm best at Canada, but I think did you guys already do Canada this season? Was that last season? I can't remember now.
Oh, it's been a long time ago. I don't know.
That was last.
Okay.
It
was last. Okay. In which case, definitely Canada, if Canada's not already on the calendar, because I just seem to go really well there. I don't know why, but I seem to go well there. Baku's another favourite of mine, but I know that one's already been. And so Canada, I think, would definitely be my choice. I think that's my strongest track. I always seem to join this series on some of my slightly weaker tracks. I think I'm fairly consistent across the tracks, but to be fair, MONZA is definitely one of my better ones anyway. So, but yeah, Canada.
You have a place in my heart because I like Canada too. So, Canada fan club. That's enough of my questions, Sappy.
Yeah, well, I guess to say, seeing as you're a reserve, it's a shame we don't get to see you consistently on the track, because I would love to see that personally. If anything this round is to go by, then yeah, amazing races in the head when you do get a chance. But for tonight, a P1, a very strong one at that, so very well played, mate, and lucky to have you in the series and in the commentary box tonight.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I have said actually, if there is a full-time driver seat, I will take it. So if somebody does, step down for one reason or another, I will be taking it. I've decided 2024, I'm going to make a bit more effort, even though Saturday's not ideal for me. I've decided I'm going to make a bit of time for it, because I do really enjoy this series and I want to do it more. So yeah, we'll see. You may see more of me this season than you have previous seasons anyway. Fingers crossed.
There you go, constructors. Get your contracts in.
Yeah, you heard that, Razin.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Alex. And I think we got 2 of our podium sitters ready to go. We will speak to the man who finished in P2. And it is, of course, Ben Daly. Ben, first of all, welcome back. And a brilliant drive to go from near the back of the grid to P2. What did you think of that race?
That was good. It was spicy. There was lots going on in that one. Red flag in the middle. A lot of overtakes. I don't know. I don't even know how I got to the front. I spent like most of today on softs, and it seemed to work out. But then near the end, I found myself still fighting for the win. I undercut Alex, and I just did my best to kind of just defend from there. But Alex had too much pace in the end. The tire advantage was pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And I have to say, I could tell you guys are putting in a lot of practice to this as well. Going into this, into the unknowns, was it hard knowing that you missed the first 3 races, or were you going to just forget about that and just focus on the task in hand?
I literally did no practice heading into this. as some of you know, me and Alex were on holiday in Australia together for the last 3 weeks. And today I was just chilling. I just turned up. I was running on vibes today, and
Yes.
I think it was nice to not race with any pressure, and that I could just make clear decisions and race our way to the front. But yeah, the key was just staying like out of trouble, because there was quite a bit of that. That first crash in the first race.
Oh God.
Early in the race, that like wiped out half the. Actually, that's how I got through the field. That did all my overtaking for me. Like half the field got wiped out there. I just got lucky to get through.
Yeah, I don't know how you avoided that, but you did that very well. Let's go through the red flag situation. Were you relieved that the red flag was called, or did you wanted to carry on and see what you could do in the first race?
There was positives and negatives to both. I mean, I lost my tire advantage by doing the red flag, but it also brought me into the fight for the lead. So I can't really complain. I think overall it did more good than harm, and it brought everyone like closer together. So I think because of that, we got a much better race than probably what we would have, because the field was so spread out.
Yeah, it was spread out quite a lot, and I think it made it even more closer with strategies. Did you change roughly the tyres you were roughly going to go on, or you were just going to stick to the same tyre? Because it must have been a harder tyre progression compared to 100%.
Yeah, tyre wear is doubled, but the strategy remained the same. I started softs in both races and was going to go to mediums to finish off, so it was all pretty simple and straightforward, and I feel like it worked.
Cool. Sappy, do you have any questions for Team McMurdoch?
Well, very little questions from me, other than an amazing job out there tonight, as say P18 to V2 in the end. We're going to have to start coining the term the holiday delta for how well you and Alex did tonight. But yeah, heading into the rest of the season, how are you feeling confidence-wise, given tonight's performance?
Pretty good, because I feel quite rusty still. There's a few like game knowledge things I forgot heading into today. It's literally been a month since I've done any kind of competitive race. So it was nice. I feel motivation is strong more than anything. So just trying to like slowly build up that same level I had a month ago will be good, and we'll be flying. But yeah, I'm just looking to have fun and just turn up every week and put on a good show for the fans.
I have one final question. It's Mystery next week. What track would you want to race at next week?
Well, we've done Monaco already. That would have been an obvious one. Maybe... Oh, we've done China too. Maybe Portugal, for the hell of it. A random one. Let's go to Portugal.
Well, we'll find out when the wheel speaks next week, but for your sake, we hope it's Portugal. Thank you, Ben, for speaking to us. We'll let you enjoy the rest of the evening. Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone. See you next week.
See you next week. And Sappy is going to talk to our third place man in just a moment.
Hello. Once we get him jumped in, here's Mr. Meraki. There he is, mate. Well done. Well done tonight. First off, amazing job. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Happy. Very, very happy. P20's, yeah, I'm counting it as P20 because I did drop to P20. I started 16th, but I'm counting as a P20 to P3 in that race. It was so much fun. So much fun. So very happy.
Yeah, what were your initial expectations heading into this round? Because obviously you went with a little bit of a different approach to qualifying, shall we say, than everyone else in the field. You have your own way of doing things.
Yeah, so it's like Ben ended with there, where he said he's just kind of here to have fun and turn up and just race every week. So that's kind of like what I'm doing. So I started at the back, and it just makes it more fun to kind of like challenge myself and see how far up I can get. And yeah, this race in qualifying, I had Mark tell me I was like the third quickest car in a straight line, which is just like exactly what I wanted to hear, because I knew that I could follow very nicely and kind of like save my battery a little bit more than some others did, because I think I got past Skies at the end because I just had that like 5% more battery, which got me that car length ahead. But yeah, we did well today. We did well. I made a good idea or a good decision to box on that safety car as well. So.
Yeah, that was definitely a good call. Things sort of got a little bit chaotic on track. I was actually going to ask you about the safety car, but you've done that for me. So instead, I'll just jump straight to the other one, which was the whole kickoff with the red flag. Like, was that a net positive or negative for you, really?
Is a positive. big positive, because obviously we had an 18-second delta on that VSC when everyone was like trying to slow down and not get a 5-second. So if everyone just like sped up, they've only got a 5-second, and then we were stuck with an 18-second delta because everyone was slowing down. So either way, it definitely saved my race, having that little Steam issue that we had. I think it was. I'm not sure what the actual issue was. I think just like 6 people disconnected.
No clue.
But
I think it was a host, host issue, or disconnections across the field.
Nice. So Razen's never hosting again. Great.
It was either going to be him or Dirk, so.
Dirk can host, but he'll just forget to like put safety cars on again, like he did like a couple of seasons ago.
I think it was Canada, wasn't it?
Whoops.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it's Miami. So we're doomed either way. So there's something bad is going to happen. Yeah. But fun race, very, very fun race. That definitely saved us the red flag though, for sure.
Yeah, you definitely did a great job sort of working out of it. You had some really good battles on track as well. We were sort of keeping an eye. You were having a lot of fun, it looks like. So P3 out of all of that, amazing stuff.
Happy.
Jess, anything?
Well, I have to say, Jake, your best race this season from the last 2 challenges. I absolutely love you doing this, by the way. It's fun for content. It is fun. Great. And it's nice to see Ben doing it as well, so it wasn't just you this week.
Yeah.
I'll ask the same question as I asked Alex earlier on, and Ben. Mystery track next week, what would you want it to be?
I don't know what the options are, really.
Well, it's not going to be Monaco.
yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll
or China or Baku.
Yeah. That's yeah, we could definitely rule those out. I don't know what tracks there could be from it. I know Ben said Portugal, so that's the only track that I can think of at the moment. So yeah, Portugal. Either way, I'm starting last. So.
But you don't care about qualifying.
Yeah. No, we actually went from like P20 up to what should have been P5 in Monaco, really. So if we can have a good race in Monaco starting at the back, we can hopefully do the same really anywhere. So I'm looking forward to any track.
So Ben and Jake hoping for Portimao. So if anyone who's dealing with the wheel, put Portimao on the wheel, please. Jake, we'll go and let you enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations on a stellar drive from P20 to P3.
Very fun. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye. So that is it then for the interviews. And that was a very, very great showing from all drivers here tonight. And next week, as we were just saying, the mystery trap, that is going to for another spanner in the works. Obviously, the fan voted for the last trap last week, and I'll come to you, Sappy, first. But this week, it's going to be the Wheel of Fate that decides which trap it's going to be, and they're not going to know what's going to be until the drivers go into the lobby, and I'm very, very excited.
It's going to be good. I love this kind of spin the wheel, and you can put on meticulous levels of practice, and I know drivers absolutely love to practice, like sometimes hours on end. I've certainly been there. But there's something to be said for the excitement that comes in when you have a track, you're dropped in 10 minutes. Maybe you have prior experience, but that prior experience could have been 4 weeks ago. It could have been 4 hours ago. And that's the fun of it. You get to see drivers acclimatizing, get back into the swing in real time. And it really does throw some interesting drama, some interesting content. The other aspect is what we as a team are hoping to get out of it in terms of what track. I'm personally hoping for Zandvoort. I want to see Zandvoort. I think that would be really good because it's such a unique track as far as its characteristics. I know we've also got TK here. First off, massive job and thank you for the clipbook work that you did tonight. I know.
Thank you for teaching me all I know.
I know it was a big drop in. It's something very different, but amazing stuff tonight. While we've got you on screen, what are you looking forward to? I mean, what was the look in for tonight, and what are you looking forward to for next week?
So starting from kind of reaction from tonight, I think Alex did really well with his strategies. Obviously both him and Thibaut Bardic both being away on holiday, having that ability to come back and race with almost nothing on their shoulders at the moment, I think that's what allowed them to really open up and get a really good race out of it. Everyone else at the back as well for turning up and racing. It's fantastic to see these guys coming in, week out, and shout out to Dale, who found the wall at the Temple of Speed. But looking forward to next week. I'm a big Portugal fan. I really love the track. I think everything about it promotes good racing.
Same.
So I'd love to see them go to Portugal.
I think
Yes.
I'm in the Portimao fan club. I mean, I remember watching the Challengers race around there, and there was lots of good racing there. And I commentated on a Portimao race on Thursday, and that was really, really fun. But anyway, that wraps things up for the Creator Series. But before we go, it's time to plug a few things, and you can find out where you can find us if you want to catch on more of us. We'll start with you, TK. Where can we find you on your socials?
I'm at the Mousemeister on most things apart from on Instagram. I'm at TK on comms.
Oh, brilliant. Sappy, what about you? Where can we find you?
Best place would be Twitter, or if not my Twitch, it's under the same name, Sappytron. And also, just while I've got the mic, I want to first off, before we go anywhere else, thank Rob, our producer. He came in on short notice, like a lot of us here, like myself and Jess, going into very different roles. But we're wishing Dan Gilligan a speedy recovery. He had to go to the hospital today. That's why he's not joining us tonight. So we wish him a speedy recovery. We hope he's feeling better ASAP, and we can hear more of his lovely quips. But short of Rob also voting for Rainbow Road, I hope it's the Mario Kart Wii version he's voting for.
Or Assetto Corsa.
Potentially, but amazing to have Rob coming in the producer role. Amazing to have him TK. But myself is just Twitter and Twitch is at Sappytron. And Jess, for you stepping into the lead com, who initially were on the co-com positions, so for you to come up lead on the last minute,
After
well played.
F2
Takes guts.
Racing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Rob was like, Rob was like, oh, you're doing lead. Like, what? Anyway, you can find me on socials at JessGaves95 everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. And I've recently started streaming on Kick as well today. So you can find me there at JessGaves95. So thank you guys so much for watching. Big thank you to our sponsor, EA Sports, for sponsoring the Creator Series. You can find us all on our socials right at the top at F1 Creator Series on YouTube, Instagram, X and TikTok. And we'll be back next week, 4 p.m. UK time for F2. And I'm trying to remember the top of my head where F2 are doing that. And then F1, obviously, we don't know where we're going to be. So, it's going to be some interesting races. I've been Jess Ball. Sappy's been Sappytron, and obviously we had TK doing the clipbook and Rob on the cameras. Have a good evening, everybody. Take care, and we will see you next week at 4 o'clock for some more Creator Series action. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.